little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little?
Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side.
Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the stand. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the stand. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block till I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go.
of sin. Now I already go to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun now lost me all. Ferry man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. Yeah. All those lives I told so many times, couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I already go to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just let go. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, down a gone now lost me all. Ferry man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. Heading to the place now. Take me to that place now. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gone now lost me all. Ferry man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last. I know time is gonna come when there'll be a witch hunt. We're gonna have to stand and fight, stay close and stay tight. One day this will all change. The world will be my stage. And if we dream another dream, I hope I'm still on the scene. Trading punches with the best will be my true test. 'Cause the honor that you see don't mean I'm a thief. If it's one big charade, you'll never hear me laugh. There's more to me than meets the eye. Are these the best days? With the cast these, 'cause I don't see what we see. With the cast these, 'cause I don't see what we Backs against the wall, well you torn and wrong. It pains me that I have to ask. I really shouldn't have to ask. The truth is that we'll never know. Has my time come to go? If it's one big charade, you'll never hear me laugh. There's more to me than meets the eye. Are these the best days? With the cast these, 'cause I don't see what we see. They don't see what we see. With the cast these, 'cause I don't see what we I see you, I see you. I believed you, I believed you. I saw you there. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. With the cast these, 'cause I don't see what we see. I don't know what to do. With the cast these, 'cause I don't see what we see. I don't see what we see. With the cast these, 'cause I don't see what we Don't see what we see, 'cause we're thick as thieves. I tell my lover not to stop, oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want, I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe, I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul.
told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
Blow out the candles, honey. Come down the stairs. You're trying to take your last breath in a room without no air. Pull back the curtains, let the street lights hit the wall. Then maybe you can explain what's been behind that bedroom door. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fueled, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you.
I can make you.
I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Live a little. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block till I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, get up, get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last.
们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰。然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕；反又让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。时将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Welcome one and welcome all yet again to the Spring Festival Super Weekend. And I'm so excited to be here. My name is Mazel and I'm joined by the one, the only, the Dagda of LPL. How you doing today, my friend?
I'm good. It's an early start for me, but when you've got the hype games that we have today, how can you not be excited for your Saturday morning games?
All right, well, we're gonna have to hold the brakes for just a moment because we had some hype games yesterday as well. All right, we had a full day of full best of threes, which, you know, is a little bit of a present here in the LPL. Feels like maybe not to Lyrics eyes, but it was LGD going down 2-1 to Ultra Prime, RNG taking out anyone's legend 2-1. And then Weibo Gaming actually being taken to the brink by TT.
Yeah, I think the day yesterday might have slightly broken Lyric with how it went.
But he's rested up today at least.
Exactly, he's got to have his feet up. But yeah, I think surprising that a lot of those games went 2-3 games, especially like RNG. That going the full distance was a bit of a surprise, but it does mean that our standings are coming through here. And OMG sitting 3-1, not able to pick up the 4-0, but we still got those top 3 in FPX, EDG, and LNG.
And still have a lot of undefeated teams in the season. I am a little bit sad about that OMG loss, but it was a hard-fought series themselves. And, you know, as the weeks go by, things will get fleshed out a little bit more. But it's good to see, you know, the normal names at the top once again, it feels like, Dagda, as we do get into today's matches, what we were getting all excited about. Because we got some bangers. I mean, they're absolutely insane games coming up tonight. LNG taking on Team WE, followed by JDG versus FPX, and rounding it out with the world champions EDG taking on OMG.
Yeah, and I mean, the big focus is obviously going to be that last game, right?
Yeah.
EDG stumbling a little bit against Ultra Prime and going up against OMG that are going to have a lot to kind of be looking for a bit of revenge after dropping their last series. So I think that's going to be a really interesting one and definitely going to be a bit of a meter for a lot of people to see how our OMG going to fare through this.
Yeah, it's going to be telling, especially coming through this third week, right, that we're coming up on. But we got games ahead of us, Dagda. We got our first series in particular to talk about because it's LNG versus Team WE. And when you're looking at LNG, it's a little bit about putting the pieces together, ain't it?
Yeah, and it looked like at least the pieces might have been coming together in the last series against IG, right? We saw both Tarzan and Lumeo working together a lot better, where there was actually looked like there was a bit of synergy between them. And we saw those ganks that were, the roams that were coming through from Doinby, really netting successes for them. I think the biggest issue that we saw was that oftentimes the LNG would go in for these dives and side lanes that would never really facilitate anything, and they'd end up giving over more kills than they actually got, and then they're behind, and it just felt like nothing was really coming together for LNG in the early stages. But certainly things seem to be coming a lot better for them this time around, and I still think we have some issues with them when they try to play the 1-3-1 in the side lanes, not quite working in their favor. But certainly the early stages looking much stronger for LNG. Their team fighting looking much stronger as well. And I'm pretty sure that's what we'll see for coming out a little bit more from LNG are these team fighting compositions while they try and get the more kind of 1-4s and 1-3-1 set out.
Yeah, and Tarzan ain't looking too shabby himself. Definitely making a statement here early on in the season. But when it comes together, it looks so good. Like, this team obviously is one of those teams that's like, okay, the star power is there. And when it looks nice, it looks real nice. Now, on the other side, we do have Team WE, who have not gotten their first series win of Spring Split just yet. But that's not the whole tale.
Yeah, it really feels like the score just doesn't reflect what WE have been doing in these games. They're 0-3 at the moment, but honestly, every series that they've been in has been super close, and it hasn't been exactly the easiest of roads either. You'll see it there at the bottom of your screen. Weibo, B5, Top Esports, these are not pushovers in the LPL. And the fact that a team that, missing Beishong, who's not able to join the roster at the moment, a team that's trying to find a new identity with a bunch of new players coming in, the fact that we're still seeing them starting to figure out, hey, we like to play towards these early skirmishes, we know how we want to try and play an identity, I think that's really important for this squad. And certainly I feel like against LNG here today, if LNG aren't on full capacity, you could see WE take a few of these games.
You definitely could. And again, I was already saying, about the LNG squad, when it comes together, it looks real good. But this trio of View, Shanks, and Kadaya, when they get together, when they actually have the proactivity of plays, they look pretty darn good too.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Shanks there from last year, right? He's become kind of the person that this team's built around. But I think View and Kadaya have been the big surprises for us, right?
Yeah.
And View, particularly in picks like the Jin Zhao, has looked immensely spectacular. And then you're looking down towards the bottom lane as well for Kadaya. I saw Kadaya's Rakan and I fell in love with it. I thought it was absolutely beautiful. But we're also seeing him pick up solid victories on things like the Lulu and that as well. So I think we have a lot of strong impressions coming through from both the jungle and the support. And the fact that they're working with Shanks so well for these early skirmishes is what's netting WE a lot of the wins.
Yeah, well, you heard it here. Kadaya has stolen Dagda's heart with a Rakan pick. We do have a very big matchup going down here, though. And it's interesting because both of them pretty star-studded. But it's Doinby and Shanks in the mid lane with, same role, but a little bit different goals coming into it.
Yeah, it might be the same in role in the mid lane, but definitely the way that these two operate in the early stages is very different. Doinby, we've been harping on about it for years, loves to go for these roams, and you can see it there, right? CSD of 15, not going to be the highest in the league, but he is much more about getting towards these side lanes and getting those kills. That's why you see that big goal difference of 15, pretty high KDA for himself as well. And even the picks that we're seeing, right, the Renekton's, the Twisted Fates, it's more about either being a lane bully so you can operate and move off towards those side lanes, or just opting in towards the things like the Twisted Fates so you can just get off towards the side lanes with the Destiny. Whereas when we look at Shanks, he's very much more focused on his own lane. He'll be trying to get that CS difference at the 15-minute mark, have you play towards him, and then it's much more about Shanks being able to operate in towards early objective skirmishes like at Dragons and Rift Heralds to set up WE for those teams.
For me, they might be different goals going in them. They might have different focuses. What stood out to me is they both do a huge chunk of their team's damage. They're 30+% for both of them. So you can appreciate the workhorses of both these teams going at it. But that's what I love about this matchup so much, is both of them do focus on that skirmishing, all that early game. So getting to see it come to blows here today is going to be very, very fun. And especially when we're looking at the draft, right? There's some similar focuses, I feel like, in that first phase that we are going to see.
Yeah, I think the Victor, as you can see, kind of both there for both of these mid laners, but certainly I think the bot lane going to be a big focus. LNG, we've kind of seen that Lumeo likes to go towards some of these big engage tools like the Leon and these sorts of things that can set up for team fights and that. So I think when you're looking down towards Kadaya, he'll have to kind of figure out what way he wants to work around that. We've seen him obviously go for the Rakan. We've also seen him go for the Enchanter support. So I'm curious to see what that support matchup's going to be like. Also, then just looking at the jungle matchups, right? Like Tarzan, phenomenal Lee Sin. We've seen him stand out on big picks like the Jin Zhaos and the Olafs in the past as well. So I certainly think that that's going to be a difficult time for View. And I'm pretty sure you'll end up seeing either first or second pick junglers coming through very quickly here, just so you can try and secure either the strong side of the matchup or get yourself in.
Well, we are ready for our lineups on the stage. As you do see, it's going to be Team WE first. Got View, Shanks, Stay, and Kadaya. I know you're.
I'm excited
you're-
for this WE roster. I'm excited.
You're hoping for
it, like-
Rakan, though. That's what you're hoping for.
Yeah, look, you know what? It is slightly ironic that it's the Rakan that I'm charmed by, but still, I think that this is just such a good pick. And honestly, I think for WE as a whole, right? We said it in our opening. I think that this team has a lot more than just the 0-3 scoreline. I actually do think that LNG really need to come out on all guns blazing, or they will run the risk of WE, turning around some of these dives that they try to go for. It gives them the advantage of the early skirmishes. And WE is a team that can very quickly take these leads and snowball, especially for LNG as a team who likes to try and find picks in the mid game, usually because they're operating around this like 1-4, 1-3-1 system. That's really hard to do against WE. WE like to move as this kind of like unit en masse in the mid game. So a lot of the issues that you have is that trying to pick these guys is not really working. The best bet against WE is to try and play the map, and that's what LNG are going to have to try.
And as you see, LNG speaking about, they do take to the stage a la Tarzan, doing the Light and Lumao, the starting players for today. And both these lineups, they might look calm right now, getting into their chairs, but as soon as Summoner's Rift loads up, you know that is not going to be the case. And it's going to definitely be a fun one. Also, I know this has nothing to do with the gameplay points, but can I just say the decorations and stuff on the stadiums are so cool? This is something little for me, but I love it.
Yeah, I mean, for Chinese New Year, they go all out. Like, it looks so sick. I mean, even our own graphics have been kind of cool.
I know!
So, like, yeah. It's always a fun time in the LPL for Chinese New Year. But I will say, I think coming back into the game, the biggest thing now looking for LNG is what is going to be our featured match. What do we see picked up for Doom? Because we've seen him go towards the Renekton's, we've seen him on things like the Twisted Fates. He's had like a pretty wide variety of picks that he's gone towards. And even just for my own sake, I'm curious to see if we end up picking up some of these like 12.1 specials, because we've seen like that Chemtech Akali, that's our Chemtank, sorry, Akali, that we've seen over in the LEC. Haven't really seen it come across here. I don't know if we're actually going to see it, just because I know from previous times in the LPL, a lot of the players aren't really willing to give times to these builds that are just going to be gone, right? It's already been nerfed to 12.2. And also, like, teams in general and players are like, hey, look, I want to be a master at this before I bring it out on the stage. I'm not going to come in with like just a little bit of practice. So they're much more nervous of their own skill level coming into LPL, especially just because there's so many skirmishes, there's so many teams that are trying to outplay. If you don't know exactly what your damage output is or what you're capable of the champion, they're just not going to feel comfortable. So I think it's something that we might have to leave a little while, but I'm hoping we get to see it just because it's really strong, but I'm also kind of hoping we don't because of how ridiculous that build is.
It is. I'm not even going to comment on it for how sad it makes me, because that build is kind of cracked, but it definitely, it would be interesting to see today. We'll see if we do get that in those priorities, but more so, I like what you were kind of hitting on earlier, and for LNG, right? Like, finding those things that are going to unlock Doinby to get into those side lanes, to really get the machine running for LNG in the success that they found in the past.
And I mean, look, a lot of that playstyle that we've seen coming through from LNG has operated around, hey, we're going to stick Doinby in the side lane, right? Victor can do reasonably well there. We've seen him play in 3 games. We've got him on the Rise, the Renektons, the Twisted Fates. He likes to play off in the side lane, and oftentimes it's paired with Allah being on some of these big split pushers, right? Like, I mean, Allah's entire champion pool thus far has been the Jax, the Jace, Irelia, Fiora, Gwen, things that all want to just go like, all right, lads, I'll see you later. I'm going to pop off over to the side lane, and I'll catch you after the game when we get dinner. You know, like, that's kind of the way that this is operated for LNG, and it's been a mixed bag. So I'm curious to see if this is still the LNG playstyle coming in, because it's been slowly but surely getting better. As we said, the series against IG, LNG looking a lot cleaner, and I think people that were hoping for this team to succeed will be pointing at that series and going, look, this is what this star-studded lineup is capable.
And I love that we hit on a lot of the big points for LNG, but on the other side for Team WE, we are looking for some of those comfort picks to come out for this squad, right? I know we've already talked it into the ground, but the Rakan for Kadaya, the Zenzal for View, being able to find those early proactivity, the proactive picks rather, not early, is what I want to see from them, especially early on in the draft phase.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty important for Team WE just to get themselves up and running, like having things that can try and roam from the bot lane, setting up Kadaya for success, and even making sure the stay is kind of set up, because a lot of the times we'll see him on things like the Aphelios, the Jinx. He still wants to play these like kind of hyper skaters and carrying the team fights. So I'll be keeping my eye on towards that, but it certainly feels like WE have more of a set identity, right? Where it's like, hey, we're going to go for some sort of tank in the top lane with Gragas, the Scions being played, and let's see then if we can set up for these big team fights where we can fight.
Well, Dagda, we have finally made it to pick and ban for the first game of the second day of the Super Weekend. We got LNG on the blue side, Talon, Rakan, and Corki banned away. Team WE on the red side banned away the Caitlyn, the Renekton, and the Lee Sin.
Hey, but there's that jungle priority we were talking about, right? Getting the good side of the matchup for Tarzan. Xingqiu, which is kind of the strongest champion in the jungle at the moment, that ult doing so much work in team fights. So I have to see if that's going to be able to come to fruition for Tarzan and what View wants to try and go against it. We've seen things like the Trundle in the past, but certainly not something that we've seen a huge amount from View. He's kind of opted more in towards things like the Viego and stuff when we've seen him paired into the Xingqiu matchup.
I will say this feels like uncharted territory for me. Every series I've gotten to cast so far has been so focused around the bot lane, the three major ADC picks. Only one of them banned away this time around in the Caitlyn. The picks for Team WE, at least the first one, will be that high priority Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx is going to do really well. The big question is what they want to pair with, right? We've seen the Thresh a huge amount at the time, but it's not actually been picked up by WE so far. It was paired with the Lulu last time, and looks like LNG going to take that away. So Light may just opt in towards the Aphelios here, which is what we're going to get, right? We're not going to have a huge amount of backline pressure. And I think for WE, I'm not 100% sure what they want to go towards here. Maybe you just take the Leona. You're like, hey, look, we can set up for some big engages. I know you don't always have the best time against the Thresh because of the Flay, but Glacial Augment has kind of improved that matchup a little bit. And you can have that big engage tool then from your bot side.
And the Viego also stands out for me for Team WE. It fits right into that style we were wanting for View, right? The aggressive early game jungling path, like trying to be aggressive, trying to be a thorn in the side of LNG and Tarzan. As the third pick for Team WE, gonna be that Lulu Dagda.
I mean, pairs well with the Jinx, right? It just means you've got to be a little bit more safe in lane. WE, though, I imagine are going to start banning mid lane champions here. We saw them hover the Twisted Fate. They weren't really sure if they wanted to get that across to Doomby. It's been a favorite of his for quite a while, but we'll have to see if that's what they decide to go towards. LNG on the opposite side, it feels like going towards some of these limited champions for BB is going to be your best bet, right? We have already talked about WE wanting to set it for big team fights, so getting rid of things like the Gwen that can kind of play that front line, I think would be really good against BB, but also having things like the Gragas, the Renekton that's still available, these kind of things that BB's just found comfort on in 2022.
And Team WE banning away that Kennen. Definitely don't want any more AoE added to LNG's pot over there, because that gets a little scarier once you start adding all those things to focus on. So I do like that for Team WE, but on the other side, it is the Jace ban by LNG.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like for WE, you need engage, right? So the Ken kind of fitting into that comp. It's kind of awkward here on WE side, right? Because unless you go towards something like the Twisted Fate and kind of use Shanks as your engage tool, the Lulu isn't going to provide much. Viego's not going to really do too much either. So you're definitely relying on Bubu or Shanks to provide that engage. So I'm curious to see what they decide to go with. For LNG side, you're all pretty good, right? I mean, Tarzan can set you up reasonably well. You've got the Thresh there that can provide that both peel and engage scenario. And I honestly think for WE, you end up leaving the counter pick for Bubu here. Because just Ala, you know he's going to go towards some sort of split push oriented champion. So having yourself a good matchup is going to be super important.
We do see the Sylas as the final ban for Team WE. It was the LeBlanc joining the Jace for LNG.
Okay, so with the LeBlanc band, I mean, you can just go towards the Twisted Fate here. It feels like You've got the opportunity to take that nice and easy in the mid lane, not too much that you can go get. Even the Silas ban from WE kind of showing that, hey, look, we don't want something that can follow. Doomby, though, can always go towards something like the Rise or the Galio to match that. It's actually just going to be Rise straight off the bat. So keep the Twisted Fate pushed in, stop him from being able to move. And here's that Gwen pick that we were talking about for Ala. Works out really well in his side lane, but also one of the most obnoxious front lines that I think we have in the current meta, that Gwen and the Xin Zhao, because all they do is stand in the front, go invincible, and you're like, cool, we're hitting your front line, and none of you are hitting our front line. It's really obnoxious to deal with, but Bew looks like he's going to be unlocked a little bit in this game. Going to give him the counter pick here of the Jax, or at least set up for that split push. So at least now you've got a strong 1-3-1 for WE, which is a little bit different from the compositions that we've seen of them in times past, but certainly something that I think can do really well against what LNG are hoping to achieve.
And for me, it's looking at what we were talking about before for LNG, right? Getting Doomby something that works in the side lane, something that can be that mobile mid. And they got exactly what they wanted to. And I'm just saying this is kind of a meme point, but the power of circles, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it can help out. I think for LNG side here, right, you've got options if you want to try and play out through the 1-3-1. I think your team fighting is slightly stronger than WE side, and honestly I think the 1-3-1 is going to be difficult for LNG to operate on, just because they lose out so hard on that mid push, with Jinx being able to shove in really effectively against the Aphelios and being able to move towards side lane. So certainly feels like we've kind of got lines drawn in the sand as to where both these teams want to set themselves.
We get the Jax for Bew up there. I think that's going to be a key point to this game, especially going against the Gwyn, who we all know in later game. It's pretty spooky, but the spotlights are on, and they're definitely focused on this jungle matchup early. Where do we see that really pathing for both Tarzan and Bew? How aggressive or unique do they get with those pathings? And when do we start getting the party started?
I think a lot of it for me on LNG's side is going to be the mid jungle, right? Xin Zhao and the Rise are just incredibly strong, but also the fact you've got full push against this Twisted Fate means that Doomby can get out and roll. So I think a lot of this is going to be Tarzan and Doomby linking up, moving up towards that top side to set up Ala, facilitating the pressure in the bottom lane, because one of the big things for Aphelios is that he gets shoved in early against the Jinx, and the ability for Jinx to take those tower plates can work out really well. So I think trying to control these side lanes is going to be a lot of what Tarzan and Doomby are hoping to achieve. Whereas on the opposite side, honestly, I think you're just waiting until 6. I think you're waiting until you get this Twisted Fate active and out on the map. Maybe you can have Kadaya look for some roams early mid just to set up Shanks for success on like proper resets and stuff, but I think it'll be a bit of a slower pace for WE.
If that does remain true, I am absolutely flabbergasted by that skybox. That was beautiful. Definitely doing it up here for the Spring Festival for sure, and hoping both these teams will do so as well. Get some fireworks. I'm hoping early, because that means I just get to yell at video games more. But it is going to be the little bit of vision game coming down here for Team WE early, and I think that's super important when we put so much focus on this jungle matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of it is going to be a case of like, hey, look, how far forward can Xing and Kadaya play? And actually, something we didn't hit on is Xing starting today over Stay. So we're going to have to see exactly how Xing is going to be able to do. Coming across, he was Young Miracle's bot laner who won the LDL in spring 2021. And has been very aggressive on champions in that bottom lane as well. Has really appreciated like things like the Kaisa, the Samiras over in the LDL. So Jinx a little bit of a different style for him, but I'm excited to see what he can achieve.
Yeah, and especially having Kadaya there on the Lulu is going to help out a lot. A lot of stability, a lot of safety with those two picks towards the bottom lane. But we did get the opposite side starts for both these junglers as we get the top lane skirmishing continuing, as is tradition in the LPL.
I mean, level 2 going to be hit for ally, but Bew, yeah, just Triton as soon as his counter strike is up, it kind of nullifies a lot of the early strength for Gwen with the snip on the scissors, but should be totally fine. Junglers, as I said, pathing to opposite sides, so I feel like for Xing and Kadaya, this is going to neutralize a lot of your early lane push, because you do have to be very careful about Tarzan coming down for potential level 3 or something, but he should be spot on the ward here, which means you know you've got at least the ability to crash this wave for Xing.
As it is looking like Bew for that little bit more of an aggressive pattern. Some teams coming up towards top side, but A full clear, looking like it for Tarzan this time around, the king of the jungle. Ale getting engaged on Tully. Might just go down to the solo kill, but the flash and View secures first blood.
Really nice job from WE there. Just like, hey, Ale doesn't have the flash, so as long as Bubu's able to land the counter strike, you're just done and dusted. And Ale unfortunately put that wave in a bad spot, managed to shoot forward, but wasn't able to crash it. So you either had to try and stand up to push that wave and make sure that you could actually get the reset, or risk dying, and unfortunately it was the latter, and the kill goes the way of.
And this just feels really good for View as the Viego, but as the player himself, you know, being that aggressive style jungler, having that confidence fill you up a little bit more early on. I do appreciate that, but Tarzan's still waiting to get really involved. See a lot of vision gain going down towards the bot side, but the wave states a little bit of priority down here that Tarzan can't take advantage of.
No, it's just a case of Shing and Kadaya playing safe, right? They got that wave crash, which is what they're looking for, so then they backed off and just like, hey, look, we know that as long as we don't have the cross map happen here, we're up on the map. You a little bit behind when it comes towards just the ability to clear, right? Because he did go for that top side. He still has his red buff up. So honestly, this actually looks like View with his path team, right? He's just going to go straight back top side, and then maybe look for the top lane gank. But actually pathing to this bot lane, so I'm surprised he didn't do that red buff before resetting here.
Yeah, very interesting. We'll see how that kind of plays out. I guess the story around that, but we're getting both junglers down towards the spot side where priority has been constant for LNG, at least the last minute or so. We might get our first jungle skirmishing, and this is really the key highlight I wanted to see is that unique aggressive pathing, the invades coming through, and Tarzan does just that. He has been spotted out here at least, and View connects the stun as well. Dark Passage helping Tarzan get out. Doinby over there, but the damage is huge. Kadaya burning down. Kadaya goes down, and LNG are moving forward now. I don't think they can follow it up any longer, but you do have Shing putting in some damage on the side. Ala against Bubu under tower. Ala doesn't die, but Bubu might be able to finish off the kill here. Nobody's coming to save anybody up here, so it's going to be a 1v1. Ala, is it? Oh no, Shanks was trying to get up here quick enough, but I don't know if he can. Bubu's trying to get around the corner, and Ala gets executed.
Yeah, nice job from Ale to get the execute. I saw with the Time Warp Tonic, the extra move speed might have allowed Jax to close the distance, but not quite able to get there. But unfortunate happenings for WE, right? I was kind of curious as to why View hadn't cleared his red. It was because he'd read, hey, we're going to have LNG with mid push. They can always look for the spot lane dive, but unfortunately, it means that it only ends up giving across the kill to die with the false hook. But we get this replay in the top side. I mean, it's kind of just Ally looking for the dive. Bubu has the Time Warp Tonic, so he gets a bunch out back.
Able to sneak his way out in the end, but definitely wants to get back in the lane as soon as possible. And something, you know, as we're cresting time here, 6 minutes in or so, I do want to see what this neutral objective focus is going to look like. We've got Rift Herald coming up in a couple minutes. We have a lot of bodies up towards this side to make something happen before then. They're looking for the dive. They've got the Destiny popped, and it's on to Tarzan, who has to burn his flash.
I mean, nice job to get away from that, but WE may not be out of the woods.
They might not. Shank's trying to get away, has the yellow card available, but now Bubu's in some trouble. They do get some backup, and now the damage can turn around. Both teams licking their wounds and walking away.
Nice roam from Kadaya, though. Just off of reset being there, making sure that was all going to be set. So WE not able to gain much, but Light does have the Crescendum down in this bot lane, so can actually get a decent amount of turret damage here and should be able to pick this up. Unfortunately, Shing not able to stay in this bottom lane because always at risk from the dive from Light and Luke.
Here's like trying to get as many tower plates as he can with those chakrams. Get the one, almost the two. That's not going to stay for all that juicy gold. We continue to push in this lane while we get both junglers up towards the top side. And especially, you know, Tarzan going for some vision game up there, but I love the hover around mid lane, right? We were talking about Doinby versus Shanks, talking about how these trios are going to be super important. And so far, no fireworks in mid lane, but some steady grinding, it feels like, in Doinby up 1-0.
I will say, I've been really impressed, though, with the way the junglers have been able to react to every play. We saw View forgoing Red Bull to get down bot to prevent the play from Doomby as he was able to move in bot. Now, unfortunately, Kadai went across and he just went that little bit too far, but you reading the map well. We then get the opposite side of the coin where Tarzan reading the play from Shanks in the wrong top to make sure that he was in position and nothing ends up going across top side. So both junglers doing a really good job of tracking the opposition. We got the
They're going to fight for this. They are actually going to fight for this. The dragon goes to Tarzan. They're in the pit. Here comes the Moonlight Vigil. We'll see if the damage is enough. He's got red, white, and they're doing some serious damage. Shanks is already down. That's a second to fall, and LNG pretty much just took everything. They took the blue side, they took the dragon, and they took their lives.
And they're maybe going to get few. The burn not going to be enough with that pop. But that is not the fight that you want from WE. Not in a position to follow up on that. The dragon was already down. Tarzan just far stronger at the moment. Same when you look towards Doomby and his ability to churn out that damage. And unfortunately for WE, it just ends up being a bait for them. You end up with Light picking up a kill now. You've got Tarzan who's got one for himself as well. Rise already had one from that top lane play as well. And these early skirmishes, heavily LNG favored.
Absolutely are, and that's sticking to the game plan for LNG. And as soon as they start feeling unlocked, as soon as they choose the strategy they want to take, if they just want to take the 5v5 fights, or if they want to try to get this split push down, that's going to be a big turning point for the team. But now Team WE reeling a little bit from the early plays not going their way.
And I mean, look, there's no real like 4v3 or anything in this fight, because by the time everyone shows up, LNG are already in position. Light's moved up, and Light gets a massive Moonlight Vigil off onto 3 people. You've got more damage coming up from Tarzan, who's just far stronger than the Diego at this point in time. And even with the Lulu there to try and help things out, it's just such an uneven fight where they're able to burst out the core members of WE. And now, we still got to look at WE's top side, because as he's looking, UV training well, but the CS is not good for him in this department. And with LNG doing a good job of shutting down these plays top side, UV hasn't been able to gain control as early as he would have liked in this top lane match. That will outscale the Gwen and be able to go well against her, but certainly would have liked some help to just bypass this football.
And if we're looking right now, we're getting a lot of ping from Team WE onto the Rift Herald pit, just trying to see if this objective is something they could be going for. But the map is playing out beautifully for LNG. They had such control over the bot side of the map. Now they can easily transition everybody, at least everybody but Light, towards this top side, towards this objective fight if they want to. Blue Mal extended a little bit here, just trying to spot some stuff out, but it looks like it's not going to be a commit from LNG. They're going to give this first Rift Herald over to Team WE.
Yet. LNG are still making their way here.
Like, you see all the bodies coming, you're like, they're gonna fight for this, right? And they do. This is a split fight, though. Tarzan gets the engage on the side, and now the damage from the... Oh my god, there's no way. That's 200 years for you right there. And LNG are running away with these fights, Dagda. It's insane. You think that Team WE have something in the tank, and LNG turn it around every time.
I mean, I don't know. You think that WE would have learned their lesson from the last fight, right? Dragon doesn't go their direction. They're like, hey, you know what? Let's run it back. But this time, let's include our top laner who's further behind them, the enemy top laner. And this is the result, right? You've already got the Gale Force completed for Light, so he's in a really good spot. And although it's a nice idea for the separation here, it means Tarzan gets access directly onto Xing. Xing is taken out of the fight. And you get this great setup for Ali and for Tarzan as well, who that front line we were talking about, right? That can go invincible. Becomes really obnoxious for someone like Xing to deal with. So he's out of the equation. You don't really have the damage on Pew yet. Pew is in the same position, whereas Light is just churning out damage alongside Doom.
I didn't know that we had a melee Aphelios skin. I'm loving it, man. These point-blank Moonlight Vigils have been amazing. This is what I'm living for over here. But yeah, Light has been performing so well on the Aphelios, and it just fits the rest of the composition. As you said, it's just kind of working to a T for LNG, and we saw it from the draft. It was very clear the style they were kind of going for.
Yeah, and we already, like, as you said, right, you're going to have the stronger team fight from LNG in a lot of situations, and especially for WE, they wanted to operate off maybe looking for picks at the start of this as well, like setting up Shanks to go, hey, look, if we can get this early Destiny, maybe we can find people in transition. But we've had one Destiny and it hasn't really worked out thus far to that top side. As Shang trying to stop the reset, but not going to do so. But I gotta say, like, I want to see Shanks now getting out onto the map, seeing if they can right the wrongs that have happened thus far, but it is going to be difficult, right? You have no control over the mid lane because Doomby's able to continuously shove in, but if you can try and work with View here as the Rift Herald, maybe you can shove out this mid wave, Destiny up towards top side, and look for some sort of dive alongside the Rift Herald.
And I feel like that's definitely the play here for Team WWE, not looking at the bot side of the map just yet. Oh no! Tarzan gets put over the wall, but it doesn't matter. Team WE are on the retreat here. LNG show up in force on top side. They're even staying here. They're pigging as well. They are feeling the aggression right now. They want to continue to do so, but I feel like that might be a treacherous call there if you do.
And you can see the power of this Rise pick against the Twisted Fate, right? Able to shove in super effectively, but also follow the roams. It works out really well. And unfortunately, though, Doomby missed positioning. It means that not only does Tarzan get stuck, Doomby got stuck as well. He had to flash over the wall as he's burned. So, a bit unfortunate for LNG, but they do at least stop the play for the moment. And it means that Shanks is going to have a bit more of a difficult time in operating alongside this play top. But still, WE going to hard force this play onto Ala and get that goal.
You got Tarzan coming this way, though, just in case Team WE overcommit. There's the charge off and the gold given to Team WE.
And Tarzan backs away, but Light is actually being able to respond to this in the bot side. Kadaya and Xing being forced back as Kadaya started to roam mid. So honestly, LNG kind of trading blows thus far, and you still got Light, who's going to be absolutely monstrous. So I think the big point for LNG here is start to focus on towards these dragons. Get yourself in a position where you can start these fights.
Guy with some fancy feet here needs to watch out for the prison. Does get locked down, and there comes the damage to follow it up. Wild growth ain't gonna save you today, Kadaya.
No flash available, and Kadaya caught out in river. No support coming through. Whereas LNG, they're all here to make sure that they can set up for this dragon. So nicely done from LNG. And this is what we want to see from LNG, right? A clean early game. Tarzan setting up plays, but also tracking View really well, being at the right place at the right time to make sure that there's no funny business happening for Ala and shutting down the WE wing cons. Doomby been able to support that endeavor super well. And Light and Lumao have just been able to take over on this bottom side. Every time they've seen a dragon come up, it's Lumao first off the bat to make sure he's roaming to the right spot. So certainly for teams and for players that are looking at LNG kind of going, hey, what are we expecting from this team? This is what a lot of people are hoping for at the start of the year. Is we'll get into the replay here. Lumao doesn't land the hook, but Kadaya way out of position at this stage. There's just very little he can do. Doomby gets the room prison and just sets it up.
There's really no getting out of there. Everybody else just kind of has to watch as that goes down. But the thing that stands out for me, right, is LNG had a clear game plan coming in. They're executing on it. But it's not just that, right? It's the shutdown of what Team WE wants to do. It's the fact that View was able to get a little bit of something early, but unable to do anything with it. You still don't have a kill for a lot of your major carries, and it just seems like the passive leads that LNG have been getting with these CS differentials, with the objective control, it's just pushing them over the edge.
And as LNG start to siege onto this top lane turret, there's not much WE can do, but I just want to follow up on that. Like, it feels like for WE, you're missing a lot of the big things that make them Kadaya being that engage tool has been one of their thought out points. That's why we really like him on the Rakan. He sets up for these skirmishes as well, but when Kadaya isn't really able to do that, View isn't on something like the Jin Zhao that can do that. You can see that the pieces aren't really coming together in team fights. It's looking a lot more disjointed. Shanks, their high DPS carry that we've been talking about, right? Like 31% of the team's damage. On a Twisted Fate, much more of a utility focus, not really going to be turning it out. So it does feel like a lot of what we've seen from WE prior isn't being fulfilled by this draft. And we even called it out saying, hey, they like to go for team fights, more skirmishes. But again, that's not what we're seeing. And it feels like now LNG have the run of the ball. Top lane tower goes down. Rift Herald coming through. That can easily go in to open up this mid lane, and you've already got that bot lane exposed as well. So for LNG, this is just a clean carry through into the mid game. That's making it very difficult for WE to find the opportunity to scale with the Jinx, or to even get control of side lanes to operate this one through.
And it's starting to back yourself into a corner, right? Especially with all these objective control going down, you're going to have to rely more on View and more and more and more to try to steal these objectives away, to try to get something going for the team. As we do see the siege continuing. UNB in some trouble. Fakes about, he just broke their ankles live on stream. I don't care if he dies here. That was pretty funny. He does go down, will not be able to get shanks in return, but the siege continues in mid lane for LNG as the second charge goes off and the second tower goes down.
I mean,
Wait,
looking at
what?
mini top side.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to see what. Yeah, Tarzan Ally moving up to the top side, but UB's
I
here.
don't know if Allah can get out of this one. Who are they going to go for? They look for Tarzan, but they go back onto Allah. He does have a lot. Yeah, but a Mega Death Rocket just goes straight through him. He's still not dead. He finally dies, but now the overcommitment might just doom him. Tarzan hasn't died just yet. Shing can't get into the fight, and there's a wipe. The only one left is Shing.
Rampage.
And there's nothing that Shin can do here. WE have fallen apart. LNG moving around the map so much better. And I mean, we only got it in the little picture-in-picture, but the quick pick into the follow-up damage. Now LNG can reset. Can't even go for a Baron because it's only 18.5 minutes into the game, but already WE looking stuck in their base.
This is a very tall task for Team WWE to get out of. Not even a Baron on the table for LNG, but we'll get a replay of that fight. Starting off with UNB breaking ankle. Only for a short time.
And I mean, really nicely done. Forces the flash out from Shanks, but look at your mini-map, right? Although that Riptide gets placed in towards mid, you've already got the top and jungle of LNG roaming up, and Tarzan flashes perfectly over with the wind becomes lightning. And this is where we're talking about, right? This obnoxious front line. Like, watch Allah here, how long he's surprised, right? He ends up with the healing coming off from the ult, and he's just, look, Shing can't get any damage down. He's been zoned off by Luma and Light, who've joined the picture. You're not getting any sort of long-range DPS onto either, so Allah just survived forever. It means that LNG are able to get the damage they want down. What is going on?
It doesn't
Every
stop.
time we come back from a replay, there's more damage
Welcome to the LPL deck. I don't know if you've been here for very long. Just joking. It is incredible.
It's been
what
70
LNG
years, Mr.
It's been 70 years. It's incredible what LNG is able to do. They just don't stop. We aren't even past 20 minutes yet.
I mean, LNG, welcome. That's all I gotta say. Welcome
They're
to the
literally
LPL.
almost on
I mean,
perfect
at this
timing for
stage.
Dragon.
Yeah, and the
insane.
thing is, right, like, this is the LNG that people are hoping for, right? And I gotta say, like, I've been the biggest critic of Lumao because, look, I love my boy Iwandi, but I gotta say, in this game, Lumao's been pretty good, right? He's been roaming where he needs to, he's been setting up well, and mostly linked to Light in that bot lane, but not getting caught out in rotations, not being lazy with his party. This is what we expected from Lumao back in
Other card in, but is Luma connected? That's in it. Might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew, but there goes the Moonlight Vigil. Not enough to get any kills, but backs Team WE off of their own tower.
I mean, Light when he gets a lead is terrible. This is one of my favorite AD carries to watch when he actually does get an early lead, because we've seen him, like, even when he joined the league back on picks like the Tristana, right, where he got a ton of attention, he just popped the hell off. We got to see him on the Caitlyn in their last series having these big leads, and we're getting it again. He really likes to play aggressive, and he's no problem just flying out abilities. Even if he doesn't kill you, he'll just set you so low that it's like, cool, what do? You have no opportunity now to try and play against me, because the second you walk up, you're dead. So back it up, we're going to go take the tower.
Something that just stood out to me, maybe you could dissect it a little bit more, but I have loved with this build for doing me. Right, we get the tank and call it build. Well, hey, let's introduce the Rise tank build with the Everfrost, Thimble Winter, Frozen Heart.
It's disgusting. I like this
It
build
really
breaks
is,
me.
dude.
So,
oh my god.
obviously, the main reason that we're seeing this build is because Rise Scale's off mana, right? So, the Thimble Winter tier item gives you a whole ton of mana, but actually makes it really tanky because you get a ton of health as well. And Frozen Heart, a ton of mana too, but you get the tank stats coming through, and Everfrost as well has a good amount of health built into it too. So you end up being surprisingly tanky. You're turning out spells, you've got a bunch of CC. It's impossible to deal with.
It absolutely is. And what else is it possible to deal with is LNG at this point. They're just aggressively keeping to try to engage fight, force Team WE into an engage, or force them onto an objective here. And as you know, we were talking about the items for doing B, but the thing that stood out to me there is, you know, they're already on 3 items for these carries, and that's so hard for Team WE to be able to fight into at all.
It's insane. The 3 item spike at this stage is nuts. Infinity Edge even completed for the fellows. It's insane. Baron gone. WE can't get in, and now the chase is on.
We need some chase music going on here. Yellow card does connect as well as Doomby frozen up a little bit, but Ala on the flag just walking his way in with a pair of scissors saying, hey, did you need a haircut today? Because I'm going to go ahead and give you one. Needlework's going to seal the deal, and Ala gets Shanks.
A really nice job from Ala, right? Just picking him off. Bew is kind of just going, right, lads, you're on your own. I'm going to go see what I can achieve in this bot side. And I don't blame him, right? Like, WE were never going to be able to fight for that Baron. And now LNG, though, they're able to siege up in the mid. Doomby's going to maybe stop the recall coming through from Bew. And maybe we just see LNG looking for the end.
Objective bounty achieved for Team WE. All right, Dagda, we got a little something for the squad, but yeah, it's a flash forward from Lumel. Fate is pretty much sealed, even though there's no Yone in the fight. The first Nexus Tower falls, and LNG are surging. Oh my God, that Moonlight Vigil! Every time I see it, does not matter. It is always impressive, as is LNG, as they take game number 1. Slowly but surely, they wanted some blood there, but 15-4, they claim game 1.
I mean, that was disgusting. That was complete control from start to finish. And large portion of that coming from Tarzan, right? Talking about his early path and being able to move down towards the bottom side, keeping the pressure on towards Xing and Kadaya. And then also being in position to try and shut down a lot of what WWE were trying to do with Rome's coming through Shanks. And honestly, I think Tarzan really dictated a lot of the early game. And then you come in towards the mid game, and you got Doombies having phenomenal roams off. They're getting control of the map, and I mean, so quickly they were just bursting down these towers and outplaying W in the map. It's what we said you kind of need to do against WEs, especially in the mid game, because they do tend to clump up and kind of move with this unit. But when you've got like Doombies able to play side lanes really well, and they're able to find picks and kind of push back WE from being able to get vision control, it worked out perfect.
I just think it's so telling, right? Because when we were coming into this, we were saying you're both teams, early proactive junglers, wanting to get the aggression down. But that also sets us up for, you know, if they're going for semi the same thing, if one of them gets ahead, they're going to run away with it. And I feel like we just kind of got that this time around in favor of Tarzan. But it was also the rest of the team, right? You look at those damage numbers, you look at Light, all of those, the melee Moonlight Vigils that we saw, the amount of the damage he was able to put down, it was second to none in this game.
Yeah. And a large portion of that was because we saw, you know, WE in the early stages moving Xing and Kadaya to try and fight fights that they couldn't win. We got at the Dragon, we got at the Rift Herald, and even when we had those rotations, say like Xing trying to cover Shanks, as Shanks was destining on towards like a top lane play, Xing would move mid to cover the wave, but it just meant that Light got 4 or 5 turret plates in the bot side and he's popped off. So unfortunately for WE, it just felt like they were on the back foot for a large portion of this and didn't really know how to keep pace with LNG. But that's one of the big strengths of really strong players and a team that can play the map that well, is that if you aren't able to keep step with them, you're going to fall behind so damn fast.
Some professional athletes running track and you're just an average Joe coming in fields. But the priority on Zinzao has to go up for Team WE. Either ban it or take it. I want to see it. We are going to take a little break here as we do get ready for game number 2. So don't you go anywhere. To thrive in the LPL, teams must find a true leader. Someone who will not falter in the face of adversity. Someone who has seen the hardships and fought through them all. One who will stop at nothing to achieve every victory. A player's ceiling is always attributed to their age. But I'm telling you right now, age is only a number, and it's one that does not define V5's rookie. Measly barriers like that will not hold him back.
这位选手的话，就他风格也偏就是打法比较进攻型的选手嘛。因为我跟他对战好几次，我每次赢的时候都是我中路有线权的时候就比较好赢。
Blast themselves into this game. You in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jump forward and finish the double kill. And I sure hope so he would win. And boy is she the triple for Rookie as he gives us a masterclass.
2021 was not a year of victory for Victory 5, but this year, some of the greatest LPL puzzle pieces have come together to ensure that will not be the case again. The deadly duo of Rookie and Karsa was a huge addition in the offseason, and they are here to make their mark for V5.
Stay here, damage across the team. Carson needs to
Two
look for the
smites.
steal. Does
Double
not have
smite.
his flash available. Double smite available, you're right. He has one as well, and Carson gets it. Rookie with a kill. Pew chased down as well. There's no way he can escape.
Former brothers now cross swords. Jackie Love must arm himself to the teeth and prepare to take down once fond friends. And there will be no backing down this time. When pride is on the line, there can only be one winner.
Sets up a beautiful package. Knight going gold, but Triumph's on the wing. It's a choke, and top esports have to get out of here. Zoom coming in is dicey, but Jackie Love's still alive. Zetas jumping for him, flashes away, matches with the counter-strike. A quick QSS. Zetas actually dying though. Zetas is dead. It's a triple kill.
Although a bright star, Jackie Love is never alone. You can always trust his knight in shining armor to help him in battles to come.
It's Knight Silas, Chain Lash, Kingslayer. 1v2 me, bro, I dare ya.
On one hand, you got Jackie Love and Knight, two of the deadliest carries in all of the LPL. On the other, you have Karsa and Rookie. Brilliant minds come together to potentially form one of the scariest mid-jungle duos of all time. The lights are on and pressure is high. Only one team will stand victorious. So let go of the past and take hold of the present. Top Esports versus Victory 5.
苏北勾勒出情话，被风弄断的寒，认真描绘的牡丹，一如你初妆，冉冉檀香渡过窗，心事我了然，宣纸上走笔只此各一半，釉色渲染是旅途，韵味被私藏，和你嫣然的一笑如含苞待放，你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。天际在等你，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，热江千万里，在平地树根地方前朝的飘逸，就当我为你遇见你伏笔。天青色等你，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，云开了结局。不诚实的情话，字字哭字美丽，你眼的笑意。色白花青的锦衣，跃然于万地，临摹松铁落款时，却点滴着你。你隐藏在窑烧里千年的秘密，细细你犹如绣花针落地，天外芭蕉惹骤雨，魂欢惹铜绿。我路过那江南小镇的等你，在泼墨山水画里，你从墨色深处被隐去。天际在等你，而我在等你。 乱弹，变成描绘的牡丹，一如你阻挡，冉冉檀香渡过窗，心事我了然，宣纸上走笔只字各一半，釉色渲染是一途韵味被私藏，和你嫣然的一笑如含苞待放，你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。天际在等你，而我在等你，炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里，在遍地树根地方前朝的飘逸，就当我为你遇见你伏笔。天青色等你，而我在等你，月色被打捞起，云开了结局，如传世的情话，字字故自美丽，一眼的笑意。
下场打 LNG， 然后他们中单对密的话，就是实力肯定非常强的，然后就是感觉他打比赛会比他排位强很多很多，他就是很适合那种打比赛的人吧，就很厉害。会注意搬他一些英雄嘛，然后自己就是拿自己拿手的就可以。
好的，各位观众，欢迎收看2022英雄联盟职业联赛春季赛第二周。
Weekend. Look at the beauty that is that backdrop. I can always appreciate it. I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda once again, and we are neck deep into the first series of the night, LNG versus Team WE, where LNG dominated game number 1, and it's no surprise that Light is our MVP.
Yeah, Light gonna pick up what was a very dominant MVP score coming through. I mean, picks up the Aphelios, manages to get a ton of turret plates in the early stages, and manages to kind of just take over the game. So really nice job from Light to be able to set those up. And honestly, I think this is something that Light has started to kind of pick up for himself, is like being able to get these early leads and then become super dominant. And you can see it here, right? 35% of the team's damage, 6-0-3. The guy really had a pop-off performance with Lume on that pop.
He's giving Doembi a run for his money there. Doembi's gonna be like, wait, hold on. Let me get a carry performance in game number 2, okay? But no, it's very good to see Light Lumao being able to be proficient in that bot lane, really realizing the strengths of the team and playing around that, right? And still having the pop-off performance for himself. We focus so much on the top side of the map. What is Tarzan? What is Doembi doing? Are the side lanes looking good? But Light able to consistently carry through the entire game.
Yeah, and the big one was these team fights, right? We missed one over at the Dragon there in the highlights that I also think he did a phenomenal job in, but this one here at Rift Herald where he's able to get a ton of damage off as well, like he was so crucial in these early stages to just securing that big lead for LNG, and I think that's something that WE are going to have to try and figure out, right, coming into game number 2. Even though we saw Shanks talking in the opening saying, hey, look, we tried to ban as many of Doombi's proficient champions, you still missed out on the Rise, and I think that was kind of a big deal in helping to set up Light, right? Because Rise was having so much control over the map. He's moving topside, he's moving first, and it meant that in a lot of situations, Light either gets left alone with that bot lane terror, so he gets that big influx of gold, or you end up with these team fights where Doombi sets up first, and you're in a great spot then as LNG.
Now, can you really ban away Doembi's champion pool? That's a little bit of a question. I feel like it's going to be very hard to do, first of all. We'll see, though, if they can ban away some more.
Let me get out the list. Just like unfurls onto the ground and keeps rolling.
But it's, you know, it's nice to see they have a realization of where they need to focus on. But for me, that focus has to be back in the jungle and getting something for View that has that engage. Getting something for Kadaya that has that engage. Just having those tools.
Yeah, and I don't mind if it's like one or the other, right?
Yeah.
Like, either give the winning matchup to View, so he's on something like the Xinjiao, right? Or have Kadaya provide that engage to him. It felt like you were kind of lackluster because neither have it. View wasn't really able to provide it, so you're heavily reliant on Shanks, who isn't in the best of matchups to try and set up for that. So it ended up being a little bit messy for WE. So I think coming into game 2, as you say, like, try and prioritize the fact you can maybe look for something like the Xinjiao or ban it away, so you're not having these kind of big struggles. And I think even if you're in a matchup like the Thresh and that bot side, right, I still think opting in towards something like the Leona, still viable. one of the big things that we kind of touched on in kind of over the course of the week is the difference that Glacial Augment can make in that Thresh Leona matchup, because oftentimes if Thresh doesn't have his own Glacial Augment or is running the Aftershock, you can just chase down the Thresh with the Leona and you don't have the same struggles that we've kind of seen from the matchup previously. So certainly I think when you're coming into this, there's options there for WE to try and turn this around, and they really do need to, because LNG were so dominant game.
Yeah, I know Team W definitely be reeling after that one, but coming back into it, calming yourself, and getting back into the game mindset is huge. But also, something we talked about at the top of the day is Shanks as a main damage dealer for Team WE. On the TF, wasn't really able to do that, so that's another focus for me going into game number 2.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of that was the right pick here from Doomby, right? Like the Rise coming through, it's a phenomenal answer to the Twisted Fate. It makes it really difficult for TF to try and push out in the early stages, because you just don't really have any sort of push power against the Rise. And even then when you hit the level 6, you can see that the Rise is oftentimes able to follow you pretty quickly as well. So trying to set up for those dives is so hard to do. So I think coming into it, we'll definitely see a change of game plan. But with LNG still on the blue and the very same bands, it feels like Xin Zhao is going to be a pickup for LNG.
Yep, it is indeed. Instantly scooped up there as they get out of the banning phase. Interesting to see Team WE staying on that red side. But again, the Corki, the Rakan, Talon, normal bans for LNG so far. Same bans as well as the Lee Sin on the other side. We do get the instant lock-in of the deadly duo we saw last game, but on the other side of the table, where it is the Aphelios Thresh for Team WE.
Now, the big question here is, if you see the Jinx picked up here without any sort of heal support, maybe we just see a Jarvan come out here for view, and he's like, cool, let's just try and launch ourselves on towards the Jinx. Also gives the opportunity for Aphelios to catch up to a lot of fights, which is kind of what he struggles with, but we'll see what the plan is. Maybe View does just go back towards the Viego, which he's kind of traditionally liked into this matchup, because you could, when you get to the late game, you can trade reasonably effectively, and you still got like the big executes that you can set you up nicely.
They're gonna run it back on him, Dagna. They're gonna take their duo from last game and be like, yo, we'll show you how to execute this one. As Light and Lumao get the Jinx and Lulu combo. There's that Viego you were mentioning for View.
Yeah, I mean, look, WE, they're kind of opting into the opposite side of the matchup here with the Aphelios Thresh. I kind of would have gone for the Jinx Thresh, but I don't think it matters too much, right? Hyperscaler is still coming through. At least now you can have some engage coming through from Kadaya, and certainly the Aphelios can do a lot of work in these early stages as well if you're looking for early skirmishes. So I'm curious to see now if WE want to try and go that style. Banning away the TF here definitely feels like Shanks is probably going to go back towards one of those more lane-orientated champions that we've seen previous, or maybe just take the Rise for himself, right? Good push and see if he can still move first for some of these skirmishes.
Yeah, and again, that was something I really want to see out of this Team WE roster, is making sure they have comfort, but as well as things that will be that proactive style for them, that aggressive style we want to see them taking early on. That didn't work out for them last time. That LNG kind of ran away with in their own style. But the Jace, similar ban from game number 1 by LNG in the second phase. It's actually the Akali this time banned away by Team WE in their last ban.
Yeah, I mean, in my head, this probably sets up for something like a Syndra pick, right? Just kind of going, hey, look, we're going to take the strong lane bully, still has a good bit of range, nothing that can really go against it, and can work really well in like getting these long range stuns, or at least zoning off Light in these fights as well. So could be the option here, as the Gwen is going to be banned away from LNG, just not wanting to give that opportunity for the strong blind pick in the top, but I still think WE, you lead the counter pick for View.
Yep, and I would love to actually get to see this if they take the Rise away from doing B, and there you go. So a little bit of thieves on either side of the rip this time around, it feels.
Yeah, I mean, this time around though, I mean, a lot more difficult for LNG to follow, right? You don't have that same kind of option here, because the Twisted Fate is off the board unless you go for something like the Galio. It looks like LNG are going to go towards and take that alongside the Camille as well.
It's the power of circles.
Look, there's an old friend of mine that used to call these big circle comps, and I love them because they're very easy to operate, they're very easy to understand, they're just all about those big zone controls, and you've got great engage here with Ala and Doomby on the Galio, right? We need to play 1-3-1, great team fight setup, makes it really hard as well when you can like just lock someone down. So it looks like on WE's side, they're like, right, not great into the Camille matchup. The Gragas, you'll give her kind of a bit of a free lane for scaling, but certainly when you look towards team fights, this Gragas is going to be needed to buy space for the backline. Like, if someone gets locked up by this Camille, toss an explosive cask in there, get Xing out, leave the lantern there so you can try and survive. So for WE, a lot of kite back here on this composition, trying to buy space when they are looking at team fights. Whereas you look at LNG, opportunities to play 1-3-1, played through a strong team fight as well, and a ton of scaling coming through from the Jinx and the Curry.
Yeah, and again, another draft from LNG that's very defined in the way they want to play and very clear in what they're doing from minute one, it feels like. And on the other side, I have to give Team WE props. It feels like they're shoring up some of those things we wanted to see, right? Getting some of that engage, getting the peel there, but still having the damage profile you need, still having the possibility to answer those side lane pushes with the Rise, with Shanks actually having a damage dealer right now as instead of more that utility pick in the TF.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for WE that they still lose out in the mid jungle, right? Jin Zhao and Galio insanely strong, especially when you hit 6, right? Like the ability to get the knock up with the Jin Zhao to set up for the Galio with the heroic entrance, it's just a team. Also, the ability to play towards the top side of the map is just multiple 6 as well. So it really does feel for WE like they're going to be on the back foot once more, and that really does feel like it's LNG's company.
Well, here we go. Team WE still striving to try to get their first series win of the spring split. LNG looking to continue to go undefeated with a quick 2-0 of Team WE. Team WE backs against the wall here as we go into game number 2 of the night. It's LNG taking on Team WE.
And I'm excited to see if LNG can run it back, right? Last game, they did a great job of finding these quick picks that set them up for nice skirmishes that then continued on into a pretty snowbally victory. And it feels like LNG once more have the ability to do so, right? Predator on towards Doomby with this Galio. He can roam towards sides early and set it all up. You've got Ale who can work with Tarzan, Doomby who can work with Tarzan and play through skirmishes towards Rift Herald. Insanely strong top half of the map for LNG. Whereas for WE, right, like, where's your real pressure point? Bubu, you don't really want to play towards them. Shanks can roam, but in these early stages, but trying to get down and set up with Xing and Kadaya is going to be pretty tough against Light and Lumao, especially with the cleanse and the ability to just speed on up anyone who's lagging a little bit behind from Lumao.
Yeah, so again, we get a lot of the similar things we got in game number 1, right? The vision game early, trying to feel each other out a little bit, but the spotlight still always goes back to the Tarzan versus View matchup and where we see that early invade, where we see that early aggression that we got so much of, it felt like in game number 1. And we'll see how that works out as they are both pathing opposite ways yet again for this second game.
Like, Lumao should be able to get this shove in, especially since they know, right, View moving up towards the top side. Oh, nice hook from Kadaya just to get a little bit of early damage down, but the double range matchup here against the semi-ranged amalgamation that Thresh exists as will mean that LNG have shoved bot. So you can see here Tarzan, like, again, pathing from top to bot, should be able to get the Scuttle Crab for himself and maybe look to see if he can make some funny business happen on this bot side. But imagine you just ward on this bot side, reset, and we'll have to see exactly what way both these junglers decide to path post their first reset.
And can I also just say, just seeing Kadaya on the Thresh landing the first hook, right, that just feels good for him, being able to have that kind of presence in the lane, being able to have that presence in the team fights especially. We'll see how that works out for him as the game goes on, but the feelings are good right now, at least for Team WE, and the way they've set themselves up for game number 2.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to hear the right, but again, it's just hard to see where they try and have that inlet. Shanks is going to be the person that I'm keeping my eyes on, because although you have the stronger mid jungle for LNG, if you can force Doomby to stay in lane, that's where it's going to be the easiest to go for. But with double TPs for both solo laners and LNG, trying to look for dives early is going to be pretty difficult. And even you can see Shanks, right, burning through his mana as he shoves this in. He's not really going to be able to do too much before he resets.
You spotted out by the ward will not be able to go for that early game. Just going to turn to that Scuttle Crab. Find a very aggressive Tarzan here. Oh, wait! He just goes for the fight. The flashes are coming out of plenty here, but View gets away.
Yeah, but really nice bathing from Tarzan, right? Like, trying to see if he can catch him out. Now you get Ale just going for a bit of a aggressive trade with View, also burn his flash. So honestly, I think you're kind of okay here. Flash burnt on towards View. 2 for 1 on some of the spells, not great, but Tarzan will be able to move back down towards the bot side and keep himself in good shape.
And Tarzan really wanted that Scuttle Crab. I like it, like the whole narrative is like, oh, no, we don't need to fight over Scuttle Crabs. So Tarzan's like, nah, this is my jungle. I'm going for it. Didn't get it, though. So you getting winning out in the end, at least early in the jungle smiting.
And again, now you get the quicker reset coming through from View, right? He's back. He's moving over down towards the spot side of the map. Because Tarzan roamed back up, he's a little bit slow in his clear, right? Move top, now rotating back bot, which gives you a bit of a time here to see if you can make some funny business happen. Shanks even moving from this mid lane. You can see the cogs working for WE and trying to set up this bot side of the map, but Lumao and Light just playing safe for the moment.
Yeah, the reset came out from LNG. Nothing going to go over, but we do still see that aggressive warding from Team WE. Shanks trying to get a little bit of that warding deeper into the red side of LNG's jungle. But as we do get to see Tarzan redeploying onto the Rift, we'll see if maybe we get a little bit more of that focus towards mid lane, Tagda.
Yeah, it feels like you're kind of just playing defensive here for WE for the moment. I don't really see an opportunity for either side to make do of the dragon that's just spawned, right? Like, you don't really have full push for Xing and Kadaya. Light and Lumao just happy to farm up and play towards late. It really feels like we're waiting for the Rift Tower to spawn before we really have LNG. We'll have priority over that, the advantage in a topside skirmish to try and use that to shove in.
See Kadaya and View on the move here. There is a solo Light down towards bot lane and a lot of vision in this red side jungle here for Team WE. Lumao and Tarzan getting spotted out here, playing on the ward, not knowing it's there, and Lumao stepping up, but that's 3 members strong here. Here comes the heroic entrance, though, to get the triple knockup. Lumao gets out with a flash, and LNG, they just turned it around. How does this happen? View died.
I'm so shocked that Lumao managed to get out of there. Like, really nice ultimate coming through from Doomby, but again, just not enough damage, not enough position on WE to follow that up, and unfortunately, they're still trying to go against this early game Shenzhou, which is just doing so much more than Viego. Ends up costing them there, and the kill goes the way of Doomby, which should help him get a bit more control in this mid lane, but we're watching the replay here, right? I actually thought they were going to go opposite ways around. Tarzan tanks the hook, right? But you can see here, right? Lumao gets it. Bone plating doing a ton of work, right? Absorbing a lot of the initial damage from View. And then you just get the follow-up coming through. And unfortunately, with Shanks only barely making it to that fight at the end, you just can't take down Lumao before it all goes sideways.
And Kadaya burned the ignite onto Lumao at the last second, just like, I know I could get him. Oh no, it's a Lulu. You have the healing and shielding. And what a turnaround for LNG. Team WE were setting that up for a long while. Not able to turn it around, but here we go. This is Team WE's chance here as they do find Tarzan in his blue side jungle and take it down to respond in kills.
Nice from WE there. Doomby took a horrific trade in the mid lane right before he went for that blue buff. And just not good understanding from WE to go, hey, we can actually go and invade on this, right? Doomby doesn't have the health bar. He's got a skedaddle. So nice job both from Shanks on the initial trade, but also on WE to follow up on that and get this top lane.
Wait, what? Doomby flashing over the wall there, getting some damage on the View. And View has overstayed his welcome in LNG's jungle. The Mega Death Rocket tried to get the snipe. It was very close, but he went down too early.
I'm surprised that worked. Doomby just going, all right, look, screw the mid lane. We got Ala who can come across after he clears out that wave top, and they managed to get a pick back for themselves. So nicely done. It was tip for tap so far, but LNG, they're keeping just a smidgen of a gold lead right now. But we'll have to see if they can keep that up as we get the pro view here. Doomby, yeah, it was just like, hey, we've got vision. We know the fuse on this buff. And look at Ala, right? He's already pushed out that top wave and sets up beautifully for Doomby.
Just all planned, all calculated. No big deal. The super carry Doomby doing some work on the mid lane carry himself. It is the Rift Herald being spawned or taken down by Team WE here. No real response for LNG, so at least the neutral objective going the way of View.
Yeah, quicker resets coming through from WE. Some of them forced in View's case, but with the push that Tarzan and Doomby tried to have in mid, it meant that they were late on the reset. You get WE going for that. It means that I imagine LNG would just turn down over towards this dragon as they spot View now on this bot side, so they know, hey, look, we have the numbers advantage on bot, but might be worried about View just running straight up towards the top lane and plonking down that rift.
Tarzan on the first dragon of the game. A little bit different than last game where we had like the perfect timing for dragons up until the 20-minute mark, but first dragon going down about 9 minutes. See another objective going down, and this time in favor of LNG, but this is the play for Team WE. Everybody's coming up here for the party except for View. See if Allah and Lumao can survive, or at least try to defend this with Doinby coming in. There's the engage from Allah, but we do have the heroic entrance available as the pullback for Doinby. Moonlight Vigil makes it not matter.
I don't know why Allah's going aggressive there, right? Like, the whole point of this play is just to stop the push, but they clear the wave, then Allah goes down, and now you're 2 people strong on this top side against 4 of WE. Looks like you're going to end up losing your bot side jungle here for View because you stayed so long, but you'll take that trade, especially with all this gold going into the hands of Shin.
That is huge. All of the plates going down. The Rift Herald getting first tower for Team WE. Smelling like a resurgence here right now for the squad. And that's kind of what you want to see, right? We've dictated that it is skirmishing early for Team WE. Aggressive jungle pathing, finding those early advantages and snowballing. And yes, you've not gotten a big snowball, but you're able to find those advantages that you're looking for.
I thought here, like, Allah maybe tries to, like, lock up the Viego under tower, right? Ult the Viego, Galio follows in, you gotta disperse his W and you get a quick hit, right? You shut down that play, but I don't know, it looked like Allah just kind of going in willy-nilly, wasn't really trying to lock anyone down, and it ends up costing quite a bit. And as you say, right, that's the first time we've seen WE kind of take a meaningful gold lead here with 1,000 gold. They're back on this bottom side, which means you don't really have the ability for LNG to trade, especially against Gragas, right? Gragas does wonderfully underneath this tower, so he's going to be totally fine. So we got to see what the plan here now is for LNG. They still, in theory, will have the scaling when it comes towards the side lanes, but if WE are able to get control over, hey, we got top tower, let's see if we can make some plays now towards the bot side, get that bot lane tower down, it becomes a lot more difficult for LNG to operate with their composition.
Yeah, and a little night and day from game number 1. I mean, we are like already halfway over time of what the halfway point was in game number 1, and I can appreciate the fact that LNG, you know, drafting a little bit different, they weren't able to find the same kind of stranglehold over Team WE that they did in game number 1. And that attests to Team WE's strength in their own right, and being able to combat some of that flame that LNG is putting out today.
WE now, rotating mid though. A ton of members here, just trying to see if they can use the fact that they've got that bot lane push to their advantage and get some vision control. No real dragon for 2.5 minutes, but this will definitely deny LNG access to this part of the map, which should help Shanks start to look for rotations, and clearing out vision means that you have to be so respectful as light on this bottom side of the map.
And we see their View and Team WE playing very aggressive. The Divine Sunder had been completed for View, so being able to play off of that mythic item power spike, try to get some plays going down for themselves, those are the kinds of things we need to see working for Team WE. You already said the brains are working, the strategies are unfolding, but these are the kinds of things you need to see consistently from the team.
And I think for LNG, if you're going to be like hard pushed on this bot side, I think you all in on Allah. Allah is your big win condition in this game. I'd love to see Tarzan just kind of go, right, look, very sorry for you, Light. You're going to lose your bot lane turret. But
already got one MVP.
Yeah, but if we can get Light, if we can get Allah ahead in this top side, that's where maybe we can get some plates back for him, try and get some victories there, because once you get to like 2 items here is this.
Tarzan just walked right in there, but the rogue entrance plus the Crescent Guard dissuades Team WE out of it. The flashes are starting to come out, and Tarzan's over the wall here on the Shanks. There's the Mega Death Rocket from Light. He's finally getting involved, and it's looking mighty fine. Doinby having popped the Predator. He's trying to get the taunt. He's trying to get the damage. The Winds of War go out, and a lot of poke put on the Team WE.
It does give LNG now the opportunity to get control over this bot side, get these plates for Light. Allah already TP'd down as well, and now not really any position here for WE to defend this. View is on the way, which might help a little bit, but not going to lose out too much as Dragon 40 seconds away. LNG can look for the reset and look to try and fight this once more.
I was just about to say the priority on second dragons would be very interesting to keep an eye on with both junglers coming back down towards this bot side, but the replay will unveil a lot of what we didn't see.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan just trying to go for Scuttle, doesn't realize how many members of WE are here. Doomby does a good job again of kind of protecting Tarzan. This is the mid jungle that we're talking about. It's really difficult to try and deal with because you've got the invulnerability coming through from the Jin Zhao, then the follow-up coming through from Doomby, and WE are just unpacking so quickly. But I like the ideas from WE to try and find these picks. It's just you've got to be so careful about who's actually around because you can see how quickly LNG can collapse in those situations.
EDG moving in onto the dragon will be their first dragon of the game with no response to come through from LNG on this one, but we do finally have our mythics completed pretty much across the board. As Doomby takes the top tower, just trading objectives across the map here for both teams. And we get the Chem Fog.
Yeah, it's going to be the Chemtech Dragon coming up. Very strong soul that both teams are going to want to try and fight for. Allah moving down onto the spot side. A lot of members from WE here. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see WE try and make a play onto the spot side of the map. You know that Rift Tower is going to be going over towards LNG just with them disappearing. So may try and look for something, but Junbi always rightfully in his place, making sure that he's going to be down here to make sure that if any funny business happens, he's there to follow up. So kind of dissuading the play away from WE.
And I feel like this is a pretty big test for LNG, right? They weren't able to get that big snowball they typically like to try to get. They weren't able to find those huge early aggression plays, the side lane plays that are consistent. They haven't been able to do that. And so this feels like it's testing them a little bit more to see what extent they can play a game out without having that early lead, without having to be able to rely on their early game prowess.
Again, though, we're kind of seeing the issues with, well, not issues, I don't want to say, but like the style of WE coming in. They're moving as this four-man group, as you can see on your screen right now. But it means that, hey, look, Doomby, he's up top side now. He's going to be able to shove in that wave, cause a bit of a pressure point for WE. We look at the bot side, LNG, they've got Allah there as well, where BB should be able to match, at least for the moment. But it means that you've always kind of got WE playing keep up, rather than trying to play proactive. And it should give LNG the opportunities to, like, get a little bit of chip damage on turrets. Like Allah here should be able to get this spot lane turret fairly soon. Yubu is just kind of running to a stage where he won't be able to fully play against them.
Oh no, they are TP. Yubu is in trouble. He's got the Hextech ultimatum utilized onto him. The taunt, they have across every sort of CC you could ever ask for. And LNG finds a kill.
And that's exactly what we're talking about, right? Doomby shoves in top. Shanks goes to answer, but Shanks doesn't have TP available. So they go for the TP play on bot side, knowing they have that lockup. Now you've got the Rift Herald, and just like that, LNG get control of these side lanes and get a massive influx of gold into them.
My goodness, and what a turnaround from LNG. Thought they might be sleeping, but they definitely have woken up at this point. And as you said, they take that lead and they continue to try to get these carries ahead. They continue to try to get these side lanes under wrap. And that is where, you know, the question begs itself, Team WE, how do you approach this? Because the 5-on-5s, you know, as you start getting to the objectives, seem more feasible for sure.
And it's now that the lack of dragons is going to hurt WE, right? Because they want to try and play for team fights. They want to try and see if they can set up with Bubu, being that strong front line, try and kite back, make sure it's all well and good. That's not really a case when LNG can just look to trade the next two dragons. I know they're Chemtech, but certainly if you are looking to trade dragons, you're getting top tower, you can potentially get that mid tower as well, and then you just lock WE in their base and they're not able to push forward. So if WE can play out the map correctly and just try and shove out waves before objective start, that's where WE can try and find these fights objectives, but they just have to make sure that they are setting up those waves nice. But it does always leave WE vulnerable to picks coming through from Doomby and Alan.
Yeah, and that's why you know, one of my favorite parts of the game is the team fight, but I do want to talk about the team fight potential for both these teams. We've already seen the Wombo combo being pulled off by LNG, and it looks so nice when it does get pulled off, but we haven't necessarily gotten to see the full combo of Team WE together. We haven't necessarily got to see a beautiful cask to start off the fight to separate LNG and the damage to follow through that they have. So that's where, you know, for Team WE, you're still stacking up, you're still trying to get all these bodies in, but they haven't been able to find that fight that they really feel confident in.
And I don't know if we will, honestly. I mean, look at the map state, right? This is actually LNG playing really well on the 1-3-1, which is one of the big things that I had been criticizing them for, right? Like, they're not showing on 3 lanes right now. They're giving control to Ala in the top side, and once Ala backs away, now we're getting Doomby roaming back down towards the top side. So certainly I think LNG, like, picking up the pace of the game here and making it really difficult for WWE to find those moments to fight, because you've always got to be worried about Doomby being able to set himself up properly, come in, deny WWE any sort of engage. And if LNG just have live free firing the whole time, right, he's not under much pressure from Kadaya. He's got the range advantage over WWE, so you really do need to find these big engages WWE. Now, it's dragging up. Waves, not in the best of spots for them, but they can bring BuBu in with this TP, especially with Ala resetting. Maybe this is the fight for WWE, but no real vision or flank opportunities for BuBu makes it hard.
And the thing is Ala could just respond with his own, and that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of this side lane pressure that Ala has gotten. He's running away with the CS differential and the control of the side lane, which makes it so much easier for LNG to dissect these plays. As doing beyond the backside, Tarzan getting engaged on, has to pop the crescent guard there. Heroic entrance is available. Doombe's just waiting in the chem fog, knowing this is his moment to make that big game-changing play. Team WE are moving in here. You've got the double flank now by LNG, and Team WE have put themselves into a trap, but maybe they can get themselves out of that one. The Dragon about half health here. They realize Doomby is on the side. The Dragon goes over to View. View is in some trouble, though. He's in the middle of the pit, and now is when LNG decides to go in. There's Heroic entrance in. It does get the couple knockups. The Mega Inferno rocket is going to be there as well, but Tarzan is still just pacing away at this squad, and Team WE are flashing for the hills. View is trying to make a solo bolo performance here in a 1v3. He's got the Heartbreaker. The reset's not there for him. Lumao will not get taken out. So Team WE, a bit chaotic, but they end up winning out.
Yeah, and a huge amount of that is down to View, right? Getting those resets in the fight, but also stealing away that Dragon Crucially as well. Really nice job from WE to actually pick up a victory there and deny LNG their continued pressure in this game.
What a fight, my goodness. And we'll get a little replay of that one, and it was chaotic. The fact that you got in here, look at those numbers. Oh, man.
I like this from WB though, right? BuBu zoning away basically 3 members here, which means that the 4 members of WE can actually deal with this engage coming through from LNG. You've got Ala who goes down very quickly, Doomby's next to follow, and from this point on, View's in a perfect spot, right? Yeah. LNG have completely left the carries high and dry, and it means that light goes down, and View's able to continue firing.
That turnaround was huge. It looked a little bit doomed for LNG, but View able to pull them up by their bootstraps now, having completed his second item, which is a GA, by the way. You know where his thoughts are at. But you are getting these 2 item spikes across the board for a majority of players in the game, and that's where things start to turn up a little bit, right? It's not necessarily that 3 item spike you're looking for the big power spikes, but you do get that extra little bit of aggressive feeling to both these teams.
It should also buy a bit of time for WE, right? Like, they can get themselves into a reasonably alright spot now with getting waves out. It's not like LNG, because they didn't try and trade that Dragon for pressure on sides, like they're missing a top lane turret. But you going to be lanterned away, but you still hold on to a decent amount of map control, so you can still get the ability to test power, test Dragon.
You get a 1v1, a little bit of a wet noodle fight down in bot lane, Doomby versus BuBu. BuBu pulling the cask out there to make sure that he will not go down, but Ala is making sure that won't happen. Says you might have thrown out your ultimate, but I am going to try to catch you. I don't know. The hook shot coming up soon. The Hextech ultimatum is also available. Doomby is here. There's the ulti trigger, and BuBu taken out by Ala.
And unfortunately, WE didn't have control of mid, so they teeter on the idea of starting up the Baron, but decide not to, which honestly would have been their best response. But Xing doesn't have the best guns, Ryze not really in position, and it means you get that pick, and now you're on towards an inhibitor turret.
This is insane. Ala is just left here. Nobody is able to respond at this point. We finally get Shanks coming out of the base, but the inhib tower is almost taken out there. Will not go down as the response is there, but anytime you get free damage on a side tower like that, that is huge for the split push of LNG.
And that's exactly what LNG need, right? The ability for Doomby and Ala to work together. And again, this is a much better performance on controlling the side lanes, right? And a huge amount of that is coming from Doomby. Rather than trying to have Doomby play out through one of the opposite lanes, they're actually just kind of have him shadow Ala at all points in time. So it means that he's always able to contest the push in mid, help out there if WWE try to engage, but also just set up perfectly for Ala with this Hectech ultimatum as well. It's one of the big strengths of Camille and Galio. They're playing it beautifully.
They are, and it's so interesting with the seas seem to part in these team fights, and it's that tried and true Camille Galio combo, right? And it's beautifully added onto with Tarzan having a big voice, at least in the engages of the team as well, and the Crescent Guard to follow up just in case they overextend. But the thing is this has been apparent from the beginning of this game, from the draft, right? It was very clear the style LNG were going for. And for Team WE, how can we bounce back? How can we get back into the game? We would like to see that proactivity. We want to see the early game aggression come out. And it's worked out for View so far. Maybe not so much for the rest of the team. But we do got to get set up for this potential Dragon Soul point on Team WE.
And TP comes in from Shanks to make sure they can contest mid pressure and then move into River. But look at Ala. Snuck his way into that Chemtech fog. Knows he hasn't been spotted as well. And is flanked directly onto our Shin.
Both mid laners at those 3 item spikes, but the flank will be huge for Ala. He's walking out. Doomby is waiting to pull the trigger on the heroic entrance, and here you go. The fight started off by LNG. Xing flashes away beautifully, has the red white, but needs to get out of the fight because now the Moonlight Vigil follows it up, but they just don't have the damage. Tarzan goes golden in the middle of everybody. He goes down first, and now you got the resets for View, and this is where Viego comes alive. Although on the back, Ala's going ham right now. Light needs to get in there to do some damage. Can he get the free fires off? He's excited. He goes cleanse from the death sentence, and Light is starting to pop off. It's starting to look like an MVP performance from this AD carry of LNG yet again, and they wipe Team WE.
That was a gorgeous fight from LNG, and so much of it came down to Ala executing Xing in the back line when WE tried to chase that down. LNG now get the dragon. They're turning towards the Baron, and that's exactly what LNG needed to bring themselves into this game and get themselves that 3K goal.
It was a bit chaotic, but they had it in the bag. The flanks, the decision-making, the confidence from Ala there to go into that team and just obliterate Xing. LNG have turned it on right at the right time, and they get the bear.
I mean, that was so well played on both sides, honestly, to start things off, right?
Yeah.
We get WE, looks real dodgy, but Xing has that stopwatch because he's building up towards the GA, and that bought so much time that you'll see at the start of this, right? So they basically nullify the entire engage here from LNG, and it was really well orchestrated, right? Ala gets into the back line, it's perfect, but great box, great positioning on the Lantern means that Xing's able to get out, and he's dealing a ton of damage. They managed to pick off Tarzan here, and LNG are running for the hills, but Light in a good position. He's been relatively untouched, but this play here, killing Xing, gets rid of so much damage on WE side. And again, once that's done, there's no one really threatening Light. He's got the cleanse for the hook, doesn't really matter, and Light's just able to carry out this fight with really strong re-engage coming through from Dundee and CC to set up this chase.
And he's spread out so far to the left, literally nobody could touch him since Xing wasn't there with the Calibrum. And just going untouched, getting the excitement, you knew the way it was going to go after that, after you saw that first kill go down. It's beautiful stuff from LNG, but Team WE forced into a fight here. The TP is coming down from LNG. They want to continue this fight. The heroic entrance down onto 2 members here, and Ala is just going forward. How do we go from such an even game to an obliteration of Team WE by LNG? They are not taking any prisoners. They are not holding anything back, and Shanks goes down.
The shot from downtown is a shot to the heart for WE. The clean ace comes through for LNG, and honestly, they've got Baron. They've got 20-second dead timers. They can look to end it this out.
We don't need the Kim Tank Dragon, LNG say, as they burst through the door of Team WE's base. They are taking down the objectives, they are taking down the structures, and it is not going to be the day that Team WE find their first series win of the LPL Spring Split. LNG will not let that be theirs, and LNG take this series by storm.
LNG looking so damn clean. That series was a statement. The question was raised in their last series against IG. Do we get to continue to see LNG on form? And that is a resounding yes. Phenomenal early game coming through. Coordinated team fights, great ability to play out through side lanes, understanding positioning on the map, and when they're up against a pretty formidable opponent in WE and also at a composition disadvantage, just the individual performances step up to take those team fight wins.
And those smiles tell a million words here, Dagda. You see the team is vibing, the team is feeling it, and they come away with a very dominant win, as you said, and kind of shrugging off some of the haters in that fashion. But that doesn't stop it from being a tried and true test for LNG, right? Being able to come out and show us those strengths, show us the things that we said were so good about them, that we want to see them index into, the things that we think they aren't so good at. And it seems like they just shored up a lot of those for this series in particular. And outside of Team WE, it's a very rough loss, right? Like, I feel like there was a lot of positive things in that game too for them.
Yeah, I think on WE's side, unfortunately, just trying to bite off more than they can chew at the start of both games, right? Like, you've got the Viego against the Xinjiao. You're not going to have the stronger side of that matchup, but continuously trying to find fights. And I don't mind looking for picks. I think that's honestly your best way to try and play the early stage, but it just was always responded to by LNG. They didn't have the vision control deep enough to spot if it was just one person or if Doomby was going to be able to like come in and hold out long enough to change that factor. So it felt like unfortunate story for WE here, but they just couldn't get a footing in the early stages. And some nice team fights, some nice ability in the mid game did delay the LNG victory, but certainly the ability to play out through side lanes was super strong for LNG. And WE kind of getting caught with their pants down in a couple of rotations, and it gave LNG a nice route to the win.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, seeing some things that maybe Team WE can glean off of this series and bring into their next. But got to focus back on the winners. The 2-0 victory for LNG means a lot because they get to continue to be undefeated in the LPL. 2-0 win makes it nice. The first one was, I believe, like 23 minutes. Second one, 28 and a half. Not too shabby on the night. Quick night for the boys.
Yeah, and I mean, look, at least I get to say I won't be doing a lyric. You know, I won't
You're
be
not
doing
going to
the
go as
9-game
crazy
series,
as
but-
lyric tonight, all right?
Yeah, but I will say from LNG's side, not even just selfishly, I honestly think this is really good for LNG, and I'm delighted to see it. So many people were hopeful for LNG. Obviously, like, take an icon out, swap it in Doomby, going to be a massive upgrade. Doomby, MVP from last split, a phenomenal mid laner, one of the best in the world. Lumel had his issues that we saw glaringly on JDG, and we saw a lot in the first couple of series, but this was a much cleaner series from Lumel as well, and it finally feels like we're starting to see the limits that LNG can get to, or at least where a potential ceiling for LNG is, which I think is going to give a lot of people and fans hope.
All I'm saying is get you a man that can do both, and Doomby is that man. At this point, he's able to, you know, have that insane performance on the rise in game number 1, and then come back with a little bit more of a supported pick in the Galio, but integral all the same, right, in that choice. But, you know, striving through, I feel like being able to facilitate all that is Tarzan, and we've talked about him a little bit sparingly throughout the day, right, because he is the mainstay for the team. He is why a lot of this works out for the team. But today, you know, first game, being able to put down View early and continue that, keep the pressure up in game 2, taking a lot of what Team WE were able to find and not letting them really run away with it.
You can see how strong Tarzan's ability to track the enemy jungler is, right? We saw it very much so in game number 1, where he was like always positioned towards his top side. The second you thought, oh, well, maybe Shanks can get a push in, he can use that Destiny top, you've always got Tarzan there. But even in this game, right, like that first pick that WE attempted to go for, where they get the hook onto Lumel, Doomby comes in, they were well aware of the jig. That jig was well up before WE got there. And you can see them kind of like try to figure it out. Who wants to go first? It's like, no, you tank the hook. No, you tank the hook. But LNG knew it was coming through, right? And that's what we talk about with Tarzan, is like his ability to not only have like strong early games where he can set up 4 plays, especially on strong junglers like Xinjiao, but the ability to shut down a lot of what the opposition wants to do as well. And I think that was one of the big growing points we saw from him in 2021 summer was like moving from, hey, I'm going to play towards invading and getting a big advantage for myself, to I'm actually going to play much more of a facilitator role for my teams and kind of let them be the big carries. And certainly with the jungle meta as it is at the moment, that style is coming trumps for LNG.
Also helps when you have Ala on a Camille that can literally just take control of an entire side of the map. I think that helps a little bit as well. But also, we were talking a little bit about him, but Lumao showing up with light in this series is huge. And also, little shout out the fact that they took the matchup that Team WE had game number 1 and played it just fine in game number 2. That's some confidence.
Yeah, I think the big one for me with Lumao is the better synergy with himself and Tarzan. Right, we got it in their IG series, like the clip we showed at the start of the day where they're invading into the enemy side. You got Leona and I think it was a Xinjiao. They get the picks. This time around, we see kind of more defensive style, but still setting up and working together to make sure that they're kind of in hand in hand as they move to get vision. And it's a much stronger setup coming through from LNG, and it means oftentimes Lumao isn't getting picked off like he was in the first few series. Like when you're trying to just wander into the jungle by yourself, that was where Lumao was honestly most dangerous for his own team. So the fact we're getting this better synergy and kind of more of a clear head between the two of them makes this early game a lot cleaner and a lot easier for LNG to manage.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the major points we were pointing out in the beginning, we were setting up for this series itself and looking at LNG, stay true after tonight, and even more so, right? Like and having maybe instilled a little bit more fear in this flexible style that they've had, right? Being able to have that 1-3-1 pull off when they need to, having the aggression, be the forward-thinking progress for the team in Tarzan early on.
Yeah, and look, honestly, I think overall, we can just kind of sum it massive positive series for LNG, right?
Absolutely.
2 series in a row now. We've seen strong early games, good team fighting, individual performances are looking great. And I think this game in particular showed me a ton of growth from LNG, and specifically in the side lane management. Too many times I'd seen that it'd been a bit messy from Alo, where he'd try and push the boat too far before the rest of the team were in position. We didn't have it this time, and with Doomby at his back, Alo had a phenomenal game and really set up his team for success.
Definitely did. Well, does sound like we have our MVP, and it is gonna be Ala, as that Camille performance very, very dominant. And as you do see, maybe not the damage percentage you want, but that KP, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, look, top laner on the Camille, it was against the Gragas. You're not exactly going to trade particularly effective against them. You're just going to look to farm and take it towards the late game. But it's not about where how much damage you do. It's about where that damage is done. And Ala consistently finding those key targets. And you can see here, right, pick off here with Doomby, but this fight in particular, right, getting the big engage tool, but not only being like the first in, right, to set up the team fight, but finding the next access as well to pick off Xing. This was crucial, because if WE like win this fight, turn towards Dragon, get a third Chemtech Dragon, then your back's against the rope here for LNG. But with Ala being able to find WE's AD carry there, it really did turn the boat here in favor of LNG.
It's huge. The decision making is always going to be king, especially when it comes down to the nitty gritty team fights that the late game always has in store for us. But LNG and Ala specifically show why that is so integral. And after that first game, I love that Ala got control of the Camille and just popped off on it. You could see the confidence just oozing out of this player.
And I mean, there's very little that you can do here against this WE, right? Like, it's a almost guaranteed engage tool. Unless you've got a stopwatch or something that can get you out. The 1-2 combo between Ala and Doomby is far too strong to deal with. And I think, again, like, coming back just to praise LNG, I think their drafting in this game was phenomenal. Always kind of having an answer for what WE were trying to do. We saw Shanks trying to go for the TF in the first game. Didn't matter. We go towards the rise, push you in, follow the plays, and then we're able to just set ourselves up nicer because we actually have the early game plays. And you come into this game as well, they try to go for, hey, we got this Aphelios, cool. We've got a ton of early lockdown. We're still getting the strong jungle. We're just going to be able to at you toe for toe.
The biggest thing for me is right over the horizon is another huge test for LNG, because next team they're going to be facing is FPX. So it's a lot to deal with and a lot to bounce off of this game for sure, and seeing if that momentum carries over. Dagda, I do believe this is where I have to leave you, as that was our first series of the night. LNG taking the quick 2-0. We've still got a night of games, though, and we got Munchables coming in to aid Dagda in covering those. So we'll see you on the other side of this break, and we get ready for the action.
Onivia, League of Legends highlights.
Oh, they turned around on the dive. They didn't think they were going to go for it. Shanji gets taken down. Nene! Nene's going to take the 2v1! What?
So overwhelmed and powerful when he goes down his back. With the spill. You just see one of his rockets use health bar.
Now, but hang on, all the grind. They're getting separated. It's package back to Zoom. Trying to close the gap, but into the back line. It's done because Hacker is taking care of business. And Elk alongside the lane. That's a triple kill. Xiaopeng being the next quadra. We're looking for the penta here, ladies and gentlemen, as Elk has been so big in this game. He went from WE to stardom on the next step. Elk looking to get the final kill. Not trying his time, but it's penta territory to take us the game number 3.
There'll be more. Reinforcements are on the way, Dagda. That's one tower going down. Viper, Gale forces forward to try and finish off Yagao. And now they engage quickness onto the whole team, but kicked away by JJ, who goes in, follows underneath the tower. Huge damage though, maybe a fight. The JDG? No, maybe not. Maybe not. Kanavi's going to be hit by the full shot. The whole team's onto the fountain, and they've been annihilated. 369 making the paycheck worth it as he gets a double kill. Oh dear, EDG, they don't want to end it just yet. They're having a bit of fun.
I love the way Viper's just like, what are you doing, lads? There's objective fence. He's like, get coming back. But, I mean, even with all that, they still get it.
I'm ready for another one. I'm ready for the wait for the cooldown. In they go. It's going to be Kanavi trying to start the fight off, but the rest of the team not so interested. Quickness on the back line. Here goes LPC. Is Viper going to go down? That's an 80 carry kill for JDG. I mean, it doesn't matter, but hey, that's twice now LPC's killed the enemy bot lane. So thumbs up for LPC and Mystic. I like what I'm seeing out of the bottom lane. It may
Oh
not
no,
be
they're
a
going
win.
again.
Oh, they're doing it again. They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just a support. Southwind has been left behind. And wait, did Cole think that Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
So in there, ends up finally engaged, ends up locking down the initial tower. Aggro taking
Jubi's
Zoom
not
out.
done. Jubi is not.
Roman.
He's still Roman, but that's just a terrible idea right now because you have the slicing Maelstrom. 1 kill, 2 kills, double kill for Zetus.
Yeah, you know, the analogy honestly did not make any sense this time around, which is why we love it. You know what else doesn't make a lot of sense? Is this game so far on, hits the hook on a Pew Pew.
Oh, it's a pick. It's a beautiful pick. Yu getting caught out is tragic. One Fong makes it a 4 versus 5 in the shy. Slows him down with the needlework. This is so bad for WE. They have to get out there. This all gets 2-man cataclysm, and Few has to bring it all back. But he's in the middle of the team to stay using the range. Somehow WE might actually turn the fight around with the poke and burst. One Fong as well, not expecting it. He's charmed with quickness, but GA pops through as the shy takes the ball to court. You need a lawyer to get yourself out of that one, Lyric.
Yeah, the Shy turning it around for the side of Weibo. So many numbers down. This looks like Weibo should just be able to push for the finish. Huanfeng's still up. Angel has TP, so he can easily rejoin, keep the minions alive. And yeah, this should just be a solid close for Weibo.
Well, somehow, Lyric, I don't know how, because Stay and Shank were doing so much. But SOFM turning it all around as a package brings in the last hope. They're burning down massively. Shanks, the burst damage, absolutely incredible. Somebody hit him. Forget the Nexus. Forget the Nexus, Lyric. Angel needs to kill him. He goes into GA. Nexus exposed. The Shy taking down Pew Pew. Finally, are we there? We're there. Game won over to Weibo. Somehow.
I gotta say, that's a banger quote. We're gonna fight.
Yeah, we do indeed. In for Zora, but he's dead immediately. Now Tarzan is still, and he's done it. No soul for you, Rare out of 4 members running away as Ala is a busy boy, spinning with a helicopter. He's flashed away to not fall for that. Blue goes down, and wow! Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan's a what? Strive is a madman! That target selection lyric. That was insane.
Yeah, Mute. It's still just taking beat. Oh, the Jinx rocket. Oh, they're gonna find a snipe from Boating. What a play. Forget the junglers. Forget the next finally. It doesn't matter because we got a Jinx in the game.
View spear range is nothing compared to.
I can't take it, my heart is breaking, but I know it's for the best. See, we've been taking much too long to finally lay this love to rest. So I put on my jacket, untangle my shoes. This ain't gonna be easy, but we know what we got to do. It's so hard to say goodbye. We both know how hard we try. So you go your way and I'll go mine. Yeah, I know that we're gonna be fine. 'Cause we had so much to learn. Now it's time for the bridge to burn. Out of space, there's no more time. We both know it, and show it. I want you to know that my heart was sincere. So sincere. Whatever you wanted, ooh, I would have taken you there. But sometimes life changes when nothing seems to work. No. The ones you love so dearly are easier to hurt. It's so hard to say goodbye. We both know how hard we try. So you go your way and I'll go mine. Yeah, I know that we're gonna be fine. 'Cause we had so much to learn. Now it's time for the bridge to burn. Out of space, there's no more time. We both know it, and show it. We'll be fine. Yeah, I know we will. Know it, show it.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down
when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, so taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last that long if I'm around. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. You're watching me, you know I love a crowd. You better run, run, run.
这次对阵 FunPlus 的话，他们也是阵容进行了一次大换血吧。然后，但是看他们比赛配合都很好，就势头也很猛。这次对上他们的话，就我们得先把我们自己的做好吧。这个春季赛的话，我觉得我们队伍就是进入到季后赛就算成功。
Welcome everybody back to the LPL. I'm going to be joining the crew here for the second series. Thanks myself for taking that first series. I did a couple more hours beauty sleep. You know how it is. I'm joined by Dagda as we head towards FPX versus JDG. And
I'm going to take that as a compliment that I don't need more hours of beauty sleep.
You need less beauty sleep. I'm going to be totally honest with you. You're showing the rest of us up. I will be honest, that first series, I was thinking maybe that could go to 3. You know, WE looked pretty clean at the start of game number 2. They got their hair off for themselves. I was like, all right, WE, right? Never mind. Nah. LNG just doing LNG things, doing V things. Tarzan. I mean, it's the expected result. I can't help but be a little bit disappointed by it.
Yeah, I mean, you're the WE fan, right? So unfortunately, you're not going to get it there. But I got to say, I still am not like just going to push WE away. I think that these guys actually still have a lot in the tank. Just unfortunate they couldn't get it together today. We'll have to see if maybe in the future they can.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but my heart will go on. Let's talk about the teams that are coming up next. So JDG versus FPX. And let's start by talking about JDG. We just heard from Yankao talking about the team and how they're working together. Well, honestly, that's one of the biggest criticisms we've had of the team so far. Quite often it feels like simply they're not. They're so far 1 and 2 in the LPL, and even their win was up against LGD, so not exactly the greatest achievement to get that win under the belts. They've had a tough schedule, but even in that win, they've not looked super sound.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for JDG is that we're still seeing the issues that are definitely going to be punished by the bigger teams, but not going to be as heavily punished by the teams that are lower in the standings, like LGD, right? And that's why we're still not convinced by these guys. It's obviously nice that they were able to pick up their first win, but honestly, I think we're still seeing JDG kind of getting picked out in weird positions, like Kavi's pathing a lot of times is just kind of easy, giving a lot of room for him to get picked off. You'll see it here, right, where you end up with this engage that doesn't go right, and then Kanavi just kind of walks into range of Shadow to set up for a kill. It's going to be the same in our next replay as well. But I also think that the setup for fights and the setup for how JDG wanted to play were often actually given over by LGD, right? It wasn't quite JDG finding their win cons. It was like moments like this, right, where LGD want to try and play at range, but instead Jin Zhao actually engages onto JDG, which is giving them those moments. So although game 1 did look strong from JDG with 369 playing this tank on the Malphite and setting up for great engages, finding nice flanks, I definitely think the game 2 was a little bit more questionable. So I'm hoping that JDG coming into today can actually fall back on that style, right? Some kind of tank for 369 in the top lane, which is kind of surprising to say, but played through Yagao in that mid lane and set up to have that strong mid jump.
I'm not gonna lie, recommending tanks for 369 is
I know, but it's when they've looked the most convincing, alright?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they're gonna come out with today, whether 369 agrees with you, because I was thinking. Let's talk about FPX though, and especially, we've got to look at that one. Because Hung, this guy, he's revving like a VA every single time he is raring to go. He has so much horsepower behind him, and it feels like it's almost, it feels very similar to how we were talking about Chuo last year, right? Where it's like, this guy's great, this guy's doing everything right in the fights, but he also just likes to go, right? He doesn't really have much in the way of breaks.
And it can be good, and it can be kind of disastrous as well. So you kind of got to take the good with the bad, but as you say, like sometimes he over revs it, sometimes he just takes off to a flying start. But you can see, like in this series against OMG, we had this early flash burn, but that got punished very heavily by OMG. And this is something that we see a lot from Hung, is trying to basically use flash as a basic ability, where he goes super ham. But then we get these moments as well in team fights where sometimes he goes a little bit too far forward, not really respecting, what else has happened on the map. But when it comes together, Hung looks insane. Like here against LGD, phenomenal engage. Again, he's setting up FPX for this beautiful team fight. You'll also see in the next clip, right? He gets this quick flash forward onto the EDG. Same series against LGD, and it just comes together, sets up a team fight wonderfully. So I definitely think it's a case of trying to find these moments for Hung to go aggressive and making sure that's not going to end up costing him either in the future or having his team to support him when he goes in. But I think Hung definitely, when he has his highlight moments, they look absolutely spectacular.
And LWX taking all the credit for it with his triple kill as well. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Hung has been exceptional at setting these plays up, and I have to say, Beitron as well, working with Hung, I think that's where FPX have been able to find their success so far. But I do want to talk about the other half of that bottom lane as well, because on both sides of the bottom lane, the AD carries have been having exceptional performances, and LWX, while I think in-game he's looked reasonably good, statistically, let's take a second and appreciate Hope here, because this is stats from this split so far, so granted, small pool to pull from, but Hope is popping off, man. He's first in every category.
Yeah, I mean, only the one series for him, but definitely did incredibly well in that JDG series. And I'm delighted that he is still getting that starting position, because I know for a lot of people that watched EDG in 2020, this was an AD carry that we wanted to see more of. And on things like the Jinx, he was positioning well, he was getting a good amount of damage off in team fights, and certainly having the opportunity to kind of play safer in lane, understanding, hey, how to play a weak side AD carry means that you can actually unlock missing to make these plays in the early stages and try and link up with Kanavi and kind of smooth over a lot of the missteps that we're seeing in the early game from JDG. Whereas when you look across at LWX, this is the guy that we're seeing play around. Now, don't get surprised by the low numbers when it comes towards damage per minute. This guy isn't about trying to beat you a lane. He's hitting towers. He's hitting everything else that's not a person, because it's all about trying to set him up using the gold that you get. But you can see Hope here, when he was in these fights, right? Like the team fights looking a hell of a lot cleaner. It's about setting him up for success.
Yeah, it certainly has been. This Jinx especially, I feel like cleaning up these fights beautifully. The positioning is great. Just being able to maximize damage, and also missing just playing alongside him the entire time, making sure that he is safe to be able to pop off on this Jinx and just clean up the rest of the fights. The damage is just off the charts. Then the opposite side, LWX and Hung actually doing surprisingly well during some of these laning phases as well, actually finding kills in those laning phases. But then when it comes to the team fighting, obviously LWX, this guy's a world's caliber AD carry.
Yeah, I think the setup for FPX is certainly around the bottom side of the map, but I think you've got like carry performances kind of across the board for FPX, right? And that's why we see the low damage percent. You've got Shella, who oftentimes playing Graves, Jaces, these kind of things, and having really strong performance in that top lane, especially for a rookie coming in. And you've got Gories oftentimes going towards the Corki, ton of AoE damage, and the package usage coming through as well. So it means that although we're not seeing LWX have the same high damage percent, he is still a lot of the identity of the early game of FPX, and certainly someone you don't want to sniff at, because as you said, laning phases for LWX and Hung, they got a couple of duo kills for themselves. They've been looking strong. Turret plates have been going their way as well, so definitely going to be looking to keep our eyes on Hope and LWX to see who can get the better from these early stages.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's going to be a lot of action in that bottom lane, I think. Or maybe not necessarily in the bottom lane. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm not going to lie, with Hung and missing there, I feel like there's probably going to be action in the bottom lane. But I also want to flip the conversation and talk about the top lane as well, because you already prescribed that 369 should be playing tanks. But I'm not going to lie, it's 369. I think there's a very high likelihood that that's not going to happen. And he's also up against Xiaola, who has been having a fantastic split so far. I feel like this top lane could get pretty bloodthirsty in of its own right.
Yeah, and the reason I'm kind of trying to prescribe the tanks to 369 is that we saw him on the Scion, seen him in the Malphite, and honestly, those were two of the most convincing wins that we've seen out of JDG. And a lot of that is to do with, hey, look, 369 isn't going to take resources. Instead, those resources are given to from Kanavi to Yagao. And then we kind of end up with this strong skirmish heavy style that with 369 providing the really nice engage tool, they can play through skirmishes at like Rift Herald and that. But I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult against Shella, because as you say, Shella has looked incredible. He's actually come in, he's looking really strong, whether it's on things, as you said, like Jace, Graves, playing weak side, he's got great turnarounds, his mechanics are on point. I think Shella has really impressed a lot of people, and I'm excited to see him now continue forward and offer even more as a carry for it.
I think the cameraman just fell over. We're going to see JDG stepping out onto the stage. I am excited to see how this is going to be today. Obviously, Kanavi in the jungle, who's not really spoken about so far in this conversation today, but Kanavi, I feel, has been having a bit of a rough split for himself when you consider the pedigree and the history behind Kanavi, like the level that he was at when JDG went to the World Championship in 2020. It feels like it's been a disappointing start to the year for the jungle, but over on the other side, Ben's going to be stepping out. It's kind of an opposite side of the story, where we have Beishwan, a guy that people didn't have particularly high expectations of. He's doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Beishwan, a lot of people are like, hey, it's the Clid way, right? Get Gory and Clid together and try and get that innate synergy. You got Clid who's going to play super aggro in the early stages, but honestly, Beishwan's been brilliant. Like, very much kind of out from underneath the wing of the veterans that were on FPX last split and finding his own playstyle that is really working for them, playing down towards the bottom side, but also just smart pathing in a lot of situations to cover all bases on the map and make sure that he's keeping track of the enemy jungler and shutting down a lot of those plays.
Steak looking clean with his new haircut, by the way, I have to say. Looking suave, my man, as we see FPX stepping back onto the red hair stage. I will say, big fan of the red hair, big fan of the afro. I think I'm just a big fan of Steak, I'm not gonna lie. It's just one of those things where it doesn't matter what he does, I'll appreciate it. But I am curious how this one's gonna go down. I feel like both of these teams, like if you think about the organizations, like over the last 2 or 3 years, these have both been huge teams in the EPL. Obviously FPX winning a world championship, and then last year looking like a favorite. At least before they made it to Worlds. Let's not talk about what happened when we got there. But JDG as well, 2020 was their year, right? Winning one of the LPLs, playing all 10 potential finals games across the year, going to the World Championship. Unfortunately falling short, but still, I think making a semi-final, making a quarter-final. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it feels like two organizations with a huge amount of respect behind them, but both of them now in a position where they need to prove themselves with these new rosters.
And I think that's the big one to hit on, right? Like, these are very new rosters. Yes, you've got Kanavi and Yagao, the mainstays for JDG, but 369 being traded for Zoom, Hope coming up from EDG, well, EDG in 2020, but the LDL EDG youth team then coming up, and missing as well, departing from WB and trying to slot into this roster. There's a lot of moving parts on JDG side, and I still think the biggest thing is just trying to find an identity that suits them. It hasn't really come to fruition. Whereas on FPX's side, even though you've got a ton of new people coming in, with LWX the only remaining person from this roster from 2021, they very quickly synergized around LWX. And with Baishan playing down there, Gory being like, hey look, lane phase, not going to be where I'm most proficient, but when I come in towards team fights, that's where I'm going to pop off. And that, it seems like it's given FPX a very definitive style to play around of, hey, play towards LWX, then we team fight. That's going to be our strengths, and it's worked out beautifully for them so far.
Yeah, it really has. I feel like in those team fights, it's a different team. They're Gory especially. I mean, you already mentioned the team fights versus the laning phase. Like, I just want to, for anyone that's not seen Gory play just yet, I want to elaborate that, like, it's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde kind of transformation here. We've got this laning phase that, I'm going to be brutally honest, it's a little bit tragic, and he's getting bullied by every mid laner he goes up against. And then he comes into the team fights, and he's got some of the best damage stats in the entire league. He's like churning out damage, especially on things like the Corki, which granted, pretty strong pick right now, but even still, he's piloting it exceptionally. And also, he's one of the players that's actually used the package. I know we've had Orcs, we've had Dom, there's a lot of people in the community that have been very annoyed about package usage within the LPL. Gory's one of the good ones, especially later on into the game.
Yeah, and it's reflected in the KDA, right? Nearly a 6 KDA on the champion, 100% win rate. The guys, on average, dealing 32% of the team's damage. Like, I do, to be fair, want to just say that mid lane damage stats are massively inflated this split. Every mid laner seems to be up over 30%, but 32% is still pretty damn high. And a large portion of that is down to the Corki, which has been banned away. So JDG coming in knowing exactly what they do not want Gory to get his hands on.
Yeah, speaking of the devil, and he'll appear. I can't remember the rest of the phrase. It's just gone from my head. Doesn't matter. We've got 3 mid lane bans, though, already taken out. And I was about to say, you're against 2B, so Renekton's a mid lane ban, but they're not against 2B. That's going to take a long time to get out of my head, I'm not going to lie. It's Jin, another ban. Dagda, what are we thinking for first picks? Because there's a lot of junglers available.
Jinx. FPX look like they've just set up for the Jinx with that Jin ban. Like, Caitlyn, you assume is going to be banned away, right? But you take the Jinx here, and you can set yourself up nicely. Okay, they're actually not going to go to. So the reason I was thinking that is Jin, super strong against the Jinx in the early stages, push it well. You out Ranger in team fights, it can be super nice. And my big issue is now you give JDG the option to take away the Jinx if you want to. You can still pair it with something like the Lulu, and even the Leona if you really want to, or just go towards like, hey, we'll Rom, super safe, we'll play it out fine. It means that FPX will probably go back towards something like the Aphelios just to pair it with the Thresh, but I would have preferred to see the Jinx and then always have the opportunity to take a Thresh or something next time.
Yeah, always got the option for your jungler here on the next rotation as well. So Aphelios, maybe Xin South with Baitron, something along those lines. Is JDG considering the Lulu here? And while it does pair exceptionally well with the Jinx, it can be a little bit of a rough lane against the Thresh.
Yeah, especially if you get that attention that we're talking about from Baishwan. There's always the option for Baishwan to go towards something like the Jarvan here as well, with little repositioning tools available for the Jinx. You can always go towards the Jarvan to set that up. Or as you said, Xin Zhao, super good against the Jinx just because you deny all of that damage from the Jinx with that ultimate and kind of just nullify for a lot of the team fights. So we'll have to see exactly what the plan is. I don't think they'll go towards the Grave. Oh, they actually are.
Oh.
Wow, I'm really surprised that they're prioritizing the Graves. I mean, can play that for Baishwan, right? But more than likely going towards Xiaolahu in the top lane. But it just feels really strange here that you're prioritizing the top lane so early.
Yeah, I have to say it. I mean, there is an argument to be made that it's a flex pick, right? Maybe trying to bait and then get, send that to the jungle. But it's certainly been a top lane pick so far this split. And now a Kennen. This is
So
weird.
the reason I don't like this is for FPX is okay. Now ban junglers for JDG, right? You get first pick on jungle. So for JDG, taking the top lane matchup is perfectly fine because they're just gonna go right. Well, we're gonna ban away anything that's annoying, keep Xin Zhao open, and take that for ourselves. So get rid of Jarvan. Get rid of maybe Viego or Sin. Never mind, they're not listening to me because it goes straight towards the chase. But I felt like you could just take your super strong jungle pick here and kind of put Beishuan onto the back foot. And maybe they're believing that this Graves is actually the jungle role. But I'd be kind of surprised. But either way, we're actually seeing FPX banning away the junglers, going, hey, look, we don't want Xin Zhao. And we want to make sure that our Aphelios can deal damage. Maybe they actually do go towards something like a Lee Sin as well, because Kanavi, very strong Lee Sin back in the day. And I don't think you really want to let him get his hand on it.
Yeah, we do have Victor available as well. I'm just starting to, like, I'm stepping a bit ahead. I'm getting ahead of myself here, Dexter. But I'm looking at this FPX comp and I'm thinking, okay, if this Graves does end up top lane and we have an AD jungler, well, we need some AP in this squad. And then start thinking about what can go in that mid lane, what's going to get the most damage per second out, because they're really going to need some kind of damage dealer to come out for that mid lane. It is going to be a Lee Sin ban, though. I think it's a Graves jungle deck then. I think it's got to be.
I mean, you could also go with something like the Talon if you really wanted to. In that jungle, we've seen it come through a couple of times, but I think for JDG anyway, like, you've got your AP top laner here. I think for Yagao, you've got to play basically any champion that you want to go towards here, right? You can play towards side lane if you want to with the Rise here and kind of play towards early stage, was the choice they're going to go for, but you still got a pretty strong team fight, and it just provides more lockup for the Jinx and a bit of appeal too for the Jinx in the fights as well. Beishuan, covering the Viego here for the jungle, so it looks like it is going to be the Graves top. Can also, as we say, go back towards things like the Talon. We've seen the Z even from SFM and stuff, but it's weird that we're still getting down to this far for FPX, and now you're only getting the jungle lock-in. For Gory, I think he goes back to basics. I think it's the Victor here. Like, you're totally fine. You can just wave clear if you want to, or you can go over towards the Twisted Fate or the Galio to follow up. I'm not a big fan of the Twisted Fate just because I still think Rise gets such a strong matchup there. Whereas you can try and play through the mid jungle with the Galio and actually try to play aggressive towards the Agao.
We need to see a Clapio build, though, here. We need to see some damage, because, again, that is the only AP threat on this squad, so I'm a little concerned on that front for the side of FPX. But over to JDG, they've got to finish this comp out. They've got their pick of the litter when it comes to junglers. Whoever they want to take into Viego is going to be fine. And, I mean, with a Java, with Rise, Ken, and Jinx, that's a hell of a team fight that JDG are building for themselves, Rob.
Yeah, it's such a strong team fighting composition. The ability to set up for the Kennen engage alongside Kanavi is going to be really strong. You've got a ton of ways of just like buying space for Hope and missing on that backline. But honestly, when you look at FPX's comp, right, not a huge amount of threat for the Jinx. So Hope and missing, kind of getting away scot-free with a lot of the Thresh missing. Hope should still be in a really good spot to carry these fights. And it feels like for FPX, a lot of their strengths is going to be trying to play through side lanes, right? Using the fact that Gory can try and move in, maybe look for picks alongside Hong, and Beishuan with Gory following through. And Shella, who, as he scales into this, should be able to win out on that side lane push against the mini metas.
Yeah, my only concern with that, though, is we've seen a couple of teams try and play side lanes a little bit this split. And pretty much every time, whoever has the team that just wants to group as 5 and hit you in the face, well, they're getting knockouts every single... These haymakers, man, they're hitting hard. I'm starting to lean JDG's way a little bit just off the back of the draft, but in terms of the actual teams themselves, I think so far FPX have been more impressive. So whether you judge based on draft or based on the team's history, I think that's down to you guys at home. But right now, I'm leaning the way JDG.
And I agree with you, right? They feel like they have a ton of early game plays that they can make. Kanavi play through mid with Yagao, run down towards bot side. You've already got Hope missing a full push there. You can get early dragons off of bot mid push, and then you can force those team fights, which is what JDG are looking for. So I think JDG definitely have the tools. We just have to see if they can construct the early game that they really want.
They're going to construct it. We'll have to see whether or not they've got their builder's license. Do you get a license for building? I don't know.
Look, if you can get a license,
because if they're not licensed, we're in trouble.
License, you know?
Well, we'll see. We'll see how they do with a bit of brickwork. They've got to build this win for themselves. Don't know where I'm going with that one, but definitely going to be an interesting one. And I have to remind everyone as well that we very much have somewhat of a veterans versus not rookies. Rookies isn't quite the right word for this FPX squad, but like you've got LWX on there, who is obviously very. The rest of the team, very little experience behind them. And then you look towards JDG. I mean, Missing's been around a while. Yagao, Kanavi, 369. These guys have been in the LPL for years, and they've been at the top of the LPL as well. So there's definitely, on just sheer experience, JDG have it hands down. But in terms of what we've seen this split so far, it doesn't feel that way.
No, it really doesn't. JDG have been a little bit all over the place, but again, I think they have a good starting point in this game, right? Hope Missing have goal push boss. Try and use that fact to set up the dragons. Got pushing mid for Yagao. Let's make these early plays happen. But Missing taking a bit of a worse for wear trade on the bot side, and still should be fine though to be able to get the shot.
Yeah, and ultimately when you're playing these kinds of lanes, using your pots early to try and find the priority ends up becoming the meta, certainly in the LPL. I don't know about the other leagues, but we pretty much always see level 1, level 2 trades in our bottom lanes. And that's a heavy level 1 trade in favor of Yagao with the mid lane. Gory, not having a fun time on the Galio soon.
And the interesting part is that both junglers actually start on the top side. So both of them are going to make their route down towards this bot lane. And it feels like if Kanavi is going to try and play off of Hope Missing, maybe they can try and look for some sort of dive, but Beishuan will be there to try and facilitate. And definitely with the slower clear from Kanavi, I'm surprised to see him going for this full clear, right? Oftentimes you kind of see like 3 camp start into some sort of gamp for the Jarvan just because of how slow the clear is relative to things like the V.
Yeah, definitely the case. It does make his way very slowly through the jungle. And I will say, on the point of potential dives versus potential ganks, Hung thought he was going to use his basic ability flash there for a second. His Missing and Hope have to back away a little bit. It does feel sometimes a little difficult to gank for lanes like Lulu Jinx where they don't have any initial setup themselves, so Kanavi's going to have to do a lot of the work. He is in the brush. Beishuan nearby, he's in the river, but he's not actually down on this bottom side for now. He's looking for the crab himself. But Kanavi, maybe disconnected. He was chilling in that bush for a while, and now we've got to pause. Not especially sure. We'll have to wait and see once we hear from production what's going on there. But I mean, so far so good for both sides. Bit of a CS lead up in that top lane. I'm curious. I feel like we're being teased here, Dagda. We've got Kanavi waiting in the bush in the bottom lane. It's like I've just watched the teaser trailer for a great movie, and then they've dropped coming out 2024. It's like, come on, man.
I think the worst part as well is that there's actually a question mark ping onto the bush where Kanavi is standing, which makes me think that, maybe there's a slight chance that they have an inkling here for FPX that he's going to be standing in that. So unfortunately, a lot of this time I think going to be wasted from Kanavi, especially because you've already got the push coming through on the bot side for Jinx. She completely cleared out the back minion, so that way he's going to shove in, slow down the ability for the gank. Maybe if they were actually looking for it, he could have tried to wrap around behind them, but now you're just kind of putting yourself behind on the pacing. Diego is going to take that bot lane scuttle. So honestly, I think for Kanavi, bit of a swing and a miss here, unless he's just looking to successfully crash that wave in the bot lane.
Yeah, tripping over your tongue a little bit. Apparently, FPX are also tripping over their tongues. They're having a bit of an audio issue. I believe Hung, the one having the issue. You can see, trying to get that fixed on the screen right now. So hopefully everything will be fine and dandy. Everything will be resolved shortly. Back into the game. But certainly, with Kanavi, maybe what happened, he heard Kanavi rustling the brush, and he thought it was like audio interference, but actually, it's the Kanavi forgot to run the Dead Silent perk. When he was setting up his runes, he forgot to put Dead Silent on, so now everyone can hear his footsteps. Bit of a disaster. And it looks like players getting ready. Everybody suddenly sat up and shook their hands out a little bit and got ready, so I think we might be about to go back.
Yeah, I'm laughing. It's just like, yeah, instead of Hung playing like regular League of Legends, he's in BR mode, so he can actually hear the wishes and knows exactly what's going on. But I do think
wonder
here,
what that
like,
would look
Kanavi
like
is
if
sit-
VR
I think it'd be kind of cool, to be honest. I mean, it's
Is it like first person perspective? I'd be down
I'd
to
assume
see
it's
this,
first person.
honestly.
I would assume it's first person, right? Like, and then it would actually make like ganks and stuff far more terrifying because you actually don't know where it's coming from, so you gotta
Yeah,
like
dude.
look 360 at all points in time.
You think playing AD carry is scary just in the game now? Try it VR. Rengar just appears out of nowhere and one-shots you. Evelyn appears out of nowhere and one-shots you. I mean,
It's like those creepy games like Phasmophobia, right? Where it's like nothing's happening, you think you're all fine and dandy, and then suddenly Rengar claws are on both sides of your face.
hey, I will say, especially in lower elo, people would be like, your AD carry would be much less likely to face check if they were playing VR. That is for sure. When you're the one actually physically face checking, it's a different story entirely. Yeah, we'll have to wait.
I
and see.
do
That's
wonder,
coming
like,
out 2024.
You know the joke of like Garrett is always in the brush. That's where it gets really interesting. Like, how do you do that? It's like you walk into the bush and just Garrett is just like pops up on your screen in front of you.
That's what. I don't know if you've heard of the phrase "dude potential." It's one of my favorite things. So this is from like season 1 or season 2. There was this video of some riot. I can't even remember who it was, honestly. But he was basically explaining the concept of dude potential, which is how likely is there to be a Garen in the bush that I'm about to face check? And it was basically just the game was so new that concepts like checking your minimap regularly were not popular concepts yet.
Yeah.
And so he was like,
And
as
still
you're
aren't.
about to face check a brush, you have to check the dude potential, right? Well, yeah, it's certainly a low elo, certainly in my games. But you basically just count the icons on the minimap. And if there are 0 icons on the minimap, then there is a 5 dude potential in that bush. Because there could be up to 5 people in there. If you can see 4 people, the bush has 1 dude potential. So I still think that phrase is amazing. I think that's the best way to think about face checking. But nobody's ever heard of it. I reference this all the time. Nobody's ever seen this video.
I mean, you're just a boomer, man. You're at 30, it all goes downhill. People don't.
I haven't
You're
turned
just not,
30.
you're just not hip and
I
down
have
with
not
the kids.
turned 30. I'm 29. All right, we're back. I don't think I'm a boomer. I'm just an old millennial, okay? Old millennial. Kanavi gave up. He went back to his grub. The bot lane gank is not happening. And in the meantime, Beige1 has had a completely chill out clear, right? He's gone the entire way across the map. I'm pretty sure Xiaolao Hu got the top score. I don't think Beige1 got it. But one of his
No,
teammates.
I'm pretty sure you're right. Yeah, it was Shelley. So, again, like, kind of nice job here, and Kanavi means that he's kind of left high and dry. Beige1 now just going to show up on bot side. He just wants to try and put a bit of pressure on towards Misty and Hope, because one of the things...
Oh, the flash forward from Hung. It's a basic ability, and Hope locked up a bit more damage to do the trick, and it's a first blood. Counter gank from Kanavi is too little too late.
I was kind of baffled by Hope there, trying to reset in the bush, and not really sure why, especially with the wave that was going to be able to crash. It's not like he really had the best position there, but now the kill goes away of LWX. They'll get for a shove. Hung, that was a hook, and reset.
He's got an audio issue. Don't worry about it.
Oh, true, yeah, audio issue. But here, like, Hope is resetting the bush. This wave is going to crash, and you know Beige1's there, so not realizing, obviously, there was a ward in the bush, but still, weird time to try and reset, regardless. So, nice job coming through from FPX, and honestly, good job from Beige1 to read the job that JDG were trying to achieve. Because one of the things Hope can do with Jinx in this matchup specifically is like hard shove wave, reset, pick up a quick pull, and be back before LWX and Hung can really reset. So the fact that Beige1 got down there allowed LWX and Hung not only to pick up the kill, but denied that quick call pickup from Hope. And now, 1 kill down, LWX set up as per usual for FPX.
Yeah, so far so good for FPX, and it does mean that this bottom lane that we were talking about is LWX actually flashes forward. I don't know what that was. Hung was not on the same page, I don't think. And, I mean, Rob, analysis.
yeah.
What just happened?
LWX, inspired by Hung. After all these games together, he too believes that Flash is a basic ability, but the Flash Gravitum, not really setting up with the conga line of minions coming through, but FPX will move back. I just think this is a big target now for Kanavi, right? You have 2 flashes burned on this bot lane. You have the ability to just flash in on top of them and set up for Hope and Missy. Maybe the fight.
Realmwalk's coming in. That's going to be a polymorph onto Baseline. Does get the lantern, and now comes in Galio. Gory setting it up, and LWX knocking down the pins. That's 2 for FPX as they chase Missing through the jungle with his tail between his legs. Gory's got the Predator. They'll catch up to the Lulu, or will they? Gets up to the tower, actually. But even still, beautiful fight for FPX.
I see this all the time with JDG. They try to take these fights, but they're just not set up to do so. And FPX, they've already got the dragon. They're getting away from this, but FPX managing to turn around with a great ultimate coming through from Gory. LWX now, 2 kills, 2 plates, a bunch of extra gold in his pocket. Like, look at that, 3,000 gold to 2,000 gold on Hope.
Yeah.
He's so far ahead now.
That is a disgusting lead in the bottom lane. He already had a pickaxe plus 2 longswords against the new trimmer. He's not even reset yet. I'm gonna look, because I mean, the Realmwalk felt like, hey, we're outnumbering, but Galio exists.
Yeah, and that's the big issue, right? Galio exists. Hope also walking in just onto the edge of that hitbox means it's a 4-man knockup. And from that point forward, the Viego gets the resets. He's getting healing. They're picking off Hope as well, which is the big source of damage. Just a really nice job from Gory there to follow up. And it could have been dangerous, but with that big ult from Gory, that's the real danger.
Beautiful stuff from Gory. And again, we keep on talking about how with Gory, it's a matter of like lane phase versus team fight. Well, when you're playing Galio, all you have to do is clear that wave, just exist in the mid lane as 369's looking for a chance on the top lane. Ult's available. Pull the trigger for now. And actually, FPX once again on the counterplay. Xiaolahu trying to get in Gory with the Predator. Can set up with the taunt here. 369 flash, double flash burn. Gory's going to be happy with that one.
And that's huge for the impending Rift Herald fight, right? You already have the Aphelios who's just going to stick down on this bottom side, doesn't have to worry about Hope or Missing diving. Hung already moved up towards this Rift Herald, and with the 2 flashes gone, it's just FPX able to control River and pick up Rift Herald nice and easy. So even though they're not quite getting the kills, they're still getting these big advantages. And look at the turrets already taken on the bot side. It feels like LWX is about to take the first tower.
Man, this team play from FPX is just beautiful to see, though. I want to see more Gory Galio. I feel like this is the perfect pick for this team, right? It kind of covers over the issue of the laning phase that we've seen. I mean, there's a WE mid laner that used to do a similar thing, by the way, with Galio, I'm just saying. But seriously, this Galio is working beautifully. It seems to cover one of their weaknesses in the early game, and it means that they can just play as a unit the entire game, which is where they're strongest.
And again, kind of going against what JDG and how JDG want to be proactive. As Kanavi, we talked about the 2 flashes being burnt in this bot side. Well, here we go. Hovering around, moving from Yagao as well.
Oh no, he's been spotted. He's been spotted. Hung saw him. Won't be able to pull the trigger. And again, one of the issues of this Lulu, right? You can't really threaten this FPX bot lane in the 2v2, so it's more difficult to get that big wave and crash it under. Set up for a dive. Matron moving over. Has the Herald in his pocket, remember? And now, with LWX having push in this bottom side, this is probably going to be the first tower of the game. In comes Matron, down goes the Herald. A couple more hits would finish this tower off alongside the Herald charge. And it doesn't look like JDG have anything to say about this one. But that said, Yagao sort of nearby, has Realmwalk, but he doesn't have much mana.
Yeah, I mean, Yagao trying too much to push against Gory, that he doesn't have mana, but also Gory just has his own ult, right? Can actually cover more distance than Yagao right now, so you get that quick turret play for LWX. That's going to be the Gale Force more than likely completed already at 10 minutes into the game, which is insane for LWX. And you see 369 trying to get on towards Xiaolahu, but unable to do so just yet.
Can't find this opportunity because, I mean, you can see that 369 is feeling like, I've got to make something happen here. I've got to find an advantage for my team because they're already 3,000 gold down. It's only 10 minutes into the game. So far, it's been beautiful, and it's looking like a little bit more as well as Gory gets onto Yagao. Hung once again flashes. It was available, and he finds the hook as well. Yagao doesn't even get a chance to flash, just outplayed, and now 0-1-0 in that mid lane, and an opportunity for FPX. 20 seconds until the Drake is up. You can move LWX mid here to fight for priority. Feels like FPX have complete control of absolutely everything.
So, I spotted this right before the play. Actually, might hold on, because Navi's still here.
He can find a way in, though. Lanson's still there. LWX, why are you ulting that, bro? Why were you flashing earlier? What's going on there? Like, he's actually playing well ultimately. Just a couple of these decisions where he's like, I can start a fight on this Lulu, and it's just not happening. FPX get themselves the Drake regardless. Sorry, go on, Dagda. What were you saying?
So, am I okay by Justin here? But yeah, we're gonna go into the replay real quick, so we'll talk about this. Really nice player, as you said, like Hung, once again using Flash perfectly to set up. Just about eats past the minions with that as well, gets the play, and then predicts Yagao's dash here as well, so sets up beautifully for the kill. But I want to talk about the build that we're seeing from the Graves. Michelle who I saw the page and was like, that's a bit of a weird one. And then I looked, he's got Hullbreaker already picked up. This guy is going to go full split push for this game, and I am all on board. So, because we haven't really seen it in a competitive, when no allied champions are within 1,400 units, that's where he can get a bunch of extra stats.
Oh, LPX is in trouble here. Kanavi trying to force things. The Wild Growth does get a knock up, but he's gone too deep. Didn't have the damage, and he's just cut through. Beitron gonna grab himself that kill, and he becomes Java for the moment. Won't be able to find any more, though. So, another pick for FPX. I don't think it will lead to too much, except maybe a dive in this top lane. 369 does have his ulti, though. It's scary to dive at Kennen with ulti.
Yeah, he's no flash, though. Hex flash over the wall, sets up for Beitron to come across. I don't know if I want to be here as 369, especially with Galio having push in mid. He can always disappear up to his top side, but looks like FPX aren't going to pull the trigger. Either way, this game is looking real tough for JDG right now.
Face check it. What about the dude potential 369? Think about the dude potential. Oh, it's a disaster. They weren't even going to go for the dive. He was fine. He just had to sit on the tower. Oh, that's a 3. That's a 3 from me, Dagda. Oh, hang on. It's not over. Kanavi's moving in. Okay, it's over. It's over.
Yeah. I was going to say, LWX is low, so it might be another roll 3 coming through for the AD carry, but is going to back away. Yeah, again, like Shadowhu, with this Hullbreaker, like, he's going to get a bunch of extra armor and magic resist. He's going to deal extra damage to structures. The siege minions are going to get extra damage, like, and resistances. Like, this is really strong for split pushing, and it's going to be super interesting to see, because we kind of said, hey, look, Shadowhu can take over in side lanes. You got Gory who can play side as well, so I like this adaptation from Shadowhu. And especially when FPX are having the run of the mill in the early game, this just feels like a win more opportunity for him in the side where they're not under pressure to actually take fights against you.
Yeah, I mean, like everything. I feel like we were talking about compositions earlier and like potentially playing side lanes versus team fight and all this. I feel like with the lead that FPX have, they're 5,000 going up in 14 minutes. They can play however they damn well please. It doesn't matter what their comp is. It doesn't matter what the enemy comp is. They could just beat them to death with the sack of gold that each of them are carrying.
It's kind of sad for JDG though, right? Like we pointed out in the early game, Yagao, ability to make roams, Kanavi, play down bot, we don't get any of that. Now they're trying to make a play with 369, who is literally, like, you can see the ward, it's right there. You're not going to catch FPX off guard, and they don't even have to push for the wave clear to get in. Yeah, so Beitron, that is true, but the second you try to move out, you will be spotted, and you can't close that distance fast enough as Kennen. And now FPX, they're on this top side, they'll get ripped, they'll be totally fine here. JDG can't commit, but we're still committing resources from JDG to an objective that's already gone.
That's the crazy thing, is that JDG are trying to contest, well, sort of half trying to contest, right? They don't actually pull the trigger on the contest, but they all moved over. So like you say, the resources still committed. And in the meantime, Shallahu is just pushing away in the sideline. Hung wants to get some vision, needs to be careful once again. Think of the dude potential. That was a 4 dude potential brush right there. But 369 will be retreating back up towards, or back down towards that bottom lane as Shallahu shoves that wave all the way across the map. Gory pushing in the top side as well. JDG got to get their ducks in a row here.
It's going to be kind of hard too, though, right? Like, we haven't really seen them working together as a unit. You've always got the opportunity for Gory to just kind of dip out of vision for a little while and put pressure towards mid. I think the big saving grace here for JDG is Hope, in theory, can just stand in mid lane and clear this. It makes it really difficult for LWX to kind of get pressure on towards mid turret. Yeah, Gao still has good push against Gory inside, so trying to actually move units around the map to try and create numbers advantage is going to be kind of tough. So instead, I think it's going to be at these objectives like the Dragon, where FPX look for picks before the fight really kicks off, and looks like that's what they're trying to do here against Hope and mid. Shove in, then move into River and see if they can catch people in trouble.
That opportunity to do so. Stun being channeled here. Kanavi, ooh, nice little bit of footwork there. Dodges the stun, dodges the hook. The Herald goes in regardless into that mid lane. Won't quite finish the tower, but it'll prime it for later on as Drake is now up, as you said before. It's an Ocean Soul, which FPX can get themselves on Soul Point. Hope is getting low. He's almost finished off as then Inferno ulti. Actually, no, it was Calibrum ulti. Goes across, Yagao forced away. There's the Drake taken. And without ever fighting, FPX have forced JDG away here. But JDG looking for the fight. Lantern saves the day. There's a... Oh my days, Hug, that was beautiful. Everything played perfectly by the Master of Thresh himself. That was magnificent.
That was gorgeous. I mean, he makes it look easy for LWX. Oh, that LWX usually was the Gale Force to get away from 369. Now FPX, they get the third Dragon. They're going to get mid lane turret, and JDG, they just got completely outclassed.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
We've not even finished the tier 2 tower yet, and Dagda, it feels incredibly over. That said, Shalahu's overstepped a little bit, but no, he hasn't, because Hung's on the scene. He doesn't even need the lantern. He's not even afraid. He wants a Grump for himself as well. Realm Warp coming through, but the Grump has been acquired. 369 behind the team. LWX, the one in trouble here as Hung tries to buy some time. AD carried down. Hung will fall as well, and Shalahu has to just bail on this one. JDG finally get themselves a little bit of a bonus. They couldn't finish off Hug. Gale was used by Hope in the end. At least that's a shutdown going the way of JDG, but my goodness, they're going to need more than that.
Yeah, and I mean, they're losing out in this top lane push as well, right? Gory gets to shut that one in. Beishwan actually maybe looking for a pick with Gory as Kanavi's on his own, but that's a pretty sizable wave lost top. Not as much as obviously the gold and experience that's going to come across from LWX. Oh, the Beishwan.
Oh, he got it. He stole the red buff, I'm pretty sure. Can he get out? He's actually just going to ult over the wall. Kanavi following as well, but that's not a 1v1 he can win. And Beishwan, I'm not going to lie, that was one of the cheekiest available plays on the map, on the entire map. He just goes 2v1 to get that spot.
We're going to get a replay of this mid play, though. LWX, gorgeous. Like, not only does he sidestep the ult, he then's right there for the Hung Lantern play, stops 369, and it's all gone disastrously. But we do get the replay here where JDG managed to actually get the Realm Warp here. Good TP in behind by 369. And I think these picks are probably your best way to get back into the game, right? Try and slow down the pace and prevent FPX from cracking open inner turrets and allowing you to continuously just keep these side lanes in check and look for team fights. But I still think it's a long way off before you're really in a position to look for team fights, and you're still heavily reliant on 369 getting these good flanks, and there's just not really the control on the map to get deep wards to set those.
Yeah, the big concern as well is that when you look at this team, right, yeah, they scale super well. Potentially in the team fights they're on, it can be amazing. Well, the team fight is going to happen in 2 minutes' time because there's already 3 Drakes in the pocket of FPX. They don't have time to scale up. And because of the ridiculous gold lead, because of the collector that's been finished off as a second item here for LWX, Xiaolahu with 2 items up in that top lane as well. Feels like FPX in a strong position. That said, though, Gory may have overstepped on this one. It's going to be both ultis used by the solo laners of JDG. Another pick back-to-back. Gory, what? He's Galio. How does he just one-shot someone like that? It's 1-for-1. And now FPX completely punish everything. It's a disaster for JDG. I can't believe how wrong this game has consistently gone as another for LWX. They just can't catch a break.
And now FPX. Baron has just spawned. It only 30 seconds up, but it's already going to go down. LWX, he's got the damage, he's got perfect guns, and JDG don't have a jungler.
How does Galio do that much damage with just Everfrost? I'm mind blown, honestly. I was under the impression there was no universe Gory does anything there, but going 1-for-1 somehow. And importantly, Kanavi went down during all of that as well. So even if there was some kind of miracle, Hope's made the effort with the rocket. Like, you got to just go for it. It was blind at the end of the day, but that's the Baron taken in 10-3. It's an 8,000 gold lead.
And as you say, Gory here, right? Yes, 369 has some damage, but it's a level down, and then just able to delete them alongside Shella, who coming in with the end of the line as well. And at that stage, the entirety of FPX is showing up, and damage control for JDG. Kanavi trying to see if he can lock them up and get himself out. Just for a little bit, but then LWX shows up.
Yeah, that was magical from Gory, and I have to say, I'm impressed by Gory today. He's been doing well for himself. Did they get that blue? No.
No, but they will
Okay.
get the dragon.
Oh,
no.
no, this is not the
369.
place you want to be TPing to. It's both solo laners as well. Gag out already there. 369, huge ulti here. Maybe an opportunity. They're so far down in gold, though. Do they actually have the damage to finish the kills off? Because Gory's wreaking havoc in the back line. It's 3v3. 2v3 now as JDG are chased down Hope. Locked up forever, but he actually flashes. Gory gets another one. Hope, can he do this? 1v3 with the wild growth taken away, but he just don't have the damage. And FPX just on gold difference alone win another fight.
And that was it. That was the perfect fight for JDG, but because of how far ahead FPX are, stopwatches come in, they keep members alive for so damn long, and now FPX, they're pushing in bot, they're getting the soul, they're getting everything much. I just don't see how JDG can come back. That was everything that they could have hoped for. You watch here in the replay, right? The double TP, Yagao comes in first. You get the entirety of FPX apart from Gory set up in this, but you see there, right? LWX, he's got the stopwatch, he stays alive for so long. They're trying their best here with Yagao doing the AoE damage over the wall, but it's just not enough. The survivability is there. Gory's been an absolute menace to Hope, so he can't follow up on the fight either. It's all just messy for JDG.
Glory was the MVP of that fight, right? Stopping Hope being able to follow up, because I'm not going to lie, that was a hell of an ult. Oh, the hug! Hug is just too good at Thresh, man. I can't get enough of watching this man play Thresh. Every single time it's available, he flashes, he hooks, and he hits it every single damn time. In the meantime, hey, 369, he's got himself a bounty turret. We take those. JDG having a rough one, but at least showing us that, look, they can make these fights happen. That was beautiful. It doesn't turn into anything, but it was still beautiful.
I'm just laughing at Hope. Like, it's so unnecessary. They're already dead. There's nothing left. He's just like, time to just style on JDG. And honestly, that's what FPX are doing, right? 369 trying to push him. Bot will get the bounty on the turret, but you're losing your entire base while he tries to cheese.
Yeah, I'm not sure this was a valuable trade. Taunt comes across the team as well, and now the rest of the damage to follow up. LPX is very far forward here. He's just being hammered away on by Hope. He's got the GA, so it doesn't matter. He's got an Ocean Soul. He's back on his feet, and now he's got a Severum as well to heal back up with. I thought that could be disastrous. By the way, 369 is just chilling in the bottom lane. We had a base. What do we need a base for, guys? Don't worry about it. He's finally arrived on the scene. Has a Void Staff. Maybe this is it. Has his ultimate available. Has Flash available. He's got to find an opportunity. Look at FPX spreading out so he can't get the grouped up ulti. 369. Now or never. It goes for the ulti, but he's locked up on the side and he can't even move. FPX finishing off in style as they dismantle JDG in game number 1 of this series and get themselves a convincing.
And honestly, Munch, I think the writing was on the wall from the get-go. 369 was using the Damn 1 skin. We see what happens to Damn 1 when they play against LPL teams. Honestly, we should have just seen it from the start, you know? But honestly, phenomenal performance from FPX. Come in, playing down towards the bot side like we expected, setting up LWX for success. Very little that can actually be done by JDG's bot side, just with the Jinx and the Lulu not quite being able to play through the fact that they're pushing waves. And Avi, I think, not really finding much in the way of those early game setups that we talked about, and Yagao not really roaming from the mid lane either. So these early skirmishes end up going in favor of FPX. And from that point forward, there's just nothing really left in the tank then for JDG.
Do you know, it's dawned on me, Actor. You've just brought up the Damn 1 skin, right, on the Kennen.
Yeah.
It goes deeper because they were up against FPX. That was 369 using Nuggery's skin, the previous FPX top laner, against FPX. This was mind games from 369. And he may not have won the actual game, but he's won the mental game. And what's more important, really? Points or
Are you saying
mental?
this is as close as we get to the symbolic representation of Xiaolahu surpassing them? Is that what we're trying to get at, like in a poetic sense?
I mean, look, I'm not saying Xiaolahu is the best top laner in the world, but I'm not ruling it out of the equation. That's all.
I've just never seen Xiaolahu and the best top player in the world in the same room together, you know?
Right?
Actually, that was a bit of a burn.
LPX.
Wait, that, I didn't think of that. That was just
Oh, yeah. Well, okay, me and Dagda are on different pages here. Let's talk about the game, though. 11,500 gold lead in 25 minutes to finish things out. Let's be honest, this is a shellacking. This is absolute domination by FPX. And, you know, the big criticism of FPX has been their early game. Not in this one. They looked amazing from start to finish. I'm loving this Galio from Gory. I feel like this is maybe bannable against FPX now after a performance like that. Maybe other teams can figure out how to beat it, but in that game, Gory just read JDG like a book the entire time.
Yeah, and honestly, I think definitely an MVP candidate for this game. I think he played really, really well. Probably MVP would just go over towards LWX because bigger number, better person.
It's
But
gotta be
honestly,
Hung,
I think
sure.
Gory, as he said,
gotta
set
be
it up
Hung.
beautifully for FPX.
Faced Hung, though, with his hooks, with his flashes. I mean, what more can you ask of a Thresh? What more can you ask? We're going into a break. We'll find out who the MVP is right after this.
我的 LPL 家人和我的撸啊撸朋友，新年快乐！
鼠年左右。
Ming looking to just deny the TP. Xiaohu onto the Nexus, and Xiaohu wins the game.
Comes in over the wall. Beautiful Gragas cast from Xiaohu. Putting that DPS into the tier 2. They're already going in. Go!
Ale, if they want to go for this fight, in he goes. Move forward.
Oh!
He gets him. No! This is Donya's trying to buy time. There's Kingslayer. I'm going to jump as well. The E goes away from Flash.
Well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But he needs to hit it.
No, they hit it.
They've got it. The satchel charge to secure.
Tarzan there with the kick. It's a 3-man 2. Stick, but FPX still firing out. Viper goes Viper. Turning it around. No!
Oh, the flash! That is huge!
He just can't do enough. It's a clean ace.
And EDG, the last of the LPL are headed.
I just believe more in the Dom 1 bag of tricks based on everything we've seen this tournament. So for me, it's a 3-0.
This scout that is finding these picks, able to weave in the queue.
Viper is still alive though. Flashes in. Showmaker dashes forward. Showmaker goes golden, but it's not going to keep him alive. They've actually done it. The LPL is back on top. Vedius.
实我了然，宣纸上走笔只此各一半。有色渲染是旅途，韵味被私藏。和你嫣然的一笑，如含苞待放。你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。天晴在等你，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树根地方前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色等你，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的青蛙，在自顾自美丽，迷眼的笑意。色白花青的锦衣，跃然于万里。临摹松铁，落款时却惦记着你的你隐藏在窑烧里千年的秘密。细细你犹如绣花针落地，天外芭蕉惹骤雨，很欢热童女。我路过那江南小镇的等你，在泼墨山水画里，你从墨色深处被隐去。天晴在等你，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树根地方前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色等你，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的青蛙，在自顾自美丽，迷眼的笑意。天青色等你，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树根地方前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色等你，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的青蛙，自顾自美丽，迷眼的笑意。苏北勾勒出情话，笔锋浓转淡，认真描绘的牡丹，一如你初妆。冉冉檀香渡过窗，心事我了然。宣纸上走笔只此各一半。有色渲染是旅途，韵味被私藏。和你嫣然的一笑，如含苞待放。你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。天晴在等你，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里。在平地树根地方前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色等你，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的青蛙，在自顾自美丽，迷眼的笑意。
我觉得这个版本的话，下路的话，女警、金克斯还有厄斐琉这三个英雄的话，优先级会比较高一点，因为这三个英雄能配的辅助比较多嘛，然后后期的话也比较强一点。我对这个赛季的目标的话，暂时就是把能赢的就全部赢下来吧。
his goal is to win all the games that can be won temporarily.
Yeah.
That is abstract. I feel like I'm speaking to a philosopher all of a sudden. I'm also joined by Tactor after a stonking win from FPX. That was something magical. Honestly, they just obliterated JDG. And guess who the MVP is? Drum roll, please. It's Hung, of course, because he played out of his mind. And the flay against 369's flash ult, that was c'est magnifique.
I mean, look, what was his damage percent though, really? That's the question that I need to ask. No, honestly, I think Hung did absolutely phenomenal. As we said, like, setting up in those early stages, not only in lane was he really good, we saw him making those plays in mid, we saw him, as you say, like, being so crucial in these team fights as well. So, phenomenal job from Hung to really get the ball rolling in favor of FPX. And once that ball got rolling, there was just no stopping it. But again, I love how every one of these plays is Hung flashing. Like, with that fail, it's just like, it is beautiful. But I mean, really solid job everywhere present on the map and set up FPX.
You cannot tell me that we don't have the flay in mid lane in this package. If we don't, I'm gonna be furious. I'm gonna be I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fire everyone. I don't even have the power to do that, but I'll find a way. Here we go. Hung, another flash hook coming on in there. Beautiful stuff. We don't have it. I'm livid. Regardless, though, I mean, every play he made that game was sick, but it was the counter plays. I think him and Gory both, like, everything JDG tried to do, they were just in the spot to completely ruin it. And like, LWX got to play so aggressively and so like in JDG's face because he knows he's always got hunger. He knows he's safe. He knows he's always got that lantern in the fight to keep him nice and warm. And even at the end, we saw LWX like go 1v5 because he knew he had GA. He knew he was all right to just keep on going forward. So if we get to see more of that, I'll be a happy man today.
And the worst part is that was JDG with the control of the early game. Like, their composition was set up to make plays in the early stages, and like FPX could react, but it was certainly the early game focus was on JDG down towards the bot side, and that's exactly where FPX actually went out. So I'm a little bit worried coming into game number 2. Munch, I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is going to be for JDG. Maybe you end up going back towards, hey look, let's try and take the strong early game jungler earlier in the draft, because we end up seeing the junglers for the first time, I think, all split, being left towards that second rotation. We've seen crazy high priority on these junglers. I also, with FPX coming back onto the blue side, I don't know if you can give over this Thresh pick or at least go for the same bans that you did in the last game for JDG, because giving across the Thresh and the Aphelios was still an issue, and the Jinx and the Lulu didn't really look super comfortable for the bot lane of JDG either, so I'm not really sure. And actually, yeah, as we say, JDG just instantly banned that Thresh.
I like that. I like the respect. I like that they're like, do you know what? I'm saying like a lot. They cannot deal with this Thresh, and I completely agree. I respect that ban. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Galio ban, honestly. Gory had an amazing game for himself, but that said, that would leave Corki open, which Gory's looked pretty great on as well. Feels like there are plenty of options, and it's going to be the Corki that's taken off.
It's Caitlyn. Caitlyn's been left open. LWX loves this pick, and you know what? I'm just gonna give up. What? What in the world? Do you not take the Caitlyn? I mean, I understand.
Zhao's available, Corki's available. Yeah. We're just gonna blind top lane. Why not?
I understand the pressure that FPX want to put towards Shelly, right? Not pressure, but like trying to set him up nicely against 369. Very aggressive laner. Does cause a lot of issues, but I think you're nuts not taking the Caitlyn. JDG don't look like they're going to go for it either anyway. Looks like they want to go towards the Xin Zhao, set themselves up nicely. The Karma could be for a Caitlyn. I'm not entirely sure, but at least Karma can do relatively well against the Lux as well. Stronger poke in lane if you want to go for that Caitlyn-Lux combo, and can be pretty oppressive to play against, just because you deal so much damage. Difficult land bindings with the speed up and all that good jazz, and good engage tool as well for Navi. But we'll have to see exactly what FPX decide to go with here. I still think Caitlyn, super strong option.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlyn's insane. Caitlyn is right now, and we'll see where FPX are going to go from their draft. I mean, the Caitlyn's locked in, makes a lot of sense. Also, just locking in a support that works with Caitlyn makes a lot of sense. They're going to hover the Lux. It's tried and true. Lux and Morgana, those are the two, right? You get fine. you can follow up with the trap. The rest of the combo just one-shotting someone. So very, very standard rotation here. Just incredibly powerful. The Jhin, a very standard answer to Caitlyn.
Yeah, I think for all it's worth, JDG actually have a strong answer to the Caitlyn Lux combo in the bot lane. Like a lot of push, you kind of win out in the support matchup there as well. So I think for JDG, they have good answers. But they'll get the opportunity to ban away junglers here. Never mind, I was going to say junglers as well because FPX haven't locked one in. But they're going to just try and prioritize roaming mids that can support this Caitlyn instead. So Rise taken off the board. Twist of Fate actually banned by FPX. I thought that would be the flip side for JDG. So potentially here, we end up just seeing JDG try and ban away something like the... actually, I was going to say Zoe, but even the Galio doesn't really work. I think you're pretty fine here. Maybe it's just like the Victor or something, get Gory onto something he's uncomfortable on. But
just don't ban it.
I think you're pretty in the clear at this stage for JDG.
So I want to throw something at you here, Dagger, and I want to see if it stinks or if it bounces off your forehead. We'll see where we go with it. The Karma is going top lane to just beat the crap out of Gwen. What do you reckon?
That is also an option. And we've seen 369 play it before. Tank Karma is still kind of a thing. I just like it as an answer into the Caitlyn. So that's why I'm kind of like, hey, I imagine that that's where it's going. But yeah, that is 100% an option. It's still like a big bully in the lane. You can do well against the Gwen. Gwen can't really jump on top of you because you can still get the CC and stuff. But we'll have to see exactly where it's going. Yeah, anyway, got to take the Victor. The only big thing I'm seeing on JDG is like lack of engage, right? You can speed up Kanavi, but not exactly the big tool that you want to try and get in there with. And you got some slows for the Jhin. So I imagine JDG will want to add some sort of bruiser front line. On FPX's side, oh, please. Are we going to get Diana Yasuo? Oh, let's go!
The Yasuo is locked in. I didn't want to say it until it was locked, but it's happening, Doctor.
So this is such a strong combo to love it. And Gory actually a Yasuo player over from the LCK as well. So we got to see him a little bit play this. So I'm super excited. This combo is so damn strong. Ton of pressure in the early stages. We've seen it more prominently over in the LEC. But this was a pick, the Diana and the Yasuo that we saw like banned in week 1, kind of for the first 3 days of LPL, and they just completely forgotten about. But this is such an obnoxious combo, and the ability to play through that strong mid jungle at 6 and then look for dives bot lane with the Lux burst and that Caitlyn burst is going to be really difficult for Yagao and Hope to manage.
It feels like this is the kind of competition for FPX where if they get a little bit ahead, you never get to play the game again. You never get to play into Caitlyn Lux. You never get to play the 5v5 against that combo from Yasuo and Diana. We'll have to see though, because on the other side, I think JDG, a lot of individually very strong picks, right? Jhin and Karma is actually going to do quite well against Caitlyn Lux. Like, you have the wave clear, you have a bit of poke and a bit of shielding yourself. Victor just exceptionally strong right now. You know, Xin Zhao, probably the strongest jungler on the patch. Theoretically a good matchup at the top. Like, on paper, each of the matchups looks fine, but when you look at it holistically, how do you actually get into a fight with this team?
I mean, the first few levels are going to be pretty crucial for JDG. Kanavi having the advantage can maybe look for invades off the fact Yagao can get push. Hope and Missing, I believe, should get push in the spot side, but obviously it depends a lot on how the level 1 goes. And 369, unfortunately, will take a little bit of a beat in the early levels. So I think your best bet for Kanavi is like start top, pat towards bot, be able to play through mid bot, and maybe look towards the an invade to try and rustle up this Diana a little bit before she gets rolling. Because as you say, like the mid jungle at level 6 for FPX is insane. You're not really getting a huge amount of pressure once LWX and Hung do get rolling.
And in hindsight, the Gwen first pick suddenly makes so much sense, right? Because everything else you wanted to pick had to be done in a pair. They needed to get these duo picks locked in. So like, just get top lane out of the way. And then we'll get some little treats for all the LPL viewers out here. Because this comp from FPX is certainly going to be a treat for us to watch. I'm excited. I'm a little nervous for them because it is definitely a bit out there as a composition. But I trusted them. After what we've seen so far, I trust them. Hung, definitely not afraid to flash forward on that Lux and look for a binding. And he might have to flash backwards here because he's gone too far. That's his flash on cooldown, rooted as well. And taken down for first blood. Kanavi starting things strong.
and gets this invade off as well, and just trying to punish that Diana, right? Take the bot side, force her play towards the top side of the map, which is where she doesn't really want to be, and give Hope missing that opportunity to control the bot side. So nice job from JDG, and unfortunate for Hung, just didn't really need to go to river. Could have just placed the ward in the bush and backed away, but cost of life, his flash, and now JDG will have complete control over the bot lane and the ability to continue putting pressure there.
I thought Hope's W was going to land onto LWX there. That would have been disastrous for him. He jumped out of the lane now. 369 getting a bit of damage on the top side. So let's quickly talk jungle matchup here, Dagda, because so far we see Kanavi leaving that jungle. I'm not sure if he got chickens as a ping in the way. He did not go for the chickens. Oh, he got some of the chickens. Okay, now we've got full information. Beishwan going for those Krugs after already having the chickens and the red.
Yeah, so full clear coming through for Beishwan on the top side, which makes sense, right? To try to power farm 6 for Diana, but the split map for Kanavi. Oh, actually, hang on. Beishwan coming in on 369.
369 was not ready for Beishwan to just stay in that side of the jungle. He's flashed into enemy territory. I don't know if that's the right direction to be going here. 369 should be head off by Gory, surely, but Gory doesn't seem to be moving right now. And FPX, they're like, you know what, 369? You could just gank mid instead. No worries. Gory's now in trouble. Yaka wasn't even... Neither of the mid laners knew this was happening, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, does give it a little bit of help to Yaga, a bit of extra damage, but the big loser is going to be 369, right? Spent all that time running around, will have to TP back at level 2. Like, I don't even know. Yeah, he buys a control ward because he's missing out of the wave, so has to get back. Whereas you get Shella, who gets a nice reset, and he can just walk back to lane. So, big win on the top side of the map for FPX off of 369, not respecting the fact that there was a split map. Like, you can see the difference here for LWX and Hung. They're actually totally fine here. They let the wave push into them. They're not trying to go too crazy. And if you try to dive, you now don't have, you still have the TP for Shella who to come down.
I just want to... I know I've praised Hung a lot today. I just watched him E the backline of the minions, and I was like, oh, classic look support. But then he used his next rotation to set them all up beautifully, and they still get the whole wave. I'm like, oh, I long for a look support that knows how to do that. I long to experience that. As a Caitlyn main, that's a long time coming, and I've yet to see it. They only push the wave. That's all. What the board?
Well, if you're reminiscing aside, I think that JDG still need to try and be a little bit more proactive here, right? Because we said that the early levels are going to be their big one, especially for Kanavi. Playing towards Hope, missing, super nice, but it hasn't really denied LWX and Hung a huge amount, right? I wanted to see him try and get in onto Beishwan and set him behind, but Beishwan actually already in the spot.
Oh, he was spotted. And that will mean that nothing happens here. Just throws a Q out. Back away from this one in the meantime. Does have his flash available, but that's a massive amount of damage. And out from Kanavi there. Will survive, but again, chunked out in this lane.
Yeah, but this is going to give him the opportunity to get in and invade onto the bot side, right? Get vision control once more, keep LWX and Hung in check. It's just unfortunate he's not able to, like, find the 1v1 versus Beishwan, because very quickly able to take down the Diana. But I do like still that we're getting Kanavi, like, at least putting pressure mid, keeping Gory out of the equation, and getting control of these zones.
I mean, I'm loving watching 369 right now, who is proxying waves and has now been caught once again, but we've seen this once this game already. 369 this time will be head off by Gory, but he's playing Jax and he's against the Yasuo, so Gory can't do anything. Walks into the stun, just gets denied a bunch of minions mid lane. This is really nice to see from JDG. Better team play coming out from them. It gets them a Drake. Now can return to farming it up around the map, and this bottom lane matchup is working out for JDG as well.
It's just so cheeky from 369. Like, proxying the wave, jumping out, even, as you say, like, denying Gory creeps mid because he tries to help. It's just all nice and dandy, but Beishwan still powering ahead here. Got a good amount on the Krugs here that he'll be able to steal away. Should be able to back up into his own jungle. Now, that was, it looks like, taken by Kanavi a little bit as well. So they're even on CS, but you're starting to hit level 6 for FPX, where things get dangerous in this mid lane.
Who's favor, going for a bit of proxy farming because he had Beishwan right next to him. As you say, level 6 for Gory, Beishwan getting close to 6 himself. That is where things really start to explode for FPX. And so far so good. JDG, right? 1-0 up. Feels like the matchups have been going okay. Feels like CS across the board is going fine. That's what we said, that they needed to have a good early game, but they don't have a lead for themselves. But when it comes to fighting over these Drakes, like Fire Drake that comes up in 3.5, or the Herald that comes up in 1 minute, well, that's when this Diana and Yasuo might just be a bit too much.
And we can see again here, like, Yagao playing in the mid lane, but hasn't really tried to, like, move after he gets the shove in on him, right? Now, to be fair, 369 kind of going for these aggressive plays top is denying Yagao a lot of opportunities to roam down towards the bot side or try and make big plays, but it's still, it's like no real mid-jungle working together. We don't really have Kanavi playing towards Hope from the scene, and you're in a situation now where you're kind of just getting to farm, and come late game, right? The team fighting for FPX is there. Like, it's obviously a good fight for JDG. You got decent scaling Victor and the Jax, but in a team fight perspective, FPX win out every time. So we'll have to see if JDG can maybe continue to steal away some of these dragons off of bot push. But it is going to be a big question as to whether they can actually fight the fight if FPX comes towards them. And even with Rift Herald about to spawn, right? Level 6's topside skirmish feels really good for FPX.
Just hoping Missing could be in trouble here, but the Karma, they should be okay. Okay, well, Hung, you know, after game number 1, I feel like we could give him some leeway, but that was a suboptimal flash binding, we'll just say.
I will say,
as you can see, Baitron and Gory.
This feels like a cage run. This is like the Gory's the best port in the world, and then you get this in the very next game. But I mean, look, I had to see they're not being punished for it, right? Kanavi actually trying to collapse on Beishwan and bot. I think they could have done Rift Herald instead here, but
Forced the flash out of Beishwan here, and Hung. well, we're not talking.
Zoning. Zoning.
Yeah,
okay, zoning.
Yeah, that's the angle. That's the angle. But so far, I mean, look, no significant punish coming out from JDG, so it's not going to be the end of the world. It's, honestly, the fact that we are just relaxing in this early game, JDG not finding any significant laning advantages, the fact that LWX is ahead in farm, when actually Hope has been consistently pushing him in and consistently having priority in that lane, is really not ideal for this side of JDG.
But that's why I was like, I thought Kanavi there with the failed gank on bot for FPX, you just take Rift Herald. Now instead though, you're actually able to kind of contest this to a certain extent for FPX, right? Hung already moved up, he's in the area. JDG have rotated their entire team here, which also means that Caitlyn gets free time on the bot side. So now you've got to figure out as JDG, how do you want to try and approach that? Because you always have the opportunity for FPX to go in with the multi-man ult wombo combo that we talked about, but looks like they're just going to back away and happy to just use the fact that LWX is in a good spot to answer for the turret plates on the bots.
Yeah, and suddenly once this becomes a 1v1, it's not as simple. Just keep on pushing. Herald will go down. Kanavi grabs that one for himself. With 369 literally behind the tower once again.
Oh, Gory.
That could be a good angle. Gory waits for an angle in this bottom side. Hung is in a precarious position, but the wave around so he can get on out of there. Dodges the route. That was damn close as Yagao trying to get the stun onto Gory. Forces the flash here. Wind wall by a little bit of time as the Chaos Storm burning away onto Gory, but he will walk away with his life here. Beitron arriving in the Try Brush. If anyone steps too far forward, there's no flash available for Beitron. Does have that E to try and get in position. Get an ulti off, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, especially with JDG moving back into position here with Kanavi hovering on the bot end. Looks like they should be able to take the dragon, and this is something that we're saying, hey look, this is actually pretty good for JDG, right? Gives them the opportunity to buy time, look to scale super well into the late game, and it feels like the big win condition for JDG is 369 come late game, as you can see, right? Starting to get some good trades.
It's an all-in the top side, Dagda is Shala, who has the third proc of his ulti, massive damage on 369. Can't quite finish the kill off. That was damn close though, and finally answering the pressure 369's had in the top side.
Yeah, and again, I think that this is where, honestly, you should be putting this Rift Herald as Kanavi. I'm not a big fan of trying to use it down towards the bot side, because Jin's going to be fine, right? You get a bit of extra damage, it's cool, but realistically, setting up Jax for success is going to be where JDG win out through side, prevent FPX going for the big wombo, and when you have a couple of dragons already under your belt, you can just ignore some of the upcoming dragons and try and play through 369 and look to cross map. But halfway through the Rift Herald, Still no sign of Kanavi going towards that top end, so may just be a case of shove mid and see if you can collapse on LWX and Hung and shut down the bot lane of FPX.
It's starting to see LWX get himself a little bit of a CS lead as well. We mentioned the CS earlier on, but now with a plate or two being added to that, has a gold lead of almost 500 over Hope, who obviously will close that slightly with this minion wave, but still finding an advantage there in that bottom side. Bit of a lead in the jungle as well, as the protobelt has been finished by Baytron. And that's a big moment for Diana, right? Having that extra dash to be able to close the distance and use that ultimate effectively.
And just so much more burst as well, right? So Brent super well. Ori is here, Baytron hovering in the wings.
Ori just playing very cool here with the wind wall to block a lot of the damage. Manages to clear the wave. Basically lost no HP, and I'm kind of surprised that he managed to do that without taking any damage, basically. Impressive stuff on the Yasuo. And we said, look, Gory is a Yasuo player over from the LCK, and I'm excited to discover it because he's 0-0-0 right now. I want to see him pop up. I want to see these team fights. I want to see the Yasuo mechanics coming out.
I mean, I don't even know if he needs the mechanics, right? He just slams that orb button continuously as Baytron actually sets him up. Like, that's the mechanics that he needs for these fights. It's just a case of actually trying to get them set up. And I'm surprised, to be honest, that we're not seeing a little bit more pressure towards the mid lane, right? You've Gory nearly level 11 now. Baytron always has the opportunity to try and make the play, but again, like, the game plan from FPX for so long has been played through this bot side, but Baytron will be spotted with it.
Oh, but it doesn't matter because the root came down and LWX snipes him out in the bottom lane. Baytron found the angle, and I didn't see whether that was a looks. I was watching Baytron, so I didn't see if that was a binding or if it was a trap, but it's beautiful regardless for FPX. That's a binding, that's a laser, that's an ace in the hole, and that's Hope. Almost knocked out of the bot lane. That cost him his heal as well. Nice little dodge for LWX, and now Kanavi feels the wrath of this duo, and this is the thing. The second you don't have a way to close the gap, Caitlyn and Lux will body.
I mean, so much damage that can come out from one rotation. As 369's going for a nice trade, but again, it's like a win for LWX. Gets the turret plates, getting control, 20 CS lead, a kill in his favor. Gale Force going to be coming
that's ulties. That's ulties in the top lane, 369. Oh, barely dodges it, but the ignite is enough. And Xiao Lao, who finds himself a solo kill against one of the greatest in the LPL.
The first pick, Gwen, coming in clutch there, being able to finish it, but on the bot side, right? Oh, he's down to the trap. Doesn't spot it in the bush. And it means that it's an easy setup coming through for Baytron there. Now, Scuttle Crab on the top, Baytron running away.
Yeah, I don't know if you want that one. Baytron gets the Scuttle Crab, should be able to escape as Kanavi slams a control ward, get himself a blue buff. But look, everyone's up on the top side, so that means LWX can just hammer away in the spot lane tower. And this Caitlyn ain't getting any weaker. Actually going for a crit cake, interestingly, on the towards the second item. Not something that you see all too often. Usually just a couple of long swords going towards LDR or something along those lines. I like it, LWX continuing to put this pressure on. Look at the kill threat. Oh, we need to see the dodges. Does he have the footwork? Last shot, is it going to hit? He flashes it in the end. LWX survives, but it costs him everything.
Yeah, I mean, quick trade's not really going in his favor, as Hope able to outrange him, but I am surprised to see just come back to the 1v1 on the top side. Like, 369 continuously going for the all-ins. Baytron!
Oh, Yaga! What a stopwatch coming on out. And now Kanavi trying to answer. I don't think anything else comes of this fight, but great reactions from Yagao. And now actually Kanavi forced to use his own ulti to keep himself safe. They'll clear the wave. They'll return to normal.
That stopwatch gets per dragon for JDG. Because you don't have that easy setup for Baytron, and Diana with her ult is just nowhere near as strong. You've got resets that are coming through from FPX, so they can't play towards the dragon, and JDG already in position, everything up and available.
Doesn't look like FPX are willing to give this one up without a fight, though. The team moving in. Smite available for both junglers here. Might be a 50-50, but that will force everyone. Oh, the dragon reset. They actually don't get the quick dragon that they were looking for here. Chaos Storm comes out. JDG, they've got the Drake, and it looks like that's all they'll get. Backing away from both teams. That's 3 Drakes now for JDG.
FPX trying to prevent JDG from getting towards the mid lane, though. See if LWX can get some damage down. Also prevent them from accessing the top side of the map where the Rift Herald is. But that's 3 drags for JDG, which is magnificent right now. And as we said, right, FPX commit plays to try and get the pick on Yagao, give themselves that advantage coming into the fight, but it's not enough. They actually end up missing, and now JDG, third dragon, Rift Herald for FPX.
It does feel a little bit like the less fighting has happened in the early game, the better it is for JDG, right? The less FPX can just completely control the rest of the game, because what we saw in game number 1 was just domination in the early game from FPX, and then JDG struggling to get back in. But with a more even early game, it feels like JDG now in this mid game are doing a much better job of staying in control.
And I think that's the thing, right? When JDG are a team that are struggling to find an identity in the early stages, not having to do anything in the early stages means that it doesn't matter that you don't have one. You don't need to do anything and just kind of scale. But as we said, though, right, you're still favoring FPX. You've got this Caitlyn that's getting absolutely massive. You're even just going straight damage for LWX, which is more of a his style of build, where he just goes for the 3 longswords.
Hope's going on to Hung, but that's a big overcommitment from Hope, honestly, but he will survive for the time being. Exhaust down. That's a fighting at LWX. Just gets rinsed. That's 2 for JDG. As Baitron forced away by the Chaos Storm of Yagao. Root won't quite connect, and look how low the health bars are from Hope and Missing. They played that on a dive set.
Just about able to survive. The heal being burnt, exhaust being thrown in as well. But it does net them the kills, and it does net them control once more, and also prevents like Gory, who was fed off to the side lane. He's now got to move back towards mid. Shella, who's not as far in control as those side lanes, and we're going to get the replay here as well. Like, Hung just getting caught there with the damage, Sleazy, and sets up nerdy for Hope to kill him, but LWX overextends here, not understanding, or at least seeing where JDG were positioned in the map. 369 and Yagao had already cast themselves aside from those side lanes to move into the mid and be there for them.
Speaking of the mid, we're going to see the Herald slammed down by FPX, so at least a small answer for them. That will be 3 towers taken, and crucially, that actually means FPX are ahead in gold. Look at, like, when we just look abstractly at this game, it's felt like JDG have been in control the entire time in terms of where we're going on the map, what's happening in the fights, but in terms of actual just gold, it's still an FPX lead by 2k right now. And when the Drake comes up in 2 minutes, that's going to be the moment where we see if this lead is enough for FPX to be able to stop this Soul.
And a lot of it is going to be a case of like, all right, top side, Gory shoving in, resetting, coming back so they can get deep vision. Getting a decent amount of poke onto Missing, but they need to get vision into the JDG side of the map, because if JDG are able to just post up, you can use the fact that Yagao and Hope have some decent range. You've got good control from Kanavi in the front line. 369 can even kind of play a zoning option for them, but if you're in a position where FPX are posted up, nobody can really face check, and Beishwan has good access to the back line, that's where FPX can shine.
And Caitlyn, in some ways, similar to Aphelios in that you want the enemy to be playing towards you. You want to be able to set those traps up. Like you're saying, if you can get on the objective first, get your line of traps there, be ready to kite backwards. That's Caitlyn in a nutshell. She loves those kind of situations. So see if FPX are going to be able to do so. They feel like they have control of the entire river on both sides of the map for the time being, at very least. JDG, a minute until that Drake comes up. Let's see what the play is to try and get some of that control back.
Yeah, but I like this from FPX, right? They've already established vision. You've got some of your resets coming through now from Beishwan. JDG, though, are in the area.
You don't have the
Need
people here, FPX, to actually commit to this one. Yeah. Mine came out onto Kanavi, but...
All right, but they have river, right? That's the main point. LWX now, you were talking about those traps. Pop them down in those choke points. Don't let JDG have access to this river. You can see them there going down. Makes it much more difficult for them to actually get in, apart from that pesky blast.
Yeah, but look, LWX just pops the blast cone. That removes that option for JDG. And despite complete control of the game this entire time, JDG now struggling to find a way to contest this Drake. This will be one going the way of FPX
They're not
here.
there.
It's a
They're
TP
out.
to
They're
the top
out.
side
Yagao
as well
TP
from
top.
Yagao.
Yeah, they're not interested. They're just going to move away from this. Yagao is going to look to trade the tower, and I think this is a good call. The other option for JDG is to actually just like full rotate over towards Baron and see if you can like threaten Baron, and then try and draw FPX into you, but I don't think they really have the damage right now on their squad to threaten the Baron.
Oh! H1 just flies halfway across the map to try and find an angle, but will not actually commit the ultimate in the end. But hey, look, it looked cool. It looked exciting.
Hey, nerdy work, but as you said, JDG now positioned on this top side. Beishwan is kind of positioned up towards Gory, but we haven't really seen these two work together, and I'm kind of surprised that we're still seeing Gory play so heavily through a side lane, right? It feels like in a lot of situations just kind of grouping up and trying to see if you can use the fact that Shelly, who's ahead in the side at the moment, to pressure seems like the best way to play this, but they are aware that like Yagao not exactly are not going to be as comfortable as a level 14 Yasuo in a side lane.
I'm not sure he's aware that half the FPX squad is waiting in the wings. Think of the dude potential Dagda Kanavi. Don't know if he's considering the dude potential right now. Hong will find the binding. That's a laser over as well, but it's just a bit of damage. No follow-up from the rest of the squad for the time being. H1. If he can find an ulti, Gory is right nearby. We'll be able to follow up, but time being, again, this game of control for FPX. Get onto the scene, set up vision, set up traps, and then wait for that pick to come on down. Kanavi desperately trying to wrestle a bit of vision back, but he's struggling to get anywhere further than just his own chickens.
And though, like JDG, they're trying to do too much, it feels right now. FPX trying to bait Baron, whereas JDG sending Yagao to try and help against Shelly, who bought now the engage though.
H1 misses the Crescent Strike. It feels like FPX are so desperate to force this fight. They're so desperate to find a way in, but they're just not able to so far. And realistically, JDG have plenty of range in their composition with the Karma, Jin, Victor. They're happy to kite this one back as well. So safe stuff so far, but that's a laser across the team. Kanavi trying to buy time for the rest of his squad, but his support is already down. And Kanavi's alone. Here's the TP from 369 onto Beishwan at the top side of the fight. But the same from the enemy top laner, Xiaolau, who going huge here. And as Zhonya's comes through from Beishwan, which means 369 cannot answer. The needlework barely misses, but it's an opportunity at Baron.
No honey fruit for Beishwan though, so he's going to need to try and play this one out. Xiaolau, who's stepping in to tank this. 369 on the wings. No jungler for JDG. The poke is there though.
369 cancels his recall. He wants to fight this wind wall. 5 at a time. Yagao flashes forward. That's going to be the jungler going down. Oh, the Chaos Storm gets it. Yagao goes huge here, and now JDG find an opportunity. 369 looking for the double stun. Coming on in as Hope is here to try and clean things up. But Xiaolau, Hu, and Gory, they're not done just yet. Missing arrives. It doesn't matter though. 3 kills and a Baron. JDG find an answer.
An FPX fumble. It's so hard. We often see FPX start up these Barons in their games because they're just like, hey, we don't know how to progress forward from this point. We're not really sure what we're trying to achieve. And we'll try and bait the opposition in. And it somewhat works at the start of this, right? They end up being able to bring Kanavi in, but you're playing against so much damage that can come in from long range. You get Yagao flashing in with the Chaos Storm, finishes off the H1 that he said was low. And now you've got Curtain Calls finishing off members. The tick of the Chaos Storm steals the Baron. And yes, Yagao will die, but he'll be heroed as a champ.
He died a lot. He'll be heralded as a legend
Herald.
for days to come, yeah. Incredible stuff coming out here as JDG now have control with that Baron. Once again, still struggling to actually have control of the map. 369. We've not really talked that much about the Jacks this game, but always... Oh, hang on. Beitron has to flash. He's okay. 369 can have massive threat in the side lane with this Baron, and now TP coming behind Beitron. There's a slow. Can 369 get the stun? That's the jungler down as JDG find another. Yagao TPing quite deep, wants to find more. It's an opportunity in the mid lane, and JDG, they want to snowball into a win here.
Shadow who waiting off the wings. LWX now moving up, as you say, right? Big push coming through from JDG. That's 2 towers back in the favor. Goldie swinging over for JDG off the last couple of minutes of plays. And for FPX, kind of left scratching your head. This isn't as confident as you've seen them from them previous.
Oh no, they've set too far up. Chaos Storm is taking on 3 people, and the curtain's open wide for LWX. They'll walk away, win wall, buy some space for Gory, but it's not going to matter. 2 down now as JDG managing to make it happen. I was losing faith as Yagao steps on a trap. Will take a punch to the face from LWX as a result in that one. And Yagao, you got to be careful, but do not step into another trap or you're going to be in big trouble. LWX trying to escape. The net goes slightly wide, but the Q hits missing. Moving forward, is LWX desperately trying to clear vision here. That's another trap. The headshot will do massive damage. Yagao so low, missing as well. The Gale Force on cooldown, but regardless, look at the Drake right now. It's Kanavi finishing this off. That'll be sold for JDG.
And it looked nice for LWX that he's nearly turned around, but that's it. JDG with Soul, that's going to make it so much more difficult for FPX to operate. And for FPX, this mid-jungle has really not found success. We talked about the combo. We actually haven't seen it once so far this game. And even though LWX and Hung got ahead at the early stages, the lack of control around the Baron, the lack of control around these early dragons now coming back to bite them. And as you say, in this fight, Munch, just going that step too far, right? JDG, they're able to turn so quickly with missing Shirelias and also the AoE speed up, going to be able to fly them on in there. Chaos Storm from Yagao once more doing so much work in this fight alongside the curtain.
And I'm going to be totally honest. This is a tip for FPX. You guys can have this one for free. If the minions are still purple, that means this baddie's nearby. It's a free tip from Munchables there. Gory and Baitron in this bottom side trying to defend Hung and LWX. You've got to be a little cautious on this one. Laser comes out for missing, but again, not really enough damage through the shield that he's able to pop up missing. Happy to tank those up for the time being. And now the siege continues. Baron is down at this point for JDG, so it's a little bit more difficult for them to actually force these objectives. Oh, another bind. Is it an angle? Shala who gets some damage down onto Kanavi. He might have gone too deep. Needle work across the team. Can't really finish anything off.
I'm not gonna lie, I want to see Beishwa just go. He has, like, the ability to get in there onto multiple people in those corridors is perfect for FPX, but we're just seeing them really scared, and you have so much AoE damage that can come over the top. Like, in situations like that, I think you can just burst out Hope and Yagao, but again, we're just not really seeing the full commit coming through, and it's definitely feeling like, unless Hung is going to be the one that's playing super aggressive and setting up the binding, H1 seems almost nervous to pull the trigger.
I will say, everyone on JDG has flash ability right now, which does make this a very difficult combo to pull off. The second you go forward, everybody just flashes in different directions. Can make it tough, but the thing is, how are you going to get everyone's flashes out, right? Probably that combo.
Yep.
So it's kind of a catch-22, it feels like, for FPX at this point, but they're going to have to figure it out because they've got 3.5 minutes until that Elder Dragon comes up. 50 seconds until the Baron, and JDG feel completely in control.
And this is actually a concept that we see quite a lot in the LPL, going back to your point of, like, how do you burn the flashes, right? You'll see teams kind of take trades like that, where they're just like, hey, we're going to go aggressive, we'll burn flashes. 5 flashes gone for the next Elder Dragon fight. Phenomenal. Now, obviously not always the best point to do it is down at your tier 2 tower, but certainly, like, you kind of need to burn these early, or you're just going to run the risk of losing them.
Nine with the Megs, able to keep himself moving. Despite finding here, Shala, who chunked pretty heavily, 15 seconds on Baron. That's not ideal for FPX, it has to be said. FPX, and again, I want to go back to a point we mentioned earlier. FPX need to be on the objective first to set up. When they're pushing into JDG, it becomes extremely difficult.
There's so much zone control from Yagao, missing being able to kind of play that keep away and kite style, and even Kanavi in 369 just playing really strong on the front line is going to make it tough for FPX.
Yeah, this is surely going to end in a fight. Baitron forced away here. Now the movement speed from missing 369 on the flank. TP's coming up through. Baitron onto the pipeline, but the flash from Hope keeps him alive. And now Baitron golden, trying to survive as long as he can, but that's 2 for JDG as into the backline goes Kanavi. In the meantime, Gory doing what he can, but what he can is absolutely nothing. It's 3 for 0, and JDG will be rewarded with a Baron.
I mean, half health pretty much across the board, but they're going to be totally fine here. Baron is there. You can't even try and contest as FPX. And I mean, this isn't really working out as strong as FPX were in the early stages. JDG, they get to the mid game, and that's where they're able to come online. This is something we haven't really seen from JDG a huge amount, simply because, well, they end up falling behind so much in the early game, but keeping within touching distance of FPX, and now with the speed up coming through from missing in these fights, They're constantly being able to jump onto these key members. Flash burnt by Hope there when Beishuan goes in. Corey's trying to stam this, but he's into Kanavi, he's into 369, who are just feeding so much pressure to the backline of FPX and buying space for JDG to use that long range we talked about.
So another Baron now for JDG. And that, you know, I was quite liberal last game about saying that FPX had pretty much got it in the bag. And I'm starting to feel very similar here in game number 2 in favor of JDG, as they are only 6,000 gold ahead. At 31 minutes, it's not that crazy, but it's the control that they have right now, and it feels like there's no way for FPX to win these fights unless we get a miracle play from Beitron. That's the big thing. But Kanavi and 369 are so happy to just push up. It doesn't feel like this Lux is doing anything from Hung against this composition of JDG.
Yeah, I mean, for FPX here, you need to try and contest this mid-wave and move yourself into River. Otherwise, it's just like too difficult for you to try and go through these choke points, especially if the JDG are setting up.
This is a bit of an overcommitment from Beitron. He's in trouble here, just knocked up and taken out. He just steps into no man's land. Gory now low on HP as well. JDG, they're making these fights look easy. Hope might get taken down though. Maybe that's the window. FPX evening things up just a little bit, but still getting taken down. 369 wasn't even a part of this fight. This is a 4v5, and FPX are just getting obliterated by JDG. If they wanted revenge for game number 1, well, they've got it on a silver platter here. JDG absolutely showing a masterclass on controlling the map later on into the game. It's a 10,000 gold lead as they finish things out and push us to 3.
And JDG, I mean, we talked about them taking that slow early game. We thought that would be the get-go for FPX, but FPX not really finding the synergy that they needed, the setup that they needed for these fights, and the fact that Kanavi been able to control these dragons so effective early gave them the opportunity to trade where it wasn't effective, but also forcing FPX into fights where they just couldn't get control of River. The side lane was already fully in control of JDG, so they push in waves, move into River, and deny FPX access.
And I mean, fantastic to see signs of life from this JDG squad as well. If we go back to the start of the series, we were saying, hey, look, they've got a win against LGD, but other than that, it's not looked convincing, and even that win looked shaky. This game felt like a different JDG to what we've been seeing for the rest of the split, right? They had a win condition, they understood their opponent's win condition, they played around those, they played a controlled game, and that, honestly, is a breath of fresh air, because it feels like a year since I've seen JDG do that.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that we kind of had very few mistakes in the early game as well, right? Like Kanavi being able to take some of these early plays and kind of work towards dragons. I think as well, Hope and Missing doing a good job of kind of counteracting a lot of what LWX and Hung wanted to go for. And honestly, Yagao, monstrous in this game on the Victor. He was dealing so much damage. The Chaos Storms were on point. He steals away the Baron. Like, everything was coming up JDG off of Yagao's plays. So, gotta give a shout out to him on this Victor. It was super.
Yeah, Yagao just absolutely demolishing it. I mean, look at the damage numbers for Beitron and Gold. This combo is meant to be like a game-winning combo. It didn't work at all in this game. Like, I don't know if they want to run it again. I don't know if it was an issue of what they were up against. I don't know what the problem was. I just know it did nothing.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is right, is the range that we saw coming through from Victor and the Jhin making it a little bit difficult. But again, I think not... Beishuan was playing so heavily towards the bot side of the map that you never really got to take advantage of Yasuo or Diana just combo in the mid lane, right? Like, just kill Yagao over and over. Like, off cooldown, just kill the dude. It's super simple to do, and we've actually seen it a lot over in the LEC. It was actually Vitality Perks who kind of felt the brunt of that in his Akshan game. But I think as well, like, even when we got towards the mid game, then still playing sides when they shouldn't have. They could have just tried to take team fights. But we have to see if they can fix it for game 3.
We'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump into a break. We'll find out how this one ends in just a few minutes.
push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say?
Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time, yeah. Turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get
crashing. Now I already go to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones.
应对小老虎的话，就我们沟通好内容，然后和打野配合好，就我觉得可以赢。现在上单定位的话，我觉得可能就是偏绿月型，然后多玩一些功能型的上单可能会好一点。
Well, it's weird to hear 369 talking about communicating well with this jungler, because I'm not going to lie, last year, only communicating with this jungler, but not well. We'll see if that's changing on JDG. I'm joined by Dagda as we go to game number 3 of that. That was fairly unnecessary. I'm sorry, 369, but you know, it was right there. It was right there. Yagao is going to be our MVP for game number 2. Absolutely insane pop-off here. The Baron Steel double kill was just perfect.
Yeah, so much damage coming out from Yagao. Really did have a splendid game. And the fact that he didn't get a huge amount of attention in the mid meant that he did get that time to scale up. And as he said, right, team fights, zone control was really good. And this right here, the damage across all the members of FPX plus the Baron Steel, so crucial to JDG's success here. Because honestly, the game was insanely back and forth, but FPX definitely having control of the game up until this point. But with that steal and with that play, JDG were able to take over.
They certainly were. And I mean, this play was really nicely orchestrated from the JDG side. It felt like a lot of these plays, it was just based on trying to find a way in, but just being denied time and time again. Hope was just untouched on the backline for most of the game, and felt like JDG just had a lot of freedom to do whatever they wanted during all of these plays. This composition from FPX, like on paper, I mean, right at the start of the game, we said, look, this is not an ordinary composition. This is a bit out of the box. So I was excited to see it. Wasn't very excited by the results of it. So maybe have to go back to the drawing board for game number 3 and return to what's a little bit more standard.
Yeah, I don't hate the draft. I kind of hate the execution, as you say, right? I don't think it's a very FPX style of combo, right? Where it's like, hey, we're going to play through strong mid jungle, which is not really what we talk about for FPX, right? Like, Corey's lane phase is a bit messy. We also say Beishuan, like, pretty much the third man for bot lane, like always playing down towards the bot side. And even we saw it this game, right? So I think if you were able to like try and play through the mid lane and then operate towards that top side, we could look for skirmishes around Rifthill and continuously use this combo and set up for yourselves to get this big lead off it. I think that's the way it operates, but unfortunately not going to be the case. So I imagine coming into pick and ban this time around, we're going to see more focus again towards the bot side, but I think it'll be more of a standard kind of like Victor or control mage coming through for Corey in the mid lane, and then put that attention back down towards the bottom lane.
See the Caitlyn banned away this time by JDG. To be honest, I'd let him have it after that game. I'd be quite happy to go against the Caitlyn again. It's into our final ban coming out from FPX, and it means that this Corki is available for Yagao. Victor obviously still available as well if Corey just wants to go towards that. I'd love to see another Galio. I think Galio is great. But for now, hovering a jungler. Rob, what are you expecting? What are you thinking for FPX?
I think the Lee Sin, and I imagine that we'll probably see something like the Jin probably picked up for LWX on that bot side of the map. Kind of been the go-to staple when the Caitlyn's taken off the board and does pretty well against the likes of the Jinx and the Aphelios, especially with Thresh gone. The other option as well is to just go back towards a pick for Shelahu, right? I think Shelahu, you could go towards the Gwen and just go, hey, look, we're just going to play bog standard, but looks like FPX kind of going back towards normal drafts, I'll say, in the current meta and going towards that AD carry. And we'll probably lock in a support then in third rotation. JDG going to respond with the Aphelios, and probably the Leona, I'd imagine, in this bot side. Like Aphelios, Leona, got 2 strong carries then for your team fight as well. And Leona just provides that engage tool for Missing.
Nautilus actually going to be the lock-in here for Missing instead, which to be fair, missing known for his hook champions, does well into that Leona. And it's like we're back in 2020 with just Leona and Nautilus going to be our supports here, each with a hyper-scaling AD carry to work with, so it feels like a relatively even bottom lane there, with a mid laner on the side of JDG and a jungler for FPX. And now, over to the second ban phase, as it feels like both teams toying with the idea of team fights, but JDG certainly could lean towards the range play.
I feel like JDG, you start banning away victors, you start banning away mid laners that can do well against Corki, right? Or at least things that can provide good zone control for the Aphelios as well. Silas going to be taken off the board, can do really well in the matchup. On the upside for FPX, top laners is the name of the game. They're just trying to see, hey, look, Jelahu, we're going to give you counter pick on right side, but let's kind of get rid of those tanks that can set up really nicely for JDG. So Gragas taken off board. Maybe they go towards Sion as well here, which has kind of been the other big tank that 369 goes to. Because it does feel like JDG want to front line, want to engage, and set up for, again, for those team fights.
Well, the Sion taken off of the board here alongside Gragas. So those tanks going to be limited for 369. Could go into something like a Ornn or something if he really fancied, or maybe the set. We'll have to wait and see. Jace, bind away is the final ban for JDG.
I'd love to actually see a Gangplank. I think, well, not if we're going to get the Gwen locked in, but I think what you're looking at FPX for like the likes of the Jinx is she really struggles when she's going to have a Gangplank ult on top of her, not really able to reposition, and sets up super well for like Corki to synergize with the package. You got a lot of zone control, but not the best of matchups for the Gangplank into the Gwen. So instead, looks like 369 going to go back either towards a counter pick in the Kennen, play towards that team fight engage, right? Or he can go towards the Jax if he wants to and go for the full split push. I personally prefer the Kennen. I think you've got such a capable team fighting team, and the ability to jump onto this Jinx with a flash Kennen. It feels like you just kind of set up for that play instead.
And let's be honest, 369's Kennen was pretty much the only good thing that happened for JDG in game number 1. So I'm
honestly,
okay
for
with
a lot
it.
of the
It's his most
series.
played. Yeah, this will be his 4th Kennen game of the split so far. He's only played 6 other games, so feels like definitely a big staple for 369 and something he's very, very comfortable on as the jungle. JDG as well. It's gonna be a Rek'Sai and change at the last second from the Viego.
Yeah, the counter pick is well in that jungle matchup, and really a huge amount of just stopping power against things like the Lee Sin, not really allowing him to get like big kicks off onto Navi because you just basically sit on the Aphelios and stop that play from happening. So I like this from FPX. For JDG. FPX, I mean, Victor, Orianna, Rise, whatever kind of control mage you're feeling is going to be the name of the game here for Gory. It's just going to go towards the Rise, gives him a little bit more control in roaming around the map.
Yeah, I will say, the Rise in game number 1 from Gory, definitely got to see them all. They weren't necessarily great ults, though. I feel like quite often he was just ulting into his death. So, want to see a little bit of a better read on the map early on from FPX. This time around, though, they don't have the Galio to answer, right? Last time, it was the Galio versus the Rise, and every time Gory tries to make something happen, Yagao could... Oh, sorry, the other way around. Every time Yagao tries to make something happen, Gory could answer on the Galio. This time around, it's Gory on that Rise. So the Realm Warps can do wonders. In fact, I take that back, Gory. You weren't even playing Rise in game number 1. I'm just being an idiot. That was Yagao. So, Gory's Rise, that's exciting. Over to you, Rob.
Well, the reason it's exciting, right, is it gives the opportunity for the FPX to try and play side lanes. We talked about JDG really wanting to play this big team fighting comp, and if FPX are able to just avoid that Rise on the side and also Gwen being able to take over against the Kennen, that seems like the best play. You still win the mid push for FPX as well. So I think a lot of this game is going to be Beishwan trying to work through Gory, see if they can set up for some early plays onto Yagao, and then transitioning that pressure up towards Shella.
I will say 63% in favor of Corki in that mid lane, apparently, according to the solo queue stats. I don't know how accurate that is, but that is scary for Gory if that's the case, because we've already criticized Gory's laning phase. If he's also in a really terrible matchup, it's going to make this early game rough for FPX.
But again, it's the team fight where Gory has been known to pop off, but it's not exactly a pop-off champion for the team fights, right? Especially when you look at what JDG have, the package for Corki, the ability for Hope to be there and present, great engages for potential for 369 if you can find flanks, and even Kanavi being able to prevent a lot of the kind of engage tools for FPX, like stopping Hong from being able to follow up, Base Swampy from being able to follow up. It's going to make things a little bit more difficult for FPX if they end up being forced into these team fights.
Certainly will. And I have to say, I'm excited to see Hung on this Leona once again. This is definitely a staple for Hung. Surprisingly, his most played has been Lulu so far this year, which I don't think anyone would have necessarily expected. Everyone thinks about the Leona, the Thresh, right? These engaged champions, but excited to see him on the Leona once more. Is everyone just posturing like we're going to fight at level 1 here? But I don't know if it's actually going to happen. Hung moving in with the sweeper. Not spotted just yet, but now will be, as Hope needs to be cautious on his positioning here. FPX with the level 1 play. 3 men strong here, and neither mid laner is going to move over for the time being. This could just be a smite fight between Beitron and Kanavi. Kanavi's moved over to his Krugs instead for the time being. There's the Q, there's the smite. Level 2 for Beitron. And it will just be the Krugs as somewhat of a consolation prize for Kanavi. Not even that, honestly. It's his own Krugs. He gets nothing.
Yeah, and honestly, a nice start from FPX, right? Because Rek'Sai had the advantage in this matchup against the Lee Sin, so anything you can do to try and tip the balance in favor of Lee Sin is going to be super helpful and kind of just prevent Kanavi from going for a lot of these early ganks that you can go for and kind of from creative angles as well. Especially down towards the bot side. Kanavi, you've got the ability to sneak in behind LWX and Hung, so forcing him to play top is going to be probably the name of the game for a lot of what FPX want to achieve and allow them to abuse the strong lane matchup that they have on the bottom side. The only thing I want to point out though for this matchup is Hung has actually taken Aftershock. He hasn't gone towards the Glacial Augment, which is traditionally what we've seen now into this Nautilus matchup, because when you land the Zenith Blade of Nautilus, you end up being able to take the Glacial Augment and follow up with the stun, but not actually going to be the case. It's just going to be straight up Aftershock, so still Missing should be able to fight out a lot of the engages from Hung once Beishwan isn't there.
Big trade from 369 up on the top side. Gory moving down towards his bottom lane. He does not have any mana. But things can happen anyway. Does have a biscuit. Here's the TP in the bottom side as the dive already underway. Hope surviving for the time being though. As my feed completely froze there. Hung goes down. It's 2 for Yagao on the Corki. Making it happen. The re-dive potentially? This seems dicey at best from LWX and Gory. And a reset up on the top side of Shala, who've been forced out of lane completely. He's 2 levels down on 369 right now.
Yeah, there's a huge wave underneath that turret that Shala needs to get. It should be able to, but I mean, FPX.
Wait, what is happening? Gory's going to go down. There's a flash forward from Yagao, who gets his 3rd kill of the game already. And LWX, that's a Corki with a red buff. I don't know if that's a trade that you win, especially with no mana on either side. Missing. Doesn't have flash, but he does have his hook, and that's going to be connection. That's going to be LWX down, and that's going to be 4 kills. That's 1 per minute for Yagao. 369 will walk away on the top side. That day might already be over.
I think you're right. I don't get the play. I don't understand why FPX went for the dive. You're against double TP. 369 though, going to be able to get away. But coming back to it, FPX, like, there is a TP on towards Yaga. He could always get down towards the bottom lane. You have a ton of CC for the Nautilus that can set it up, and here, right, you end up getting the dive, but you actually don't have the ride in place. So this is a 2 versus 3 underneath the tower. Hope does a really good job of being able to flash away. You're still level 2 on Hung and LWX. This was a wave 2 crash, which means that you actually don't get the level up, and just lazy backing from Gory, costing Gory his life, and then costing LWX in the long run as well, as Missing just gets to chase him down.
Yeah, I mean, LWX playing this a little too aggressive. I don't know why he stepped up and get this Missing. He's like, oh, okay. You want to go for this? Let's go for this. Yeah, Yagao just sweeps up another opponent. I feel like 2 of these kills were just FPX being a bit sloppy. Like Gory getting caught and then LWX both getting caught individually. Bit trash for FPX, let's be honest. Now JDG in a very comfortable position. Look at the item difference. I mean, like, that is just... I mean, there's a full 1,000 gold between them.
And even getting the poke build coming out from Yagao, like, no, it does not scale as well. But when you're already 4 kills up, having a stronger mid game, that he can play towards is going to do a lot of work as well. So honestly, Yagao like in such a good spot, and we looked at him in the last game as the big carry, the guy who stepped up from the mid lane to deal the damage. Well, he's been set up beautifully here off of the mistakes from FPX, and now we just got to see if JDG can ride the Yagao current all the way to a victory.
Kanavi certainly good at riding the wave as a shark himself. See if that's going to work out. Oh, 369 just goes for the all-in on the top side, and that's the second stunt coming on in. Flashes forward, and 369 finds a bit of revenge for what happened earlier in the series.
I mean, this is just going from bad to worse for FPX. A 2,000 gold lead for JDG already. You've got the massive CS lead there for 369, the level advantage for him as well. But look, let's take a look at the gold, right? You've got a massive one in the top lane. 1,000 gold lead already just in the top. The only place that is even remotely even are the jungle and the bot lane, but that's it, they're even. It's not even like you're going to be able to push off of that lead.
I'm just saying, missing's 200 gold up right now. Support me. You know, gotta represent my XWE players. As FPX will be able to get themselves a Drake at very least, and you know, that is pretty much the only positive right now. Grabs that one for himself. He'll grab the crab. On top of that as well, let's take another look at the all-in on this top side. It was literally as he said, hit 60.
Yeah, I mean, Shella, who just tries to go aggressive, clear out the wave a little bit. I think he could have just waited for that to push in, but 369 does a really good job of spotting it and just like, cool, I can flash, I got follow up, you can't run away from me because you're ghost. All in potential is right there, and he takes it. Even as you can see, like going the blasting wand first, this gives you so much more all in potential when you're built over the Hextech alternator, and 369 just playing to that so well.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. And also just punishing Shala, who was obviously under the impression that it was going to be level 5 versus level 5. That's why he went in. And
is this take 2?
As it happened. Well, I think his ult is still just ever so slightly on cooldown. I think there's another couple of seconds before that comes up. It's always hard to see with Kennen because it all is white lines on the ult icon,
yeah.
But I think it was still ticking over. So no opportunity for the time being, but that was damn close to being one.
I mean, I think Shella, who needs to play this safe, especially with the position that FPX are in at the moment. And Yagao, completely strong. You've already got the Manamune completed for Yagao, so moving up towards this Rift Child, I don't see FPX being able to fight this. Hung already on the way, but this could be where the game blows open even further in JDG's favor if you're able to get Yagao into position. I don't know. He has the package as well there. I really don't think you fight this as FPX. This is terrifying if you do.
Yeah, this absolutely we've been after just clear a bit of vision. I mean, you know, Manamoon is a scaling item, so there's some level. If there was a ward there, Kanavi. This is not going to work out, unfortunately. I say that. Maybe it will anyway. It's 3v2, though. Maybe an angle for FPX to answer as they go in onto 369. That's going to be the ulti coming out. The needlework with some damage. 1 for 1, and Kanavi left alone up in this top side. 2 kills go the way of Matron. And finally, a positive play for FPX.
Nice job for FPX to be able to get that, but I think it's a bit of a mistake from a JDG to be playing towards the top lane at the moment, right? Like, you have control here with Yagao, play towards Yagao, and like, make sure you're always keeping him as part of your plays. Because as you can see, right, like, where you're playing towards, where you're even on the map, it's not going to work out as much, especially if Home's able to move. And unfortunately, missing in Hope, not really able to punish Home's roam either, because the wave position, and how do you explain safe underneath the tower?
LWX going to be able to just clear away the waves as Jinx as well. It's very easy to just hammer away on those minions and keep the tower safe. Be almost 2 plates down in that bottom side, I think, as Gory returns to the mid lane. So I think, Rob, let's just take a second here. Oh, sorry, Dagner. You're not called Rob on the internet. In fact, let's talk about the replay first, and then we'll take it.
I mean, this is just, as you said, ward spotted there. FPX spotted well. And there's not really much to be said, right? 369, you don't really have the damage just yet to take on the world. At least they try. Now, what would you like to say to Mr. Price, whatever you want to say?
Ribage de Preach, as they say.
Oh.
Well,
Goheen?
that's bit of Irish for everyone there. As an Englishman myself, I'm somewhat fluent in that one.
You pissed off so many people with that phrase, right?
I know. That was the goal. Don't worry, that was the goal. I want to reset for a second and talk about win conditions again and talk about where we're at in this game, because it felt like it was pretty much over earlier on. Yagao 4 kills, etc., etc. But actually, they're only 1,500 gold up. And with FPX finding a couple of positive plays, is the hope dead for FPX? Can they come back in?
I mean, I still think there are definitely ways if JDG play this out wrong, right? But at least at the moment, they are doing a pretty good job. And they got the Rift Herald. They're still giving those resources over towards Yagao. They're resetting now, so then they can actually look towards a fight over at the Dragon, which again, I think is a good shout. Like, trying to use the fact that Yagao is going to be like an item and a half basically coming into this fight is exactly what you want. And the only issues, as you can see, is right, like LWX still pushing in. FPX honestly looks like they're maybe considering just giving up this this play, so then they can just go and take terror plates elsewhere. But a lot of members of FPX still congregating around this top side. I think you try and make a play top side for FPX and like just trade the pressure, or might look for a hit.
Good. FPX are the ones with control around Dragon Pit, at least for the time being. But that said, now can make something happen. He's moving around here. Both teams with vision of the situation. They'll both know what's going on. Yagao, no package to work with, so this is just base core here. FPX wants to just start this one off. They're not afraid of JDG, at least for the time being. Oh, having to move over. In they go. Hunk starts the engage off and has a stopwatch. That's Kanavi already down. It's going to be 1-for-1 with the junglers, though. And in with the Moonlight Vigil. Hope to try and finish things off with a double kill. LWX over the wall. And JDG find the fight.
And that's it. I mean, yes, you can get that quick engage onto Kanavi, but he's not the problem. Yagao opens up a free fire. Hope's in a really good spot with the Gale Force of his own. He just is more damage than LWX, and fortunately for FPX, again, biting off more than they could chew. I really do think you just try and play side lane here in this situation. Like, try and get your own win condition ahead for FPX. Because as we said, like Shallow... Ooh, hang on.
Oh, no, they can't even play side lanes because Shallow, who not winning the 1v1, actually going to force his needlework out as well. 369, knowing that he could just punish individually.
And this is why, like, getting Shallow who ahead, like, gives him control in that matchup, but you can actually look to play through sides. But here, right, you get the engage of Kanavi, who follows up? Like, the only person here is Beishwan who gets the kick, right? But now Beishwan's in a horrible spot, same as Hong. LWX isn't really able to follow up, neither is Gory, and you've just got way more damage coming out from the two carries of JDG at the moment. So, in that trade, it benefits JDG. Now Beishwan in the mid, as JDG look to again play around Yagao, see if they can get some more chip damage on this turret, and maybe actually, with the move top, use this to look for a dive on Shallow.
Over, and 369 basically already under the tower, trying to get damage on Shallow, who trying to preemptively do a bit of work. As a replay of getting caught in the mid lane there. I think that was Gory going down. And we'll have to see. It looks like no dive going to come out in that top side in the end. But this has been a hell of a game so far, Dag. It is 9-4 on the scoreboard, 14 minutes in. And I'm glad that we get to see this one be a little bit competitive, especially after how it started. I thought it might just be completely doomed for FPX, but they will not roll over and die. Even if they lose this game, you can't say they didn't try.
Again, though, I want to come back. This feels a lot more stronger. Sorry, a lot stronger from JDG. As missing? No. The biggest issue that we had with JDG was not being able to find advantages in the early stage. Gory caught out, though.
Gory. Oh, he's dead. He's so dead. He had flash, but he didn't get to move the entire time. Yagao finishes that one off. And that's his 6th kill of the game. We also have Kanavi. Go with the Prowler's Claw, by the way. This is a lethality Rek'Sai. This is a composition that ain't slowing down anytime soon, but you're absolutely right. This is JDG showing us what they can do. And now a Solar Flare. This just about gets that anchor out. Now Moonlight Vigil. An answer from JDG as Hope and Missing not afraid of a 2v3.
Yeah, and the damage going down means that, hey, look, they keep FPX stuck in the bot side. Yagao gets mid-turret. You've got Kanavi taking the Rift Herald on top side. Honestly, 369 is going to be able to shove in this top, and you've got your run-of-the-mill here for JDG. And I agree with you, Munch, what we were saying, right? JDG, we wanted to see strong early game. We wanted to see it work out for them. Now, to be fair, it was capitalizing on an FPX mistake. but they have been able to capitalize that again and again, finding fights at the Dragons, setting up well for objectives. It's still JDG.
Oh, Shala, who's in big trouble. The knock is there, and Kanavi finishes him off, takes a chomp out of the doll. And now you can see Yagao's finished a Ludens as well. This will be 369 finishing a tower up in the top side. That'll be 2 towers down, just that bottom one remaining for JDG to take. Matron wants to contest onto this crab. Not sure that that's a 1v1 he can take with 369 hanging out.
I want this to kind of become the new JDG too, though. Even though Yagao, as we said, like blown away out of the water by FPX's early mistake, the success that JDG seems to have a lot of the times comes from Yagao having good control over the mid lane and being able to teeter that over towards, you know, first move for Dragon to find fights. Hope just missing them.
Damage coming in. Oh, great. He's actually going to find a kick onto Missing, looking for a fight here. Realmwalk going to come on through from Gory as well. And they've managed to get onto Hope, and Baytron can follow it up, but I don't think that's going to happen. And Hope has some damage of his own. Gory's there to finish it off with the Everfrost, though. It's going to be 2 hits here.
No.
Oh, no. Yagao has so much damage. And, you know, it looked good. It looked good for a second there, but only for a second.
Yeah, dives not working out in FPX's favor, I gotta say. A couple of times now we've gone for, and it is not look pretty. Yagao roaming down now to set up on the spot side again. 8 kills coming through for the Corki, and it's 14-5 in kills, a 5,000 gold lead, and I don't really need the replay because it's just FPX going too far, right? They get the pick onto Missing, great, back it up, you got your pick for Dragon, but unfortunately they try to bite off more than they can chew, and it means that with the TP coming through from 369, Corki being able to rotate down as well, they're just able to finish that off. Not sure what happened in the replay in the bottom of the left, though, but a little bit pixelated.
Yeah, do you want to know the really depressing thing about all of this? I actually didn't even get the pick onto Missing. They only got Hope. Missing got way up on the top side. We were watching Hope, and Missing just toddles off into the jungle. 369 going for Hung here. That's going to be a solar flare to lock him up, keep him away, but Hung will eventually go down. Maybe Baytron as well as the knockup comes through. Kanavi can't quite get over the wall. Wait, cooldowns here. As Yagao starts peppering away with these rockets, and he's already 2.5 items. He's a couple of auto attacks away from fully stacking his Muramana, and he's got a needlessly large rod in there. This is going to be a massive Corki as we enter the mid, or headed to later in the game than mid. At this point, 18 minutes already, 15-5, as another Drake will go the way of JDG. And it's starting to feel more and more hopeless for FPX after such a dominant start to things as well. That's the crazy thing. That's like, not just JDG playing well, but FPX, I don't know, something's gone wrong with the comms, something's gone wrong within the team here for things to change this dramatically. 369 is alone in the world, but maybe he can find LWX. I'm not sure he has the damage to finish that one off the exhaust doing a lot. LWX, it was a little close. It was a little close, but still just going to be 369 down.
MVP creep line there, keeping the Jinx alive. But yeah, I agree with your point. I don't feel like this is a pump issue from FPX. I think this is a dive issue from FPX, right? And it's one of the big things that we saw come through from TP is that it's much more difficult to pull off these dives in the bot side of the map because only one of the laners can TP, and it's usually the victim of the dive that ends up getting the support on the way. And that's why we've seen LNG struggle with them. We're seeing FPX struggle with them twice now in this game as well. You just can't get enough members to out-rotate your opponent. And it means that when you get the play coming through, you end up with a 4-kill Corki who's able to take over the map. And now when you start to try and progress in towards things like the Baron, or you try to set up for sieges, you've got this Corki that's poking you down.
369 has his ulti available. Solar Flare will not get this stun, and that's going to be Shala, who underneath the tower, 1 HP, but he survives. I cannot believe he got away with that one. Finally, a dive that works for FPX, but at what cost? Because look, JDG just go over to the Baron. They already took a tier 2 mid, they took it in him tower top lane, and now they can get a Baron to help break that base mid.
They're going to burst it down. I false Realm Warp coming through to try and bait them off it, but it's not going to happen. And you try to face check this, and this is what I mean, right? You got
oh, look at that,
you've got
everyone's blocking.
You got a ton of damage that's going to come through from Yagao, right? If if you try and play at range, it's like, hey, we've got rockets that are barraging down on top of us, and we don't really have any way of counteracting that. If you try to engage, you're like, cool, well, now we're giving ourselves access onto Hope, who's actually still in a reasonably good spot. Navi as well, who can try and keep away. And you've always got 369, who becomes enabled in that aspect as well, right? So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned for FPX. And that's the problem with having this Corki, right? He just offers so much flexibility in your draft, whether you want to go for poke, whether you want to go for the more crit and late game scale team fighting build, but also just the fact that you've got him with 8 kills now is just insane.
Page 1, it's up out to safety here, and FPX full retreat on the bottom side. Missing and Kanavi chasing this one up. Maybe there's an angle to try and close the gap. Missing, moving forward, going past the blue buff spawn to try and head these FPX members off. What's going to happen though? Looks like they've made it to the safety of their tower.
Still though, positional advantage now for JDG. Dragon in 2 minutes, so getting that deep vision, making sure that they can pick up that third dragon, and again, like, very difficult to contest as JDG moving in. Jello, who spotted?
It's like a third of Shallows who's helped just from one rocket from Yagao. And now as well with the Baron in their pockets, JDG just keep the support day long. You were mentioning it before, the damage is going to come out from Yagao's rockets. Well, in a siege situation with that Baron, doesn't get any easier for FPX. Just going to keep on sitting away. And FPX actually just in full retreat, not even going to try and contest this tower. They know that they can't for the time being. That will be one inhib surely taken. I don't think Hung will, even Hung is going to restrain from going into this situation. This is the bad with Flash's normal ability. Oh, true. Flash was on cooldown. That's the only reason JDG are alive. Or maybe the reason Hung's alive.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Well, look, we got to look at it from normal perspective and Hung's perspective. Jesus. That is so much
It's
damage.
unholy. It's unholy.
Yeah. And now you still got 40 seconds left. Missing, making attempts. Not going to be able to fish for it, and you just start to siege up once more here. There's not really much you can do in FPX. You don't really have good clear.
Here it is. Last ditch effort from FPX. Batron's behind the play, kicks Yagao into the wall, but he's alone trying to finish this player off, and Yagao survives. And that is going to mean it's going to be the fight for JDG, you have to believe. Gory underneath the tower. We've got Xiaolahu doing a little bit of work on the front line, but it's not going to be quite enough. Well, I say that. FPX survives with his life here. 2 men strong still for FPX. A way closer fight than I think they had any right to get here. And it will be just an inhib. JDG cannot end the game for now.
No, but it's 2 inhibs down. Baron already like gonna fade off them. You got Dragon that's up now. Quick resets coming through. Yagao should be able to TP in, and I feel like you just go straight for that off of this. But Beishwan, I respect the effort, right? Like tries to get Yagao, but not quite able to get it because of the Valkyrie of Yagao, and there's just not enough follow-up to kill him off. But because there's so much chaos in the backline of JDG, you're actually getting good damage off from LWX and cohorts in the front of the fight, but there's just not enough in the tank to actually try and claw this one fully.
Hope takes that break as well in the meantime, so that's going to be sole point for JDG. So if everything does go very dramatically wrong, and it would have to go incredibly wrong, it's still going to be possible for JDG to have that extra weak condition in their back pocket. Now, almost 9,000. And, you know, at this point, Dagda, I think the best conversation to have is MVP candidates. Because I think we're beyond the point of talking about who's going to win and how they're going to win. Because I feel like that speaks for itself at this point, after we've seen so many of these fights.
And the MVP doesn't. the 8-kill Corki doesn't.
I think we should at least have a conversation. You know, Missing hasn't died this game.
All right, okay. All right, hit me with your arguments. We'll do it as like a pitch. You're coming in, you got a pitch for your MVP. I'm gonna decide. This is like Shark Tank now. I'm gonna decide if you get your MVP bonus.
Okay. But whichever one I pick, you're not allowed to go for, right? I'm gonna pick Yagao, and the reason I'm gonna pick Yagao, he didn't pick the package up. Why would you not get the package there? You're ending the game. Package is available. I'm gonna choose Yagao as my MVP because of watch this. He's about to pop off and win the game. He has had an insane game. He obviously was gifted a lot of gold early. Here we go, fight finally going to kick off, or is it? Soulfly just dodged. And to be honest, JDG quite happy not fighting, I think. They can keep this going all day. That's going to be a knock-up onto LWX, and now onto the front line. Shalahu using the Sonyas, as does 369. Moonlight Vigil goes wide, and actually FPX are winning the fight. What is happening, Dagda? No way do FPX actually keep themselves in this game. JDG in full retreat here, only 3 players remaining. I'm not especially sure how that went so dramatically wrong for JDG.
That's Baron in 20 seconds. FPX can actually get that, and honestly, it's just whiff plays across the board for JDG. I'm not sure if we'll get a replay, but Kanavi doesn't get the knock-up onto Shelahu because it's stopwatch. You also get a completely whiffed Moonlight ult, Moonlight Vigil coming through from Hope. So FPX maybe able to get the Baron, but their base is in absolute tatters, and you got 10 seconds until Kanavi's up. Maybe they're just not quite able to get there, and we might have to get Yagao to package this one nicely for the Baron fight that it feels inevitable FPX have to go towards.
So my question then, has Yagao just removed his own MVP by not picking up the package before that fight?
No, I actually prefer, it's like hedging your bets, right? Like, you either win the fight and end the game, or you just win this fight at Baron with the package and win the game. It's like, hey, I'm just going to make sure that we got both players in top lane playing. We'll have to see here, Beishwan, and he steals.
Well, JDG are just going to sit and wait. They're now going to go in with the package. Yagao, a little bit of lunacy, but you know what? It scares everyone off. And that's good enough, because JDG now get the Baron. And with 3 inhibs taken, if they can't win the game now, they'll never win. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, look, I think it's impossible to say that's not going to. All inhibs down, Baron up. You can literally walk into the base
Beitron
and just
staying still.
chill.
Beitron hasn't been seen. Kanavi was underground and he stayed exactly still. Beitron in enemy territory, looking for Yagao. The flash kick! Is this the moment? 369 with a huge ulti as well. Maybe an opportunity as LWX still going on the back line. Knocked up, but nobody can follow up. There's a hook as he's knocked up once again and obliterated. Oh, it looks so good as a start. Beitron, you get a round of applause for me for that one, but it's not enough with the gold lead, with everything else in JDG's favor. And from minute 1, the lead that Yagao has had 9-0 and 9. As JDG managed to take the upset over FPX.
And unfortunately for FPX, it's kind of at the hand of their own doing, right? Try to go for this dive on the bot side, not respecting the TP that can come down. Also not really getting a Gory in position before they go for the dive. At level 2 on your support and AD carry, it was super messy. It was always high risk and maybe not the highest of rewards, but it's JDG who come out on top and are able to snowball the game to victory off of Yagao.
Beautifully done. And honestly, 369 having a lot of great ultis across the course of this series as well. His Kennen. I mean, we all know 369's Kennen, right? It's not a new thing that 369's Kennen looks good, but feels good to see him working with this JDG squad as well, because when you think about the fact that him and Zoom traded places, a lot of people were saying before the split, myself included, that was definitely a more beneficial trade for Top Esports than for JDG, but so far, 369 having a pretty good start for himself.
Yeah, and I think 369 has been one of the strongest points of this JDG lineup. And again, the Kennen, been a very big staple for him. He's been trying consistently to find the flanks, but honestly, I don't think it really mattered. I'm going to give you your money, Joe. There's been success from your pitch. I think the MVP is Yagao. This guy, just monstrous. Not only in this game, because obviously it's easy to just go, hey, look, you know, did well. But honestly, game number 1 as well. It was really strong in the Victor. Chaos Storms were on point. The zone control was great that he offered with the gravity field. And then you come into this game as well. Yes, he gets the kills, but consistently being able to put pressure down, holding the packages for the right moment and finding those big team fights. And even when we got towards the later team fights, there was a ton of pressure that was going his way, right? Beishwan was doing everything in his arsenal to try and get this Corki to go down, but he just refused to. So I gotta say, nicely done from Yagao to keep himself safe, be able to dish out the damage and take over this game so well against them.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming out. And from the whole JG squad as well, the fact that game number 1 was so disastrous. That's the part that blows my mind, right? We started this series with FPX looking amazing, gory on the Galio, making plays around the map, and it felt like, oh my god, FPX, what a performance. Like Hung looking like just completely insane on the Thresh. And then for the rest of the series, we just never got to see that again. JDG just consistently punishing JDG.
I'm just looking at the damage, right? 369, most damage in the game. Kanavi looking pretty high up there as well. Yeah, I mean, JDG, you say it's kind of been a bit of a team effort.
Actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially with poke build. Yeah, but I was going to say, like, right, it was definitely a team effort. And I think it's kind of a miss to say, look, it wasn't, 369 having some really good ults. Like, 369 was destroying Shellahu in that counter matchup that he had. Like, absolutely taking Shellahu to town, especially when Shellahu, they just opted into this Gwen and were like, we don't care. This is the first time we got Shellahu kind of going like, hey, I'm totally fine taking this Gwen pick and going up against whatever there is, but 369 really taking over in that matchup. Hope Missing, I think, did really well against LWNX and Hung, especially as a team that puts a lot of resources against the enemy bot lane. As FPX is a team that puts a lot of resources against the opposition's bot lane. They were able to absorb that pressure pretty damn well. And even when we got like 2 dives that were successful for a moment on the bot side for FPX, they still had a heap of extra help coming through from JDG as well. So honestly, JDG doing a really good job, especially this game 3 against FPX.
Yeah, and I have to say, like, the FPX entire squad looked different from game number 1 to game number 2. Like, for example, in the top lane, when you got to see Shallahu getting a solo kill in game number 1 was 369. But then the rest of this series, 369 was just having his way with Shallahu. Like, it was completely 369 favored. And it feels like if you look across the board, it's kind of a similar story. I don't know what changed for FPX between game number 1 and game number 2, but it felt like I was watching a different team. And it didn't feel like, I don't know, didn't feel like they were quite able to make things happen in the same way. I was going to say they weren't quite on the same page. I don't think that's fair because they were coordinating these dives. And as you say, they were finding some opportunities, but not enough, so bit of an interesting one to see. And hey, great news for JDG ultimately because they were in need of a win. When you looked at the standings before this one, 1 and 2 so far for JDG. They're now going to even that up, and they're going to be even in game difference as well. So for any JDG fans at home, that's a huge sigh of relief. But we're going to actually head over to the stage and hear from one of our JDG players. It's going to be Missing, so I'm going to pass it over to Sam for an interview.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and we invite the support player Missing from JD Gaming to join us in the interview. First, congratulations on your reverse sweep in this best of 3. And my first question is, many people say that you are the expert of game 2 because many times you lost game 1 and have quick adjustments after the loss. So what do you do today? 那么首先恭喜 Missing 选手以及恭喜京东 Gaming 今天在这个 BO3 当中取胜。想要问到你们的第一个问题就是，在第一局的失利之后，很多人说京东都在第2局会有一个很快速的调整，想要问一下你们今天做了哪些调整？
第一局失利之后，就第2局就想第2把，第1局下来之后就是想第2把要怎么 BP 怎么处理，讲了一些这个，这也没什么，现在调整一下这样。
So I think after the loss of game 1, we just adjust our ban pick and adjust our mental. So that's all for the adjustments, and there's no other secrets. And the second question is about the Yasuo Diana composition picked up by the enemy team FunPlus Phoenix. So how do you deal with this composition? 那么第2局其实 FunPlus 也是选到了亚索加皎月的中野组合，想要问一下你们当时怎么样去应对的呢？
亚索加皎月就是他们就是正常应对，然后就他们那个阵容就只有一个皎月可以接大，然后我们就防着点他就可以了，就正常处理。
I think we just play normally and just prevent from the Diana's engagement because there's only Diana can be a hard engage in their draft. So we just prevent from Diana's engagement. That's all for our prevention. And the third question is about the Baron Steel, the team fight around the Baron Pit. Because in that time, Vector played a lot of highlights. So what is your team communication at that time？ 那么第二局的中后期其实有维克托非常漂亮的一波高光操作，就是在大龙处抢了大龙，并且打退了对面。想要问一下那一波你们团队的沟通是什么样的？
就那波我们野辅先死了嘛，然后他们开大龙，就我们就只能强行去操作一下，然后我们中单选手打非常好，就操作了，然后还运气好把大龙给抢掉。
At that time, we lost our jungler and support, but we think that we can win a team fight with our super fast like mid laner like Vector. So he just tried to play with high mechanics, and luckily he got a Baron and win the team fight. And the last question is about the level 1 invasion and early gank from the enemy team in game 3. How do you successfully defend the tower dive? 那么第3局当中，其实对面有一个很出色的1级的入侵，包括去越下塔的举动。那你们当时是怎么样去成功的防守下来的？
当时一级其实我们防守的也没有很好，因为想到他们入侵的时候已经有点晚了，没来得及做什么准备。然后越下塔的话，就是当时就感觉到了，然后这次往下靠，我们中单就有踢，然后就操作一下这样子。
Actually, I don't think that we do well in level 1 because we expect their invasion too late, and it's just too late. But at their time of diving our bottom side towers, I think our Corki got a teleport and can be there in time, so we just do them with some high mechanics and win the tower dive defension. And thank you guys for joining us in the interview. 再一次感谢 Missing 来接受我们的采访。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Sam, and Missing as well. Good to hear from him as always. I have to take a second and talk about Missing is asked about the game 2 clutch play from Yagao. And apparently the call is like, hey, our mid lane is pretty good. Maybe he can outplay them. And that's the result. If that was legitimately the call they made, like, that's Galaxy Brain. That's on another level.
That's baller.
Yeah.
That's just like, yeah,
pretty
we're just going to slap. Yeah. Well, he is pretty good. He definitely is pretty good. And I think your pitch has come full circle, Mr. Munch, from what I've been told in my ears.
Yeah, so Yagao's going to be the MVP. I will say, I feel like I don't deserve any credit for that because you just said, hey, pitch for someone. And I'd been alluding to Missing, and I kind of did the old bait and switch. And let's be honest, I think Yagao did most of the work rather than me. 9-0 and 9 by the end of that one. Phenomenal game from him, obviously picking up a lot of kills from the shenanigans early on here in the bottom lane, but fantastic stuff to see. And it's good to see Yagao on form as well. Like game number 2, his Victor was fantastic as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you end up picking up 4 kills in the get-go and you're not MVP, I think you're probably doing something wrong. But Yagao did not do something wrong because he looked really damn good. The team fights were great. And again, here you can see, right, like, being able to position for these roams to counteract FPX plays. You've even got the TP come to 369 here. Like, it was definitely Yagao kind of leading the damage and leading the expectation for JDG. But certainly, I think this was a team effort. And so many of these fights you can see, right? Like, even here, Yagao nearly goes down, but the rest of JDG are there to support him. Like, this was a full team effort. Like, Yagao kind of riding on his team.
Yeah, Yagao having that GA towards the end as well. So even though that heroic kick comes through from Beishuan, it's not enough to save him. It's not enough to keep FPX in the game. I'm not going to lie. Beishuan get that kick and then 369 ult again for one. I thought that was a huge... I thought that was like a comeback opportunity. Get a case. But regardless, JDG, fantastic series here. And again, breath of fresh air for JDG fans. This is a team that had been struggling. Their only win against LGD wasn't that convincing. Now beating FPX 2-1. And I think they can finally say that they've figured things out a little bit and they've got themselves together. So I'm excited to see JDG forward. With that said, though, we're going to jump into a break and then we're going to go into our third and final series of the day. And this one is going to be a doozy. We've got EDG, who is still sitting pretty at 3-0, and OMG currently 3-1 in the standings. Already playing their 5th series of the split somehow in the 2nd week. I almost feel bad for them. But they are fighting for first place right now. I didn't expect to say that for OMG, but I'm excited to see how it goes for them.
there. They're like, right, we don't have Viper. We don't want to rush into this because that's probably our biggest opportunity to throw the game. Is going for a 4v5 without a pedestal.
Yeah. What were you saying? I'll let you finish.
Yeah, that's why EDG didn't want to fight without Viper, right?
No soul for you, Rare out of 4 members running away as Ala is a busy boy spinning with the helicopter. He's flashed away to not absorb the damage as Blumel goes down. And wow! Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase. The needlework is just a little tip. Tarzan the what? Strive is a madman! That target selection lyric, that was insane.
He's going to keep it out. Yeah, okay. They have to be able to defend this. They've got them final thoughts. A big spike.
It's a bit of a pinch. It's a bit of a pinch. They've been able to jump on the people. There is the showstopper right on the cold. They're going to be able to turn this one all the way around. Look at the damage coming out now from the side of anyone's legend. This Jinx needs to get excited. Abel, 1, 2, maybe get some more. 3, maybe even another one. They're going to keep him alive, and Abel carries this fight. Absolutely insane play from the Jinx.
Tarzan's looking, and Hacker, you're taking so much damage.
Yeah, Hacker needs to ult, but I think Hacker's dead. Yep, Hacker did not respect the pure amount of damage that was coming out. Like, Hacker has no real tank items. He even had a Zhonya's or a stopwatch to use, but now we can see Tarzan behind the wall gets the Jinx, and that's the perfect combination that you want to see. Tarzan is just carrying this game. 5-1 and 6 on this Lee Sin.
Much has happened a little bit, but Corki is so overwhelmingly powerful when he does have this package. And with his build, you just see what one of his rockets just to the Zoom's health bar.
Players out, but hang on, Ultra Prime, they're getting separated a bit. Package back to Zoom, trying to close the gap, but into the back line. It's done because Hacker is taking care of business, and Elka alongside the Wayne. That's a triple kill with Xiaopeng being the next Quadra. We're looking for the Penta here, ladies and gentlemen, as Elka's been so big in this game. He went from WE to Stardom on the Nexus. Elka looking to get the final kill. Nice buy-in time.
苏北勾勒出情话，笔锋浓转淡，认真描绘的牡丹，一如你初妆，冉冉檀香渡过窗，心事我了然，宣纸上走笔只此各一半，釉色渲染是泥土，韵味被私藏，和你嫣然的一笑如含苞待放，你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。天际在等你，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，热江千万里，在平地树根地方前朝的飘逸，就当我为你遇见你伏笔。天青色等你，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的情话，字字酷似美丽，迷眼的笑意。色白花青的情意，跃然于万地，临摹松铁，落款时却惦记着你。你隐藏在窑烧里千年的秘密，细细地犹如绣花针落地。天外芭蕉惹骤雨，很欢热同旅。我路过那江南小镇的等你，在泼墨山水画里，你从墨色深处被隐去。天际在等你，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，热江千万里，在平地树根地方前朝的飘逸，就当我为你遇见你伏笔。天青色等你，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。 储备够了，出情话，避风浓转淡，认真描绘的牡丹，一如你初妆，冉冉檀香渡过窗，心事我了然，宣纸上走笔只此各一半，釉色渲染，是泥土，韵味被私藏，和你嫣然的一笑，如含苞待放，你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。天际在等烟雨，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里，在遍地树根地方前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的青蛙，自顾自美丽，迷眼的笑意。色白花青的锦衣，跃然于万里，临摹松蝶，落款时却惦记着你。你隐藏在窑烧里千年的秘密，细细地犹如绣花针落地。天外芭蕉惹骤雨，很欢惹铜绿。我路过那江南小镇的等你，在泼墨山水画里，你从墨色深处被隐去。天际在等烟雨，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里，在遍地树根地方前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的青蛙，自顾自美丽，迷眼的笑意。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里，在遍地树根地方前朝的飘逸，就当我为遇见你伏笔。天青色等烟雨，而我在等你。月色被打捞起，晕开了结局。如传世的青蛙，自顾自美丽，迷眼的笑意。储备够了，出情话，避风浓转淡，认真描绘的牡丹，一如你初妆，冉冉檀香渡过窗，心事我了然，宣纸上走笔只此各一半，釉色渲染，是泥土，韵味被私藏，和你嫣然的一笑，如含苞待放，你的美一缕飘散，去到我去不了的地方。天际在等烟雨，而我在等你。炊烟袅袅升起，隔江千万里，在遍地树根地方前朝的飘逸。
TP 有改变之后，感觉中路前期的影响力比较降低了吧，然后前面不好用 TP 越塔吧。他的话感觉比较喜欢刺客性的英雄吧，然后比较自信吧，然后要注意一下他喜欢的英雄吧。
Scout acknowledging Cream then, saying, hey, look, I gotta be conscious about this guy. He's incredibly confident and an incredibly strong mid laner. If Scout's giving you respect, you know you make a splash in the LPL. I'm Munchballs. I'm joined by Dagda as we head to our third and final series of the day. And this one is going to be a doozy, Dagda. We've got EDG against OMG. This almost rookie squad from OMG up against the literal world champions. This is going to be a test, if any, for OMG. I want to start by looking at the standings and where each of these teams lies, because as you can imagine, EDG currently undefeated in the standings. But OMG, I don't think many people are expecting them to be doing as well as they are. They are currently 3-1 right now, and if they beat EDG today, they will take sole possession of first place in the FPL.
Yeah, I think a lot of what people are going to point out when you say, oh, well, they're 3-1, right, is like the easier start that they had, right? They had TT, Anyone's Legend, and then it kind of started to get a bit tougher with IG, who they were able to take down, and then they go up against BLG. But despite the loss, I think that was an incredibly close series. But for EDG, right, bit of a stumbling block against Ultra Prime. But these guys, world champions, have come back swinging. Like, if you're looking surprised about both these teams, right, EDG, everyone's kind of like, they're only just back. Give them a little bit of a break, you know? They'll need to have rested up and come in. And then you just demolish people for 2 series and then struggle against Ultra Prime. So it's been a bit of a back and forth story for EDG.
Yeah, it's been kind of insane how strong EDG have been coming back in. But we'll talk a little bit about EDG in a moment. I want to start off by talking about OMG. I think a lot of people were hoping this team would go 4-0. I think some people even had them chalked up to beat BLG in their second week game against the team. But it will be no 4 OMG. Apologies for that one was Dagda. I'm just going to say
welcome.
He wrote that one.
That was a genius.
They don't manage to get the 4. They don't manage to get the 4. But ultimately, they are still looking very good, and there were big positives to take away from their BLGs.
Yeah, I think this was an insanely close series. Apart from game 3, where, you know, there was a couple of mechanical things that went a bit awry, but outside of that, like, OMG were actually fighting head-to-head against a lot of what BLG were doing, especially when you look again at the individual star power that's on BLG's side. The fact that, so you kind of put it like this bunch of rookies and some people with a year's experience are able to go toe-to-toe is absolutely insane. I think the biggest kind of downside for this series in general was, I think Cole had a bit of a rough series. His game 2 and game 3 weren't great. He died in lane. There was a couple of mechanical errors. Like, he had some moments where he shone, but honestly, I think that, like, down to a couple of mechanical errors and some whiffed packages coming through from Cream, this game was actually really down to the wire and could have gone either way. So I think for OMG, I'm actually super positive on them after this game, and this series, despite the fact that they lost it, actually solidified for me that OMG does look like a top team for playoff contention, and it really does just feel like we're looking to see where they land. And now coming up against the EDG, it's another tough opponent, but another chance for OMG to prove that that's where they belong.
And what an exciting statement to make, right? That OMG could be a serious playoff contender later on in the split. Now, they've got a long way to go before we get to playoffs. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, but certainly showing massive promise. And we'll talk more about one of the reasons as to why a little later on in this segment. But first, we've got to talk about EDG a little bit, because it turns out, Dagda, gods can bleed. This is a team that came in exceptionally strong. I was expecting them to be weak after the off-season. Apparently not. They've been training hard. They still look in insane form. But Ultra Prime managed to take a game off of them. Ultra Prime in game number 2 managed to take down EDG. We've seen the weaknesses, and I want to break that open a little bit more and dive into how Ultra Prime were able to find these opportunities against EDG.
Yeah, I think so a lot of the issues kind of coming into game 3, which is one that's currently on your screen, was the draft, right? You've got a ton of long range on Ultra Prime's side, and EDG did no favors with the Shogat pick. It felt like Flandre kind of wanted something that was a bit funky, and even said in an interview after that this was something that he would practice and wanted to try, but realized in the current meta it doesn't quite work. So I think for game 2, kind of a bit of a blowout for EDG. But game 3, though, even then, not exactly the cleanest either. So I definitely think that EDG kind of shown, hey, look, they're not unfallible. They do make infallible. They do make mistakes, and I think you've got to be so careful against teams like OMG, who are so good at punishing you if you're out of position. There's so many ways that you can just find, like, especially if Cream's on things like the Akali, or if he gets his hands on the Corki again, which I think is a super strong pick from him, that you're not just getting blown out of the water by OMG, because this is an aggressive team that likes to get advantages in the early stages. Their team fighting does look far better as well. So EDG definitely can't be coming in lackluster today.
No, they definitely can't. OMG is definitely a team that will punish if you're not cautious. And I want to talk about one player in particular on OMG who is known for punishing and known for making things happen up in that top side. It's Shanji. Now, this is the newest player on the squad. This guy is in his rookie split in the LPL, but you would not know it. You would not be able to tell if you just looked at his gameplay alone, because Shanji has made a splash and a half coming on in. But this is going to be his biggest challenge yet, right? He's up against the champ. Literally, he's against the world champion top laner. And this is going to be a big, I think, important moment in Shanji's year of proving that he can stand up against the best.
And what I love about Shanji is that we're getting so many different styles out from him, right? See the Gragas on your screen at the moment, but we've gotten the Gragas, we've gotten the Graves, we've gotten the Jaces. Like, he has played, sorry, not Jace, the Rumble as well that has come out of heap for him, and it's kind of his own little pocket pick, and he's looked incredibly strong on them. And the fact that you've got this guy that can play versatile roles and look great, whether it is on a tank pick or something a bit different, really does open up the OMG draft pretty substantially. And as you said, this guy only just coming back in, his lane mechanics are on point, his actual team fighting mechanics are insane, and then you can see there, like, he's having an absolute blast on the Rift as well. Like, the fact that this guy is gritty from ear to ear in these games makes me so happy to see, because he is having an absolute stormer. And again, we'll have to see if he's going to be able to do it here against EDG, because against Flandre, a guy who likes his fun picks, it seems like, coming into 2022, a guy who wants to catch you unaware, a guy who's incredibly strong in the lane as well, he's going to need to come out all guns blazing.
He certainly will. And it has to be said, Shanji, he's been playing with confidence. He's clearly having fun on the Rift. And, like, it's clear to me that he knows what he's capable of. He knows he can do this. And these are all of the things that we were saying about Cream last split. If you think back, like, all of these positives that we're saying about Shanji right now is exactly what we were saying about Cream. And now he's one of the hyped up mid laners coming into this split, right? He's one of the players that everyone's looking towards and hoping he'll have the best split of his career and continue to climb those power rankings and climb those ladders.
And one of the players that gets a heap of pressure coming through on OMG as well, right? Like, we oftentimes see Aki and Gold linking up a lot, playing towards that top side, and they know that this is a guy that, when you give him those resources, will do a lot with them. And I honestly think he's one of the reasons that the team fighting for OMG is leveled up this split as well, because they've got this guy who can play strong front line, but also someone who can be a big carry, and is setting up really well to enable the carries that are on OMG's side.
I have to say, when you look at the OMG squad, it's kind of funny to see kind of the experience difference between the top and bottom side of the map, right? In the top side, you've got Shanji, who's brand new. You've got Aki and Cream, who came in just last year. Like, very, very fresh players across the top side. And you go to the bottom lane, you've got Cold and Abel, two of the, like, I think oldest, but also just longest staying LPL players in the entire league, never mind just in this team. Like, Cold has been year 7 for him, if I'm not mistaken. And Abel obviously had a break, but has been playing for a lot of years. So it feels like there's a stark contrast within this roster of fresh faces versus absolute veterans on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Cold, right, he's been on OMG for 5 years now anyway. Like, when he started, it was cool going and Uzi on the team. It tells you how long ago that this man has been on the roster. And you look, as you say, towards top side. But I think the biggest and the coolest thing about this is, like, the growth that we're seeing from that top side of the map, right? Because Aki last year was kind of the, hey, look, I'm just going to gank you. It doesn't matter what the hell is happening elsewhere. I'm not going to path to, like, think about what the other jungler's doing. I'm not going to think about what the laners are trying to do or whether they need support. I'm just going to gank. And we're still seeing a lot of that aggression, but he's starting to add in more of the ability to try and, like, play towards, hey, I need to crash this wave. Can you come and facilitate that? I'm pretty sure their jungler is going to be coming this way. All right, let me path so then I'm still on the bottom side to protect you on this this potential dive. Like, there's a lot of stuff like that that I think Aki is really leveled up on. And as we said, with him and Code linking up, it's giving a really strong identity to the jungle support to play towards the lanes, particularly top and mid, and set them up for success.
All right, looks like it is going to be Xiaoshuang playing today for EDG, which is going to be an interesting turn of events, swapping Flandre out in that top side. And I was just having a look at some of the dates. So I was just curious, because obviously EDG have plenty of veterans on their own squad. Mako being the longest standing player on EDG, being in the team since spring 2015. Well, Cold's longevity is only since summer 2015. So comparatively to Mako, he's practically a newcomer. This is an entire half a year there.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to see the difference in the discussions around Mako since he joined EDG versus now, right? Because when he joined EDG, Mako was like this really hype roaming support that's gonna be able to do all this cool stuff. And now we look at him and Viper like he's gonna destroy you in lane. You're gonna have no hope against him. It's just like the complete opposites of what we look for. But it just kind of showed the versatility that Mako has had and why he's become a little bit of the franchise player alongside Scout in that role, because he's just got so much that he can work with the tools.
The stark contrast between Shanji and Cold. We start the lineup, Shanji's giggling away on the side. And by the time you get to Cold, he looks like he's going to kill a man in any second, right? Like, I swear to God, I've never seen Cold pull any face other than I'm going to murder you. Like, this guy has the most stern face I've ever seen. But hey, he's a damn good player and he's been around plenty of times, so certainly not anything I can say about it. But I'm excited to see this.
I was just going to say, there's a couple of these like players in the LPL that I look at, and it's like the little brother and the older brother, right? It's like Puff and Setwin give me that vibe as well, where Puff is like the little brother is Setwin's the bodyguard who steps up and is like, you don't touch him, you don't mess with him, this is my guy. I get that same kind of feeling with like Shanji and Cold, right? Cold always roaming up towards the top side to help out Shanji. Is like, that's my little brother, you don't mess with him or else I'm just going to destroy you.
It's kind of like well, maybe not to the same extent, but Doggo and Crisp as well. Not in the like I'm a big guy that'll protect him, but like definite big brother vibes from Crisp.
Yeah.
Doggo, especially after this. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of relationships like that. Also, shout out to Doomby. I've seen him be a part of that style of relationship with people. Just a solid. But enough about Doomby. Enough about random players around the LPL. Let's talk about this matchup, because I think that this is actually going to just be a banger. I'm going to just straight up say it like that, because when we look at how these two teams have played, they just want to fight in the early game. They don't want to give their opponents a single inch. And like OMG, more than happy to pull the trigger. And EDG has been a team that I feel like the way that they've played so far is like, kind of take a second, figure out what your opponent wants to do, but the second that they do anything wrong, you just crush them, right? That feels like the way that EDG have been playing. And OMG will make mistakes. So inevitably, I feel like there's got to be action.
I think a lot of it as well is going to be a case of like, what happens when Cole goes on roll, right? Because we've seen Cole pretty consistently go for them. And when you're against Viper and Mako, that's usually when the trouble starts, because they'll go and look for dives and they'll try and make some plays, or they'll end up like shoving you completely off the tower, so they'll end up with turret plates and suddenly Viper's. I think the mainstay for OMG, the person we end up talking about a lot, is also Cream. I think Cream has just been absolutely insane. And whether it is on the Assassins, like maybe we get that Chem Tank and Kali, or even if he's on something like the Quirky, I think his packages against BLG were honestly crucial to them looking like they were going to be able to take that series. There was one where he whiffed it in game number 3, but outside of that, they're pretty exceptional. So honestly, I think there's a huge amount that OMG have to play with. And if we end up with EDG with a funky draft that doesn't really quite work in their favor, OMG are a team that will capitalize. So I think it goes both ways here. And that's why I think, honestly, like, this is a series that I wouldn't be surprised if it went to 3 very close games.
Yeah, I'm really hoping so. And I'm hoping for fast-paced games, because I think that there is insane mechanical talent on both of these rosters. And you always get to see the best showing of that in skirmish-heavy games. Not necessarily team fights, but like the early skirmishes, the 3v3s and the 2v2s. I feel like that's where you really get to see players showing off a little bit, and there is plenty of skill to be shown on this. So that's what my fingers are crossed for. Whether or not we get that, we'll have to wait and see. If it's Corky and Victor, maybe not, but you know, there's time to figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I still think it's going to be interesting to see just how much the OMG team fighting is leveled up, right? You're against EDG. I mean, their team fighting prowess got highlighted on the world stage with how clean they are. And OMG, they've definitely leveled up in that respect. We're talking about Shanji kind of providing a lot of that front line that they oftentimes need, or even just the ability to separate fights out with the Rumble ult. But this is another test for them, BLG was like your individual talent. Can you match toe to toe against some of the best the LPL has to offer? This time around is like, all right, how do you function as a team? And it feels like you're kind of getting tested a lot along the way. Now, for OMG, that might suck at the moment because, well, you're going to get knocked around a little bit at the start of this, but it definitely feels like you're going to learn a lot through these. And if OMG can learn over the course of this series, maybe they can take down EDG. Like, I definitely think EDG are the favorites, don't get me wrong. But as we said, EDG have shown that they can bleed against Ultra Prime. OMG are a much bigger level up.
Yeah, definitely. Based on what we've seen so far this split, I'm excited to see what what OMG can bring to the table. Up against EDG, I'm a little disappointed that we don't get to see Shanji versus Flandre. Like, that was... I had my heart set on that matchup, and I feel like I've been robbed a little bit. But enough about that. Let's get into picks and bans, and immediately that Gragas being banned away from OMG, Shanji having his big comfort pick removed, and a Samira ban as well. It feels like EDG just pure respect bans here.
Yeah, we end up with that Samira ban against OMG. Surprising amount, to be honest. Definitely a lot of respect being given. It's over towards Abel Samira. It's a 78% ban rate against OMG. So not massively surprised to see that ban, but it does leave open. Yeah, it does leave open that Akali though. So now I'm really curious to see if we get Cream's Akali.
Oh, I would love to see it. I really would love to see it. I will say, Tank Akali, we've not really got to see it in the LPL yet, but it's an absolute terror to go up against. JJ gonna go with the Jarvan to start this one off. It's a bit of a signature for JJ, and it's also just very strong. OMG toying with the idea of something a little bit flashy to start us off with. And they're gonna lock it in. It's the Akali from Cream. Oh, it's time to get hype already.
All right. Well, either way, I like the Jinx pickup. That'll come in, I imagine, second here for Abel. I think it works wonders. Question mark as to what the plan then is for OMG if they want to go towards Xinjiao or if they want to lock in a strong support. But I'm so happy we got the Akali. The big question is this. What does Get want to play into it? Because you need to kind of lock this in now. It is going to be the Twisted Fate because you don't want to end up with ban phase coming through and you can't do very much. So EDG are going, right, give the Akali, play through strong mid jungle with TF Jarvan, and use the fact we have Shove to play away from Cream and not give them the options on the map. Now for EDG, lock in something you can play around. I don't want to see a Jhin in the bot lane because it means that then you all have to all in on Xiaoshang in the top lane. I'd rather see something where you can actually like play towards and get set up for success.
Alright, Gwen going to be locked in here for Xiaoshang, which seems to just be a comfortable blind pick in general in the LPL these days. I mean, we literally saw it first picked earlier today. We'll see whether OMG are going to opt into trying to find something up against that Gwen in the top lane, or whether they want to go for a jungler. I was going to say support to set up this Jinx, but maybe a jungle pick is the answer.
Yeah, it is the big question, right? Is like which one you want to go for. I was about to say I'm surprised they're not going to Xinjiao. I think Xinjiao offers the best here, especially when you're looking towards like the pick kind of CC that you're going to be looking for from EDG with the Twisted Fate pick. I think Xinjiao works well because you can deny a lot of that damage and the survivability is key. Also just buying space, right? Like if Jinx ends up getting CC'd, you could have the Xinjiao jump in with the ultimate and knock people back. OMG though, going to start taking away these AD carries because Jinx is already locked in for themselves. And I think for EDG's side, right, take away the supports. Make this Jinx vulnerable, like taking Lulu's off. Make sure that this Jarvan's going to be able to do a huge amount. But as I say that, actually looks like they're just going to start prioritizing Shanji. They want to give Xiaoshang a good matchup in that top side.
And when we look at these AD carry bans as well, if Jhin is removed from the board, we're going to start to get into interesting territory. Where things like maybe Ezreal have to be picked because, or maybe the Kai'Sa for Viper. But I would say Jhin, Caitlyn, Aphelios, Jinx are kind of the four meta AD carries right now, and everything else is a bit of a side pick. But looks like they have to go up against the Jhin, banning a Yuumi instead.
Yeah, I think if you go towards the Jhin, right, it kind of takes one lane off the board that you want to play around. Playing towards Jhin with the Twisted Fate doesn't really make a huge amount of sense. Like, you can probably get some kills, but who's the actual benefactor there? Not someone who's going to deal a huge ton of damage. So instead, I feel like EDG, if they want to go towards something else, so I think it's kind of OMG calling that out and saying, hey, you've got the Gwen to play towards. You also want something on the bot side you can play towards. Let's see what you want to get.
see. As Cold, known for his Alistair, that hover is definitely a nod towards Cold, because we've seen this guy play many times, and he has destroyed many players with it. But the Graves locked in for Shanji up in that top lane. This will be the second time that we get to see Shanji's Graves.
And should be reasonably all right up there. Once you hit level 6, you've got so much ability to like use the E, you've got the dash with the ult, you've even got flash if you're really in trouble, so going to move away from that. And there you go, EDG. They're actually going to opt in towards something that they can really play in the bot side. They're just going to go for a full push and try and answer for the Jinx here. Counter pick on the support as well. I feel like it's probably going to be something like the Lulu, normally what we see paired with it, and something that can at least push back and absorb some of the damage. Maybe even something like a Nami wouldn't be too astray, but I feel like either of the Lulu or the Nami are both there.
The Lulu going to be locked in here. Honestly, with this composition alongside it, I love the Lulu. Like, literally every single ally is a good wild growth target in the right situation. Yeah. It feels like Lulu, really solid pickup here.
So the only problem that I have, and why I was kind of eyeing the Nami, is just because you don't really have big engage on OMG, right? You do very well for EDG when they come in aggressive to you, but trying to say like when EDG, because they have the ability to play 1-3-1, if they're playing 1-3-1, you don't really have the ability to collapse onto someone in the mid lane. You're very much reliant on Aki to try and get that, and you've got the speed up from Lulu, the speed up from Karma to escape. It kind of goes tit for tat, right? So it would have been nice to get some sort of engage to it or something that you could have played around, but yeah. I think it's just going to make that game a little bit more difficult for OMG.
But with that said, against a Twisted Fate and a Jarvan, there are definitely ways for the fights to start. So maybe just OMG saying, you know what, EDG, you can engage for us, and then we'll figure it out from there. So, I mean, we'll see how that plan is going to work, whether that's a viable strategy. That's the only way I can think of them starting fights for themselves. EDG, though, I mean, this is a composition that is very good at getting control of the map.
Yeah, and a huge amount of EDG is going to be a case of, hey, let's try and punish Cream levels 1 to 5, and then as soon as we hit level 6, let's go visit Shanji, right? I think a huge amount of this is going to be a case of like Aki trying to see if he can get control over River to stop or at least spot out the potential plays that are coming through on that top side. If you end up skating towards the late game, you've at least got the big carry coming through the Jinx, and you've got a decent setup for team fights as well with the Lulu to enable her. But it is a case of like, you're kind of at the mercy of EDG about how they want to play the game. And against EDG, that's not really a position I'd feel comfortable in.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure I'd ever feel comfortable going up against EDG. Even with a huge draft difference on my side, I don't think that's in anyone's comfort zone. Damn, look at the sky. Isn't it beautiful?
So
yeah, OMG certainly going to be out of their comfort zones in a matchup like this, but look at Xiaoshang as well up in the top side. I am curious about this roster swap. I feel like this is EDG saying, hey, we have an opportunity to give Xiaoshang some time on stage, some extra experience, and help build our roster out a little more.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. I mean, last time it was because Flandre is feeling a little bit ill, but this time it does feel like it's, hey, Xiaoshang's still a decent player in his own right. We've seen him play on EDG before, and getting stage time is always helpful. So, gotta see exactly what he can do. I think up against Shanji on the Gwen shouldn't be too hard for him to have an alright time in the matchup. The high base armor, plus also the fact that he can kind of help close the gap reasonably well, should help, but definitely still Shanji favored, where the Graves is just so difficult as a lane bully in this top side.
Win out that matchup, whether Shanji can get the advantage on that Graves. But heavy trading down in this bottom side, and it is long-range bot lane versus long-range bot lane, but EDG winning priority, trading health for priority to start it off. Good shield up from Cold. Last possible second there to block the stick shot from Viper. You can see both junglers pathing down towards that bottom lane as well, so it could get a little bit interesting towards that bottom scuttle grab, and whoever has prio in that bot lane could be crucial for the next couple of minutes.
I like the ward on the Krugs of Aki though. It means that you can actually know as JJ, hey look, there's going to be an early play bot side. He's not going for a full clear, but it's also spotted on JJ's side because they got a ward on Raptors. Cream taking a poor trade in the mid lane though, and maybe this signals JJ to try and come in towards his mid, because if you burn the flash early on Cream, it sets up for some nice kills.
Yeah, honestly, Cream needs to be very cautious because they were getting close to solo kill territory with the health bar going so low there. Viper also getting incredibly low in this bottom side. They're desperate to try and push this in as much as possible, but he's taking massive amounts of poke in trade for that. JJ is looking for a dive, but Aki is here. Aki has spotted it. Here we go, big damage. Cream flashes the knockup though. That's going to be nicely done by the OMG mid laner to survive, but as you were saying before, that's going to be flash on cooldown.
And now you kind of get the opportunity to go for these repeat plays. Also, you can see Aki now moving back up to his top side because he doesn't have control from the mid. So he'll be able to get a scuttle for himself, but certainly needs to be trying to now play protector for Cream in the mid lane. Get this Akali time to scale.
Tower shot top side. Mako will find a route. There's Ignite used as well in that bottom side. Cleanse going to answer as Mako now getting chased down. He's ignited himself and needs to be cautious. Almost goes down. One more auto from Cold. Gets the first blood, but it's traded. And Viper is looking for a second as well. It's a disaster for the OMG bot lane.
2 kills go over to Viper, whereas it's only 1 going the way of the support as well. EDG, Viper and Mako taking over on this bot side, and it's kind of been a bit of a sad start for OMG's bot lane, as this is something that we saw against BLG as well. Solo kills and dual lane kills going over on that bot end, where they're just not able to match up in the 2v2, and we see it, well, not actually in this replay. This is going to be a slightly different one as Shanji. I think it just takes too much tower damage trying to get the poke underneath the turret, and Xiaoshang punishes.
Is here. I didn't actually see what the scoreboard said off the back of this play, but I think Aki might finish him off. Slow is there. Flash for the knock. Nicely done by Aki. All right. I missed all of that while we were doing the 2v2 in the bottom side. I didn't even realize the kill had happened. So good stuff there by OMG, and Aki wants to continue to punish. So Shanji has to look juicy as possible. Has to try and bait in Xiaoshang. Might just been able to do so here. The wall's coming down. Xiaoshang trying to chase. Aki, he wants it. He wants to stay. He's trying to bait it. They're undecided on whether or not they can make this play.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Aki got spotted just as he went into the bush there, but did manage to get one more push up. But it is giving JJ time to get control of the bot side, get vision into this jungle, so they know off of this that Aki hasn't come back to take his camps and just reset. Abel's actually the one trying to finish that off, but JJ has smite. He'll win this one.
Yeah, there's no way Abel gets that one, unfortunately for him. But I like the attempt, right? Trying to protect, or not really protect the camps, but deny the counter jungle from JJ. It's not going to work out, but, you know, the thought was there from his bottom lane there. And Abel and Cold, unfortunately, are going to fall behind in the bottom lane. JJ actually gets the big wolf there, and Aki not winning out the 1v1 as Scout moves over. A gold card is going to come in. This is only a level 5 Chin Chao, so no ultimate available. Aki low on HP. Scout trying to finish the job off, but he's alone. He's gone too deep, and now he's going to... Oh my days! He gets out with the Destiny by the skin of his teeth. Scout pulls it off.
I cannot believe he managed to get out of there. I just thought he was dead. I was like, what are you doing? There's another auto coming in. Chompers will stop you. You've just wasted your destiny. I am amazed they managed to get away with that.
That was hot. That's the only word to describe that play, because that was not, you know, I feel like a lot of people who were like, Scouts are god off the back of that. Scout is lucky as hell those flame chompers didn't activate. That was within a split second.
But hey, look, it does mean that EDG get it. Is it worth giving up your destiny for a big wolf? Probably not. So I think in the grand scheme of things, that's actually a bit of a win for OMG, because one of the big things that they wanted to do was use the fact they hit level 6, they have control of the mid lane, to start looking to move Scout around the map. Now with Destiny down, it becomes a little bit easier for OMG to manage that, a little bit clearer as to when those issues are arising. But OMG looking to get a bit of revenge.
Yeah, no smite available. JJ does have smite, but it's only 450, and he's just going to get chased down here. The solo laner's pushing for him, and Cream gets a kill. That's early damage onto this Akali. Now Xiaoshang answering 1-for-1 here, and they're just going to jump straight over. Walls can't stop this OMG squad. And we're going to see Xiaoshang paying his price. Actually, doesn't go down for the time being, and Cream's in trouble instead. Wildcards almost hits him. If that had aggroed the wolves, it might have been a kill in of itself. And Scout getting them both low here. The Wildcards, that's going to be an extra stacked deck to finish the kill.
Cold!
And now Cold goes down in the bottom side as well. Viper, that was a solo kill.
That was so nasty. And now, OMG, we thought they might have been able to keep pace. It looked good, but they're just biting off more than they can chew with EDG. I'm gonna steal your word, Munch. That was a bit poxy, the Shoshan got out. And then the entire thing fell apart from OMG in that top side.
Yeah, I mean, God, the EDG they just got hands. They just got such good hands. I don't know what else to say.
And it's such a good call from Preem, right? Move across, hides for so long, gets himself the kill, and you're like, right, this is where they can turn it back. But Xiaoshang gets one, so you're 1 for 1 here. And then Scout, I think really good decision making on how they wanted to split this damage, right? Because Cream gets ignited and they kind of turn all in onto Cream, so Cream can't follow up. And Xiaoshang just about able to escape as well with the extra healing coming through. And they managed to turn that back, so you got 2 for 1 on the top side. Viper got the solo kill in the bot lane. He's already got the Essence Reaver. And suddenly this like composition that you're like, hey, look, you don't really match up when you get to the late game scaling. They're controlling this early game.
I think he's going to be rooted here. Scouts moving in behind the play. That's a true
Oh,
shot barrage.
God.
The blast code. Oh no! Mako hit the blast code. I think Mako just got them out of that one. Yeah, I don't think it matters too much either way.
Either way, yeah,
Either
just
way,
the
they
power.
get out.
Again, Aki's playing with fire, right? Like, we're seeing these invades going off. He got a bit angry that his big wolf was stolen, but EDG now starting to come in towards Dragon. Still, though, OMG should be able to escape.
They should. Are they going to be able to, though? It looks like it. So, they get away for the time being. I'm surprised EDG didn't. That's a hard sentence to say. I'm surprised they didn't try and fight harder for that one, honestly, with the fact that Viper already has that Essence Reaver. I feel like you can take any fight, so long as it's even in numbers, you're going to win.
I feel like this is a decision from EDG to, like, play for the next few minutes rather than play for the maybe initial play, right? Because Scout has his Destiny back.
Oh my
lord. So sorry. But yeah,
almost got
for
his
EDG, you can now try and use Scout's ult. He's got a TP back mid. He can always come to try and help out in this play bot if needs be when you got the Rift Herald. Or he can actually go and try and play keep away for the potential cross map from OMG. So I think that's a deliberate decision there to not all in on that play. We're going to actually win more by taking this tower and also having control of the map.
Well, they've certainly got control of the map, that is for sure. Look at the bottom lane, man. Abel gets tagged out as well. Oh, he's going to have to reset now. There's no decisions to be made. He just has to. And with a Herald charging on in, Abel might get dived by JJ here. The damage coming out from Viper is just insane. One auto away there as Viper will finish a tier 2. And I mean, what can you do? What can mere mortals do against Viper?
He's too clean, man. Like, this is disgusting. I mean, whatever about picking up the 2 kills early, he's been non-stop. And here's the cross map.
Yeah, and now Scout comes up with the top side of the play. This is the cross map from EDG, the team that's making the play on the bottom side. That's not... It's meant to be the other team that does that.
But this is what we're saying, right? Is instead of all in on a dragon, they're like, cool, we're going to hold up. We have our TP, we have our Destiny. If something starts to go awry on that bot side, we'll have Scout who's able to come across. Now that the play on the bot side is done, cool. Let's use this to now get up towards the top side and actually make the play that we can to shut down Shanji. So you're losing out on both sides of the map. And it becomes really difficult to try and play against this, right? This is why it's obnoxious to play against EDG. They're so good at playing the map. And for OMG, they've just been caught on the back foot pretty much every step of the way. And we'll see it in the replay, right? They're already being forced off because of Viper playing so well. And then this is just such an easy TP top because Shanji thinks, hey, everyone's on the bot side. I don't have to worry about this. But he's not respected. Oh my god, we're back to that.
Hang on, we've got a team fight going on. EDG winning so far, and that's going to be a kill onto Aki. The rest of OMG just have to dip. I have no idea what happened for that to start off with so many players, but it's another pick for EDG. And they're looking towards the top side. Abel has to just play on the tier 2 because he knows he cannot defend this tier 1. Or does he? He looks like he wants to get back there. I'm not sure that's the play.
I love the vicious replay cycle that we have in LPL, though. It's like we play a replay, we come out of the replay, there's a fight that we missed, we play the replay, we come back, which is why we've had to implement the little picture-in-picture here, because it's the only way we get to catch up on all the action that happens. But yeah, it just looks like OMG tried to engage, but too many members from EDG there collapsed and managed to pick off Aki. So now EDG, top side, you've got several kills going over on the Viper at the moment. Turret plates galore coming in his favor as well. You can see it there, right? 6,000 gold to 4,000. 2k gold lead in the 80 carries alone.
One combo is half of Abel's health and then a true shot barrage. Viper just doesn't miss. If it's a skill shot, it's on hit. It's a point and click for Viper. He's just too insane. And that'll pretty much be the top lane tower almost secured, or at least a lot of damage, and at least 4 plates going down, as Scout should be able to clear these minions in the mid lane. And it just doesn't feel like it's possible for OMG to even trade anything. Like, it's a 6,000 gold lead 13 minutes in, with only 7 kills on the board. That's just mind-blowing.
And now we come back to the problem with OMG's comp. They don't have the engage to try and play against this right now. What you can try and do traditionally against these style of compositions that EDG are running is like, right, we're going to sack our top lane, we're going to hard commit to mid, we're just going to dive them, see if we can out-trade with kills, pick up a turret, and try and get ourselves back in the game this way. But because you don't have that opportunity as OMG, now it's super easy for EDG to play out the map, and you got Viper who's tearing apart wherever he pops up against Abel. Scout's going to have the destiny to move around, and they're doing such a good job, as you can see now, of denying vision just ahead of this dragon as well. So the pick style works super well for EDG, and it may be Abel who's on the cards next.
That's going to be Guardian actually propped by Viper there, as he just gets the W auto in onto Abel. And he's just firing on all cylinders. There's going to be Dragon spawning, and it will be taken by EDG. In the meantime, Xiaosheng takes the tower on the top side as well, but look where OMG are on the map. Maybe they can punish Xiaosheng at very least. Find themselves a play, but I don't know. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pull off the dive. Gwen is fairly difficult to dive anyway, thanks to her shroud, but maybe that's the play as Aki moves in. Not even going to go for a Gromp here, actually, as Herald spawning once again. Maybe that's the call, or maybe moving back to this mid lane. I'm not sure. OMG, you've got to make something happen. You're losing things all around the map here.
Yeah, they're starting up Rift Herald, hoping that maybe they can bait EDG in, but this still feels like it's EDG style, because, as we said, they've actually got good setup. They've got a pretty strong Ezreal that I don't think OMG can deal with.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can hurt Viper. I'm just keeping my eyes on this Ezreal. He's half health already, though. That is some big damage, but there's one for Viper, and now time to sweep up. Scout with the gold card. Viper playing it safe on the backline for the time being. Abel staying forwards, trying to get the damage out, but it's Cream to go down here. True Shot Barrage as Viper tries to 1v2 on the backline. Cream surviving for the time being. Gets over the wall. Aki onto Viper here, but he heals and he keeps himself alive. There's a kill for Xiaosheng as well. And after everything, it's a fight for EDG, but at very least, Aki smited the Herald.
Yeah, it's still sitting there, though. He might have smited it, but he didn't get to collect it. But EDG were collecting the heads of OMG in the fight, picking them off, and the coordination by EDG there, absolutely spectacular. And now they net themselves that mid lane turret. They're still going to be in full control of the map, and you just get to watch this side lane control slowly but surely constrict onto OMG. You're going to see here in the replay, right? Watch Scout. Scout is the main source as soon as JJ falls here onto how EDG are going to conduct this. So he moves forward, he gets one stun coming through onto Shanji. Shanji drops. Next for the call. Can we get Abel? Not quite. Keep your eyes on Cream. We're looking at Cream. Okay, cool. Scout gets the stun. We all jump onto Cream. It's Scout with really good decision making here to kind of say, hey, look, we don't want to take a fight where Cream can get access to the back line, but as long as we deal with him, we can deal with everything on our own.
And I love how aggressively Viper's positioning during all of that as well. He single-handedly zones Abel and Cold out of the fight and actually puts himself at risk of Aki closing the gap, and does get knocked up by Aki. But because of the damage he's already done, there's no way for Abel to really follow up, and it means he can just E over towards the rest of his team. So really well played here. And now OMG trying to make a play towards the bottom side of the map, but the rest of EDG are making their way down. There's a TP being channeled. There's no tier 2 on the bottom side of the map for OMG. They don't have anywhere to retreat to. Gold card, Everfrost, Cream in big trouble as Aki trying to buy time on the top side of the fight. TP being channeled as well, as Aki will fall to start this one off. Viper with one. There's one for Xiaosheng as well. And the follow-up is just insane from this EDG squad. Nobody even dies. As Scout with a ghost now trying to find more. Abel with a great cleanse though, keeps himself safe.
That was just a pick. That wasn't even for anything. That was just EDG flexing their muscles on OMG and saying, hey, if you want to try and take that step too far, we're going to come out and catch you. And they do just that. Objective bounties are enabled for OMG, but where do you try and play towards? EDG run every single lane. They run the jungle of OMG, and they're running them off as Summoner's Rift.
And it goes back to what we were saying, right? EDG is the kind of team that will play off their opponent's mistakes, while the second you see OMG overextending in the bottom side, immediately the whole gang is here for you.
But again, like for OMG, there's not really a huge amount that you can do in these games, right? EDG are better in playing out the map than you. Their team fight is just stronger now because of all the gold that Viper got in the early stage. And when you look at someone like Abel, I mean, he's sitting on 1 item to the 2.5 of Viper. And their engage is super strong with JJ just being able to force it, whereas OMG can't really look for picks with the composition that they have. Their side lanes aren't really strong enough to compete, even if Cream does have that Hextech rocket belt. Maybe he can pick off Scout, but even Scout's not giving him that opportunity.
Scout plays safe and does have, I mean, look at the bounties on the side of EDG. If there is a one fight for OMG, they'll get a lot of money for it. There's 400 plus bounties on 2
Shanji.
players, plus a 350. Shanji's desperate for this tower. He might get the bounty though. Can he get the tower bounty? The answer is yes. Let's go, Shanji. We call that a win right now with the state of the game. I'd happily just, he was 1 of 5. He's not worth any gold. That's a net positive trade for OMG.
Problem though is dragging up in 20 seconds. You've got no top laner for it. Cream trying to see if he can push in top, but EDG, they're now flexing up towards the top side.
Cream wants to be cautious, and the gold card will come on through. And there's the rest of the. Whoa! Where did he go? It's he doesn't even get a chance to use his shroud. He just gets one shot by Viper. That is insane. I mean, Viper already 2.5 items, but even still. It's a 19-minute Ezreal. You don't expect that.
Yeah, it's a little disgusting right now. And the thing is, Viper's even building defensively, right? He's got that Hex Drinker in his back pocket, so Cream can't really just look for the execute on him and he'll still be totally fine. And when he's kind of the only person that's got backline access, means that he's going to be totally fine. Scout now adding his 10-stack Mage Eyes. He's going to start working through that. Well, we wanted to know if EDG were going to stumble coming into today after that Ultra Prime series. The answer's no. Just no.
This is going to sound controversial, but EDG are in pretty good form right now. I don't know if anyone's said that out loud yet. I don't know if anyone's been willing to commit to that.
I haven't wanted to fully commit to it.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know, I'd be willing to say that this is going to be a playoff contender. I'm going to say it. I'm so early in the split. I know.
I don't know. It's only week 2. I mean, come on.
It is only week 2, which is why it's so unbelievable at how great form this team is in. Again, like, I know we've said it a few times on broadcast, but I want to reiterate, like, when you look at LPL World Champions and they come back into the next split, it almost always is a disaster. Think IG in 2019, think FPX in 2020, right? It just falls apart. That's what happens. EDG, not believing in superstition, they look just as good as they did in the World Championship.
I mean, look, EDG have had to break the curse to go to Worlds, to break the curse to win the World Championship. But now breaking that curse, coming back into the LPL. So clearly, the only way is that EDG are going to win everything this year. That's what's got to happen, especially when they look in this form. Honestly, maybe it's possible as Viper is. That is not fair. What the hell?
OMG just getting cyberbullied under the tower at this point as Viper just hammering away. I just want to quickly mention as well, and this is way too far to say EDG would be on the way, but Golden Road is available this year. The Asian Games are going to happen again this year, so for the first time in a couple of years, it's possible for an LPL team to get Golden Road hit every championship. I'm just gonna, in case anyone didn't know, that is on the cards this year. Yeah, that is a thing once more. Rocket comes in, blocked by Scout. Nicely done. That's going to be Baron for EDG. And it's going to be a gold card onto Shanji. I don't know if they'll go for more. Cream's got to get immediately, and now that's going to be Destiny. Forces a flash out from Cream. Xiaoshang knows that he can just start this one off comfortably. He's even got a stopwatch if he needs it, but he will not need it. That is for sure. Flash from Scout as they look for a little more. Everfrost going to get the root onto Aki, who's forced to flash into his own base. And Viper's going to follow him. Who cares about front lines as Viper charging into the enemy lines? And I mean, this is just brutal to witness.
Viper is the boss. He just doesn't care. He's just going absolutely nuts. He's just like, I'm going flashing, arcade shifting in on top of Action. All right, well, this was a like a bit of a quick one.
I can't believe they're not ending.
Yeah, kind of like you got Baron, you got everything, lads. So yeah, for EDG, just taking it slow, enjoying themselves. But yeah, you can see in the replay here, right? Baron started, take it down, and then it's just pick off after pick off the entire way around here. They're just running for the hills, but no matter where you go, there's engage on EDG, right? You move to the bot side, TP in, coming through to the BF. You've then got the Jarvan, who's still got flag and drag, flash, ult, everything that you want. And then when you think you're safe, that's when the arcane shifting, flashing Ezreal decides to get involved.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Honestly, it's the only way I can think to say it at this point. JJ has a GA second item and a stopwatch. I've got a feeling he's about to go deep. I have a feeling he's trying to make plays happen here because I can't see any other reason that you'd go for a GA and a stopwatch this early into the game. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to be totally honest. He could have bought anything. He could have bought a death cap at this point. He'd still be able to just win this game because I don't think there's any universe OMG's fighting back. It's almost 15,000 gold in EDG's favor as they just smash through the third inhibitor. Like,
Viper just doesn't care. He doesn't even have flash. He's just like arcane shifting forward. It's like, whatever you do, you will not win. He just doesn't care.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a stopwatch, worst case scenario. Like, what are you going to do? If you're OMG, how do you stop Viper doing this? There's nothing. There is absolutely no counterplay available when you're this far behind. In goes JJ, 4-man knockup. That is gorgeous to witness.
Penta.
And EDG, they're just getting some bonuses here. Shao Shang won't get a Penta. They'll just get a game win instead. My goodness. Oh, I feel unclean after watching that. I feel like I need to go get a shower.
But it's even just look at the faces. It's just another day at the office for the lads. Like they're not even worried. It was just like, all right, yep. Well, that's 38% of a team's damage right there for Viper. That will do nicely. Thank you very much. It's just like, all right. That was insane.
Yeah.
God, I love watching EDG. Like EDG on form is just such a pleasure to watch.
I do know the funny thing as well is like, we were talking about the AD carry bans in the draft. We were like, you know, there's loads of bans. Like, you might have to go for an Ezreal. It's not very meta right now. And he's like, oh yeah, Ezreal. I can completely destroy the strongest AD carry in the meta right now comfortably on this pick. No worries. We'll easily win a 2v2 and get 2 kills in 4 minutes into the game. No worries. Ezreal's a game champ, right, guys? Yeah, I don't know. Viper's just another read.
Yeah, I mean, he's insane. Absolutely insane. Like, and I think like that's why it's going to be a very interesting conversation when we get Uzi back. Like, depending on Uzi's form, what that conversation is going to be like for the best AD carry in the league. Because Viper putting up a very strong performance to kind of say like, hey, look, I'm still here. And especially, I think
I feel like that's a conversation that I don't even think we can put Uzi in until Uzi. Like, yeah. I think that's a huge assumption to say Uzi's in that conversation with Viper on this kind of form and Uzi being out of pro play for a while. Like, it's week 8, by the way. If anyone's wondering, BLG versus EDG, it's towards the second half of week 8, so keep your eyes peeled for that.
Yeah, I think though, like, unfortunately for Cold, kind of getting caught out of position on a couple of times, Abel as well, not really having the best of times in that bot side, and it meant that Viper and Mako were just able to take over on what is a pretty strong duo lane, and just the poke that can rain down from these two is obnoxious to deal with. However, still doesn't take away from Viper's performance, right? The fact he was able to land the Qs, figure out the directions they want to go, and consistently get that damage is absolutely insane. So, EDG, start to finish, complete control.
Yeah.
It never, like, we were kind of saying, look, this is what OMG can do, that's what OMG can do. We got Cream on his Akali, let's go. And then you're like, well, doesn't matter. EDG just stomped.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling I know who's going to get MVP. I've got a sneaking suspicion, and I won't say it yet. I don't want to spoil anything. I'll let you guys in chat try and figure it out for yourselves. But there is one player that I
on
think
Twitter. I want to see your MVP pitches.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone tweets Stag through an MVP pitch. We're gonna go into a break, and then we'll find out who it is. I've got a feeling I know, but let's wait and see.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taken as much as I can take.
我觉得 Able 选手是一位很努力的选手，然后比赛上还有平时的团队交流上也是很好的选手嘛，然后他的比赛表现也还可以，我觉得他是位很强的选手。下一场对战 EDG， 然后他们下路组合 Viper 跟 Miko 的话，我觉得更主要的是还是我们做好自己的吧，然后也不用在意对手是谁。
So, just for quick context here, guys, because my mood has been killed. Dagda, during the break, not only has said that crumpets aren't any good, he's also said that Tom Holland should be the next James Bond. Which, I love Tom Holland, but let's be realistic here. Come on, what a ridiculous thing to say. We're going into game 2.
Blown away in the context
and I'm
there.
furious.
Right, that's fine.
I'm livid. Believe it or not, Viper got MVP for game number 1. I know that's very surprising to everyone involved. Turns out he had quite a good game for himself. Turns out he's quite good at Ezreal. Who could have seen any of these things coming?
And you know what? Tom Holland would make a terrible Viper because no one can replace him. He's just absolutely phenomenal. 35% of his team's damage. The dude was insane.
You know what? Tom Holland make a good Ezreal. we can make that connection. Tom Holland would make a good. I'm just saying Tom Hiddleston. It's got to be Tom Hiddleston for Bond, but that's a different conversation. Vipers and
this is
61%.
This is argument.
35%.
This is argument resolution. Find a common ground. Viper's Ezreal, phenomenal. Tom Holland, phenomenal as Ezreal. But I want to see if we can get this again from Viper because he popped off, right? He looked absolutely insane. Picking up kills, 2 kills in the first few minutes. And then just finding consistent poke and damage on towards Abel. Like, Arkin shifting forward, consistently getting really good damage. It was just impeccable. It was just unbelievable how much damage he could get off.
Yeah, really beautiful to see the 2v2 as well, a bit mismanaged by OMG, and then as soon as you give him a lead, he'll just snowball like crazy. In so many of these fights, it felt like there was just nothing OMG could do to threaten him. He was just invincible on the backline with the shields from Mako and with the huge front line of JJ.
And there's so much chase down potential on this team as well, right? So once he gets one, it just feels like he's always going to get more. JJ being able to lock up people, Mako being able to speed everyone up. You even got Scout with the rapid fire. He's just, as you can see, like setting up perfectly for him. It just, the entire comp, once he got ahead, was just like, oh, cool, this is now our win condition. Let's just play through it.
I just love that last kill where Viper's not a part of the fight at all. And then he just like arcade shifts into the enemy base by himself to finish off the enemy jungler. I can't get enough of watching Viper play. And I have no idea what OMG can do to win game number 2. Like, I came in thinking, you know what, OMG, they've looked pretty good. They've had some pretty good games so far. They've been proactive, blah, blah, blah. I just don't think it matters. Like, I feel like it's my job to give you guys at home reasons to believe that the underdog can win, you know? But I have lost faith that OMG can win this series. The reason to watch right now is not because it's going to be competitive. It's because we get to watch the best team in the world completely destroy someone. That's the reason to watch this series now. EDG, they've just got better hands than everyone. It's that simple. Better hands and better brains. What can you do?
Yeah. I mean, it's just, it's a match made in heaven, right? And again, like, I don't think there's anyone on our team that doesn't get excited when they learn that they're meant to cast an EDG. Right? Because you just know you're in for so many treats, so much fun. It doesn't matter where they decide to play the game through. You've got like near best in slot for every single person. Like, they're just absolutely insane at what they do. And it's a joy. And I think that's what I'm kind of looking forward to regardless is if EDG can just come through and look as clean as they do, or if OMG are able to provide the upset. But I will say, definitely felt like EDG came in with the right game plan, right? They gave across Creams and Akali. They didn't care. They had Scout with the Twisted Fate available. They were like, we're perfectly happy to take this. And then you look at elsewhere on the map and it's still kind of the same boat, right? Like, you get the Jinx, they go for the Ezreal in that even second draft phase. Doesn't matter, they still destroy a lane. It just felt like they had every opportunity, and EDG were still able to come out.
Yep, definitely feels like just doing such a good job of setting themselves up in that early game and taking over. And I am curious what the game plan will be now for OMG, how they change things going into game number 2. I feel like you've got to try and draft to win the 2v2 in the bottom lane, or at least go even in the top. I feel like they did draft to go even in the bottom lane 2v2. Yeah. This is the thing. I keep on trying to think of like, hey, here's what OMG can do. I'm not sure. I genuinely am not sure. Maybe you take the Twisted Fate yourself so you can play to collapse to the side lanes. I mean, Dagda, save me here. What can OMG do to fix things? How do they win this?
It feels like you really have to be able to contest the mid jungle. I like the idea of being able to play up towards Shanji, but you can see, even not only in this game, but also in their last series against BLG, Aben and Cold as a duo just aren't really able to match up to some of the best that the LPL can offer. So I feel like contesting the mid jungle with strength-wise, like even if that's like an Olaf Orianna or a Jarvan and something, play down towards the bottom half of the map then and see if you can actually influence this bot side, because otherwise Viper may go run away with this. Trying to be able to put Scout in his place as well feels like a bit of a winning condition against EDG, because if Scout isn't able to move and have impact, suddenly the rotations and the plays that we see often from EDG in that kind of late early game, early mid game isn't quite there.
So just as we're waiting for the bans to come on through, since you've given us an idea of what we want from OMG already, I just want to let people know at home where the name Shanji comes from. Shanji has been, he didn't have the greatest game there because against EDG, it is what it is. So Shanji, his name is taken from essentially the Chinese version of The Godfather. The film is apparently loosely translated to Youth and Danger or something along those lines, or I think it's called Gu Wa Zai, if I'm saying that right. I might be butchering that.
I, without a shadow of a doubt, tell you you're not. But continue.
Regardless, Shanji is one of the main characters. He's a full-on gangster, and that's why this guy has taken that name. And do you know what? With the confidence that Shanji plays, I feel like he lives up to that name. I feel like when I think of Shanji, I think of gangster, So I like this guy even more now that I know the origin of his name.
Hey, I agree. I think it's really, really cool. I will say, though, don't agree with the Nautilus pickup here. Honestly, I think for OMG, you should have taken your Xin Zhao here, got that strong jungler, or the Jarvan if you really wanted to, and tried to set up yourselves effectively for some sort of plays through the mid and through the bot side. It may be an answer here where you just go like, hey, JJ takes Xin Zhao, they end up taking the Aphelios, and then you're kind of going, right, well, maybe then we go for the Jarvan and try and like play down towards the Aphelios, but with the Thresh there, Jarvan not really going to be too hot, and it just feels like Xin Zhao is the better option in that bot lane matchup. Or sorry, in that jungle matchup.
Yeah, I will be surprised if they lock in Xin Zhao for the bottom lane, but it's going to be the Lee Sin for JJ. I will say, it's always a treat to watch JJ play Lee Sin. We also have Viper on his Aphelios, which soon he will have a skin for, by the way. Can't wait to see that in the LPL, to see Viper playing his own Aphelios skin. That is going to be a big moment when that finally comes on through. But over to OMG, possibly just going for a jungler to finish this one out. Or not. It's the mid lane.
Okay. So, wanted to make sure that Cream is going to be able to stay safe in this mid lane. Again, though, it doesn't feel like it gives you a very strong 2v2. Instead, OMG going, right, we're not overly, sorry, 2v2 mid, jungle. It feels like instead that OMG are just opting into the team fight. Let's just go have Victor, great zone control, Nautilus, great engage, and can again dictate the pace of the fight. And you've got the two hyper carries for the late game, the Victor and the Jinx. So certainly feels like OMG are just going, right, can't beat you, let's just hands off and let's hope for the best. It does feel like, though, for EDG, you ban the Xin Zhao here and make sure that Aki isn't on a strong jungler, and you can very much dictate the pace of the early game. It's actually OMG, surprisingly enough, banning away the Akali, but it feels like just trying to get Scout off of things that can bully Cream is an end.
Yeah, LeBlanc taken off as well. Shanji had his Rumble removed. I mean, the Gragas is already gone. I feel like Shanji already being pushed here because we've got, you know, he's played the Graves, but we saw that last game, it didn't work out too well. It's like the Gwen, Set, the Gangplank or other picks that he's gone for. I feel like EDG could maybe just ban a different lane instead at this point and try and remove a jungler perhaps, because I feel like you've already banned away the comfort from Shanji.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think the Xin Zhao ban would have been better because the Xin Zhao able to duel Lee Sin pretty well early, so I think that's what Aki would go for here. Keep the counter pick for Shanji in the top lane, right? The Jarvan I don't think is as big of an issue, simply because you can play the Jarvan away, you can have a Lantern to get reposition anyone who's caught up, but it's not going to be the case anyway. But OMG actually going for the Renekton, so Shanji just wanted to have a strong lane on that top side, so maybe we're just going to go full range here for OMG. They're just like, hey, we'll take the Renekton, take Nidalee now for Aki in the jungle. We can go Nidalee Renekton onto the top side, look for dives, and as well just play really far back and prevent EDG from being able to get in on top of us, which is why I actually like the hover of the Ornn here. I think Xiaoshang taking something that can definitively start engages and make things uncomfortable for the Jinx and the Victor is going to work.
Well, the Ornn is going to be locked in. Now we just need to see what's going to go down in that mid lane up against this Victor. And obviously the Corki already banned away. I mean, there's been plenty of mid lane bans with the LeBlanc and the Akali removed as well. But looks like Syndra the hover right now. Pretty much anything that's going to just be a control lane, at least to be able to neutralize.
I mean, you got a lot of bully potential here in the Syndra early stages, right? Really strong into the Victor, good push potential, and that strong mid jungle as well with JJ and Scout, another factor playing into that. So I really like what EDG have drafted here. Super strong team fight and something that can do really well against what OMG are trying. And actually going to be Aki going over towards the Rek'Sai. So strong early game jungler, good counter towards the Lee Sin, but I still think just in a 2v2 with the mid jungle, unfortunately OMG miss out. But the potential here for Aki to disrupt EDG with a lot of these early counter ganks.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second time today that we see the Rek'Sai locked in as the counter to the Lee Sin. Obviously, you can go for the knock-up mid-Q, etc., etc. Like, in terms of the duel, it goes pretty well for the Rek'Sai. Whether or not it works in the bigger picture of the game, we'll have to wait and see. So, Dagda, how are you feeling about the two comps? Are you liking what OMG are bringing to the table is my big question, because we need to see a little bit more. We need to see, you know, is the brain there, if not the hands?
So the big problem for me is like looking at Rek'Sai. I'm trying to figure out where she actually goes, because you try and play through Renekton top side,
jungle.
right? Oh, yeah. You try and gank the top end here for Xiaoshang. You've got the Bellows Breath, which will stop you from being able to CC with either the knockup or the Renekton, so whichever one, right? So you've always got the opportunity then to try and turn that play around as Ornn. It's pretty difficult to dive in Ornn. Mid lane, you don't win out of the 2v2, and you don't really have pressure here with Cream to try and set you up against Scout. And even then on the bot side, Viper and Mako, they just got the Lantern. So it's actually really difficult for Aki to try and set up plays. So I'm really curious how he tries to play this early game, because honestly it just feels like JJ, if you don't really do too much in the early stages, you're actually going to be pretty alright. So unless it's just try and dissuade the full push from Jinx on the bot side with JJ, and maybe Aki's just there to facilitate and counter gank, that could be the play. But it still feels like EDG's team fight I just prefer versus OMG's.
To see, because certainly plenty of late game damage on either side, right? And with an Ornn, like, there is the extra scaling conversation, right? You know, Syndra getting a lot of damage out of that, Aphelios as well. You do get a lot of value out of Ornn later on in the game, but obviously the change that happened, I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, where they reduced how early Ornn can get those upgrades for his team. It does feel like that is very much a late game conversation, whereas before it was much more about the mid-game spikes that you can get. It feels like you need a little bit longer to be able to get to that point, as the Ornn Shanji going quite deep for this one. Does get a ward down. We'll be able to back away as well. But that will mean that EDG will be spotted to start their jungle clear.
I think EDG best plays here are like look for plays through Scout onto the Cream. Unlocking Scout, setting him up to try and punish onto the bot side is probably your best bet. Because I think in like, if JJ and Aki don't match up, then you are on the bottom side.
2v2 coming out from Abel and Cole here. It's a great hook to start it off. Big damage onto both Mako and Viper as able to push us forwards. Mako low on HP. Both summoners available for both bottom lanes still. Nobody pulling the trigger on those, but control for OMG to start us off.
Yeah, and really good job by Code there. I think Code has looked much more steady on picks like the Nautilus rather than the Lulu or the Enchanter. So nice to see that already OMG getting control. And this is what I wanted to see. I was about to say Abel and Cold definitely having push in this lane. Should be able to do a decent amount when it comes towards chip damage on the turret. That's why I think Aki very quickly pathing down towards the spot side to keep the push up. So I think for EDG, unlocking Scout and trying to play through the 4 versus 3 on the bot side is going to be your best bet here to try and dissuade Abel and Cole from being able to get a ton of plates and scale really well.
Cream is just straight up not having a good time, dog. He's getting annihilated in this mid lane by Scout. You did say that Syndra will have the advantage early on. Aki actually... Oh! He got spotted for a split second, and the pings come out immediately. Someone on EDG was looking at their map there. Aki did get spotted. JJ will be able to finish his red buff off, though. Aki is just chilling for the time being. Now knows JJ's here. Decides to back away. Is not going to go for that 1v1.
It wouldn't have been a 1v1 for long. Scout having pushed mid can always move across. So, Aki just trying to get vision control for this bot side and spot any sort of pesky business. Now the fight over Scuttle that I don't know if Aki wants to fully commit for, but definitely with Abel and Cole able to rotate up, Scout and JJ were back.
It's a slow one, isn't it? It's a slow one to start us off, Dagda, after the sheer bloodlust that we got to see out of Viper last game. We're taking it a little easier. Look at the CS difference in this bottom lane so far. Off the back of that level 1 trade that we got to see out of Abel Cole, just a 10 CS lead in favor of OMG to start us off, as Xiaoshang feeling a similar difference up in that top side, with Shanji getting the best of this matchup so far.
And this kind of feels like it's going to be the story of this game, right? OMG side lanes full push, mid lane in favor of EDG. So it does definitely become a case of like, how does EDG try and shut down some of the pressure that OMG are going to have? Because otherwise, like, Aki's just here as a push. Aki, like, trying to get towards the late game is just like, hey, look, if I can deny JJ from influencing my lanes, cool, I can get Cream enabled into the later portion of the game. Maybe I can set up some plays with Shanji, but all I want to do is make sure that Abel and Cole are as big as all hell, and that Viper and Mako can't compete. So when we get to team fights, even if you got stronger engage, even if you on paper look like the better team fight, the goal difference is in favor.
Viper's step too far forward. That's played. That's flash used. And the Flame Chomper's underneath Mako. Surely a kill. But actually, Viper might turn it around. Aki has to flash. And Viper step too far forwards. Now the zap hits and Cold willing to go for the dive here. Takes a tower shot. Can Abel finish the kill though? Oh no, Viper gets them both. The shield from JJ. And it's all gone tits up for OMG.
It's a disaster. The fact that you've managed to put 2 kills now into Viper, it was perfect. You'd already gotten the big lead when it came to gold. You'd gotten the kill. Just play it safe, take it easy. And now it's all for naught. OMG throw away the lead. And it's Viper now who comes out on top, because this was actually a really good start, right? Viper and Mako were convinced that there was something happening on the bot side. They managed to flash away and they get the kill onto Mako. This is where you can kind of take a sigh of relief, say, hey, we got Aki, we're all good. But heal to try and feed up Cold. Cold sticks around a little bit too long under the towers. Viper does a good job to get the damage down. Triumph comes in and the shield to save JJ.
That was painful to rewatch. That's so sad for OMG. They were feeling it, you know, they were going under the tower, and they would have got that kill. They almost got that kill. Not quite. Not quite isn't good enough. And now Abel with 0 kills. Viper with 2. We're in this same spot that we were last game, Dagda. This is exactly how the last game started, except last time it was EDG just winning the 2v2. This time around, OMG had the advantage, and they've thrown it away.
And because of that, now EDG having a little bit more of a stable bot side, can look to try and look for some of these dragons, can start looking to actually match the 3v3 on that bottom end, which makes things a hell of a lot easier. Push actually in for Viper and Mako. Maybe we can get a play mid.
Oh, Scout! Just destroys Cream in the mid lane. Aki dodging a couple of skill shots, but Graviton cannot be dodged. And there's the 3rd kill for Viper. Turret over the wall as well. And Dagda, it already feels the same as game 1. It already feels the same.
I mean, it's already started to happen, right? And this is the thing we were just saying, right? You can contest the 3v3 in the bot side now for EDG. They pick off Aki with pushing the bot, they move across. They could look for dragons if they want to, but it looks like they're more interested in just kind of getting damage and plates. And it's kind of heartbreaking for OMG, right? That one mistake tossed away all the early plans they had. Aki was giving up pretty much his entire top side just so he could stick around bot side, understanding, hey, this was the lane that I needed to get ahead. But unfortunately, they're not able to. And now Cream feeling the brunt of this Syndra damage. Like, this is an awful matchup for the Victor because he just can't get away. And the one shot comes through with that ultimate.
And it's just so clean from Sting. He took 1 tower shot to go basically underneath the tower instead of to take 1 tower shot. He played it immaculately. The W, and then into the ultimate. Really, really nice there by Scout.
I mean, it's
showing that he is
right?
True, yeah. I mean, it's not that I'm surprised that he's good at Syndra, but just that was immaculate, you know.
I mean, it's one of the picks that he was known for when he came over in 2015, right? He was the Syndra Azir Rise player, and you can see now why he was renowned for that pick when he came over. It's just, he's so damn good in this champion, able to bully so well. And with that bullying going on in the mid lane, JJ moving up towards this Rift Herald. Resets have come through for EDG, so they will be there ever so slightly before OMG, and also having a little bit more damage in the tank, so JJ feeling pretty confident in this finish.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting to think about. Is it Xiao Shang? He's just going to have to flash. He's okay, though. And in the meantime, he's distracting the enemy, so that'll be EDG grabbing themselves a Herald. EDG might look for a little bit more. Just clearing vision. Shanji going to get caught by the call of the Forge God. Dodges the knockup though, but Mako is here with the play. Shanji has flash. Might just start the play off for himself. Trying to get onto Viper, who's just going strong. Has red and white weapons. Has a Moonlight Vigil. Has a million shurikens to work with. And there's another kill for Viper. 4-0. And now they can just batter away on this top tower. They can even Herald if they want to. I don't think they need to use it just yet.
Now, they're perfectly happy to just swap 2v2 into this matchup. That's more turret plates that Viper can look to play through. And EDG, they get that fight. They still have control of the map, and they can kind of just use that Rift Herald whenever they want. No dragons picked up at the moment, which means that from a perspective of like forcing fights, at least OMG have time to kind of wait and scale and see if they can get the Victor and Jinx into position where they can just trade dragons for elsewhere on the map. But we get a replay here. EDG. I like that they're going this aggressive, but I'm super surprised that OMG tried to commit to it, right? Like, you see 3 members here, and you already know that JJ has to be in the area because he just killed Gerald and Abo not in a position to follow up. So, bad advantage in favor of EDG, and then the kill advantage in favor of all of those.
Oh, Cream's in trouble again. The big stun comes in. Gravity Field saves Cream's life and a good flash. Let's get away from the death sentence. That was damn close to being another kill in that mid lane there. Cold gonna try and play bounce for the time being. It's just invade after invade.
All I saw was Aki go underneath the ground, and suddenly like 3 pop-ups of people moving in his jungle.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm out. I'm getting out of here. I do not want this. It's like alarm bells ringing. But EDG now, again, vision control established in this bot side. No real ability for OMG to try and defend this turret, and you can see that that's where EDG are trying to use this Rift Herald, get more gold into fight.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
There we go. Cream's gone. Scout just absolutely styling in the mid lane. You reminded me there when you talk about Aki going underneath the ground. It's like that scene off of Aliens where he's like, they're coming out of the walls. They're like all over on the radar all of a sudden. Oh my god, that was scary. Back then. It's not really anymore. It's a bit dated, but still amazing. Oh, good little hook. That's Viper under the tower. Zap comes on through. Rocket available. No, it's not. It's on cooldown. But Mako low on HP as well. Oh, it's not.
I don't know how that hook hit Viper. That was my real question. They're saying Theory waves before Aki arrives. It's all good and done.
Oh no, he's gone too far forward. Shanji happy to tank here. So knock up Aki with some damage. Xiaoshang goes down. Shanji, can he escape? Because Scout is here. Raid boss Scout 2-0 already, but he misses the E. Shanji walks away. Nice little pickup here by OMG.
Yeah, Xiaoshang a little bit unfortunate. Moved up to try and finish off that last 2 CS. I don't think he really needed to. And without the Bellows Breath there to keep him safe, he's in trouble. OMG though still hunting here. I think that could be a mistake though. Like, Shanji just gets one shot by literally just the 3 orbs that get created by the Syndrome.
I feel like I'm a little surprised EDG haven't taken any Tracer in this game because it's a Cloud first, so you know the soul is good. But I feel like EDG are essentially saying, we don't need it. Drake is not how we win this game. We're just gonna kill you over. Like, it doesn't feel like Drake is a win condition for EDG at all. And you know, they'll maybe pick it up now just as a consolation prize because it's available on the map and they just have so much control. But generally speaking, it does not feel like EDG are going to be looking towards a soul as a win condition in this game.
I mean, at this stage, 12.5 minutes into the game, no dragon, it's going to take super long for that to actually be relevant. I still think, though, it could have been a win condition for them. You're playing this team fighting composition, and certainly being able to get control over that early is great. I think their biggest worry was just like losing out on a team fight at it, but now that they are so far ahead, they're just not really interested in like going for it at this stage. They already have a lot of what they want. They can always base OMG in towards Barons, and when you've got like Scout on the Syndra, Xiaoshang's Horn, you trying to base check into this team is terrifying as well. So just use the back mid turret down to get your vision.
I just love how Viper had a lantern that entire time and he's just not scared. He just keeps on firing during the trade. As JJ and Scout are going to be able to grab away. Blue buff, that was a very cheeky recall there from Shanji. I'm not especially sure how he'd ended up in that position, but he gets away with it.
I will say that as like
sorry.
A Thresh player, just oh hang on, maybe I gotta hold on. But as a Thresh player, seeing your AD carry pull what Viper does, where he just sits there, actually, hold on to this. Hook goes wide, where you're like sitting there with the lantern. It's like your mate at the nightclub who just doesn't want to leave. You're sitting there, the taxi's waiting, you've got the door open, you're just like, can we please go? Look, I got places to be. I don't really want to be sticking around with you just kind of talking crap to everyone. Yes, yes.
It's kebab o'clock, mate. He's like, one more vodka and coke. One more shot. Come on, man. The party's just getting started. It's like 4 p.m. They're like, come on. It's kebab o'clock. Let's get to Maryland, you know. If anyone's been out in Leicester, you've been to Firebug, you've been to Maryland. I just want to quickly
On a
bring
side
up the
note, if we had
conversation.
Leicester, oh, sorry, continue.
Oh, mate, Leicester's a banging night out. Leicester is not a great place to be, but it's a good night. Because, I don't know, I'm from Doncaster. I like dodgy places. I'm going to move on. I've been desperate to bring up this conversation for ages now, and I keep failing miserably because stuff is happening. And I think it's going to happen again, because OMG are posturing to fight with his Herald. I don't know if this is a fight that they can take, but they're going to go for it anyway. Mako in trouble here and obliterated by Abel. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe this is a winnable fight. There's the Calibro coming on through. Look at this damage out from Viper. Ridiculous range. And now a tough couple of knockups coming out from Xiaoshang as well. Flash away from Cold. OMG with the numbers advantage, but it's not stopping EDG from fighting away. Aki moving forwards. He's got that radar out. He's onto Viper. Gets the knock up. The rest of the team trying to get the damage here, but the hook won't land. And Aki finishes him underneath the tower. OMG finding the fight to get back into the game. Abel going strong on the front line. Low on HP though, as Cole takes the tower shot. Do they have the damage to get through? Xiaoshang Cream desperately trying to survive. Great play from JJ. Waits a second on the blast, going to finish that one off. And somehow it's still an even fight. But honestly, I think OMG will take an even fight at this point.
Definitely. I mean, even the shutdowns that kind of came through off that are going to do a bit of help to their gold and to their pockets. But for EDG, just a little bit late to the party, right? You didn't have Viper in position. Now JJ's able to come across up towards this top side. They'll still get Rift Herald. Still feels like they'll be able to crack open these outer turrets and side lanes that have been causing a bit of an issue and try and set themselves up.
Beautifully done here. And I mean, Aki is having a pretty good game. Aki is 3-1-1, got the assassination therefore shutdown as well. Take another look, because it's just EDG, I think, being a little overconfident in the position.
Yeah, it's the positioning is bang on, Munch. Like, Viper not really there. Scout was only on his way as well, and they're the two big carries right now. So even though Xiaoshang, like, really good ult there, there's no one really in a position to follow up because they were late to the party. It means that OMG are able to find these fights, and here, really smart from Aki, right? They know that the board is completely clear, so he hops in through one tunnel, out through the other, manages to pick off Viper, and Scout as well gets caught out that little bit too far forward because he's trying to save this.
Being a little disrespectful, obviously, with the positioning as well. And I love that. JJ hits the Q. Cream needed to play that a little smarter and wait for the Q to fall off, but I don't think there was a way of getting out there. Now Scout caught. Oh, but the flash! And almost one-shots Aki. Rocket goes flying by. I don't know how Scout walks away with that much health and Aki walks away with that much health. Like, off the start of that fight,
hilarious.
That's not the way I would have thought that went.
The rocket coming through was like, yeah, we got him. We're gonna kill him. Scout walks out with like barely a scratch, and Aki's the Black Knight from Monty Python.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he's got just but a
He's
scratch.
run out of limbs.
It's like, yeah.
Oh god, Scout is just on another level this game. Slight aggressive positioning in the last fight, but other than that, he's just destroying people. He's 30 CS up as well. And I want to talk about Scout. I finally got a moment, Dagda. You were talking about how when he joined, he was this Azir, right, Syndra player over from the LCK, right? And these days, I think people know important things like the Syndra and his rise. But I want to mention that there was a moment in time along the way where he was playing these assassins, the Kian, the Silas, the Carly. And when you look at picks like this, like Silas, he's got 26 games in his career, over an 80% win rate. Similar stats for his Akali as well. This is a player that is so renowned, and not just in one style. He's such a versatile player. And that's what separates Scout from so many.
Yeah, especially because like when we saw him at Worlds, a lot of the Silences, a lot of the Akalis, that's what EDG were looking super strong on. Now we see him popping off in the Syndra. This guy is so versatile. It opens up EDG so much as to what they want to play. And that's not even touching things like persistent play and the ability to find these smart map plays that we've seen from EDG pretty consistently. Now though, finally one dragon gets picked up about 5 minutes ago. So 2 is on the way. Looks like EDG just got to pass themselves back up. Hold on.
Big call of the Forge God here, and that's just going to be an 80 carry. One shot, Xiaoshang getting himself kill credit, and deservedly so, starting that one off beautifully. And EDG with another pick here. Dragon has just spawned, so that'll be their second Drake of the game. We'll find out what the soul will be for this one, as it's going to be a good one. There are literally no bad options. You know that it's a good situation for you when Ocean Soul is the worst possible option available. I keep finding Xiaoshang up on his top side, but Mako's there with a lantern. There's a ward on the lantern though. Xiaoshang still gets out, still survives. And now a play coming out from Mako to try and buy space. Shanji cannot follow up, and Scout is here to start dishing the damage out. JJ on the flank, and OMG suddenly the ones in the precarious position. Good stun coming out onto Scout, but he just doesn't have the damage to finish anything off. And Viper wants a little more. The Xiaoshang gets another kill, and that's going to be the TP out of Cream. He knows it's out. And there's a rocket from Abel to find a bonus kill off the back of things. It's pure chaos on the Rift. This cold is finally found, and Viper gets his 5th of the game.
I wasn't sure if Xiaoshang was going to reset and maybe get the TPs and the 20-minute bar once more for EDG, but it's not going to be the case as able to get the snipe from downtown. But you said it. That was pure chaos. OMG scattered to the 4 corners of Summoner's Rift as soon as EDG come a knocking. And it means that still the kills go the way of EDG. Still we're looking at a 5,000 gold lead and still looking like EDG's favorites in this game. It's just been so difficult for OMG to get posted. Since the early game where they're kind of missing out, Xiaoshang just able to walk up and get all of the Forge Gods like this, goes straight onto Abel. Cream flashes away, but unfortunately Abel's was still not up and available. They get the picks and then they follow up for more.
Well, it has gone better for OMG in this game than it did last game. It's not saying a lot, but it has gone better. The problem I've got, Dagda, is that first off, you've got SOFM up in the top side with Warmogs coming up through Xiaoshang. I actually think Warmogs is a fired item, but it's just funny that SOFM has a monopoly on the item somehow. But where the gold is sitting on this team for EDG is terrifying on the side of OMG. You've got Scout with 3 kills. You've got Viper with 5 kills. They're both pretty much on 2 items. Scout ever so slightly delayed on that death cap, but he's going death cap second, so I think that says enough by itself. Feels like EDG in prime position, and they have so much control. Every time I look at JJ, he's invading. He's finding an extra camp. He's finding a way to buy more space for his team.
EDG now with the mid push. This is pretty terrifying if you can actually get this, because as you can see, push mid, rotate the bot. Shanji needs to be so careful. And even though it's just Orm pushing the waves, you know that EDG are just lurking in the jungle, and you can't really come out to contest it because they can just one-shot you pretty much as soon as you walk up, with Xiaoshang and also Scout being able to set themselves up. Dragon in 2 minutes as well, so if EDG are maintaining this control over the bot side of OMG, it's going to be difficult to contest this third dragon.
Shanji needs to go full gangster here if he wants to defend the tower, but it's not going to happen. He gets hooked on in, dashes out to safety, but this tower is so extremely low on HP. Aki off on the side, he's just going to stop that mid-wave in the meantime. But EDG, they can keep this a full day, honestly. They've got so much pressure to work with, and they have such a tremendous gold lead, 5,000 at the 22-minute mark. And you know, that doesn't sound like a lot in the LPL, because we have some games that are real blowouts. But that is a lot of gold. That is a big lead that EDG have, I promise you guys. As a tier 2 goes down to the bottom side, EDG reset once more, and they have full vision control for the Drake that's going to come up in a minute and a half.
And kind of just control the map as well, right? Like, look where the waves are positioned. You'll only get them just teetering back over into EDG's side before this dragon spawns. And for OMG, maybe just give us, try and can go towards like a top push or mid lane push. See if you can get towers for yourself rather than dragon, because the gold off the bounties may be worth it. It feels like if you try and fight this third dragon, it is just the final nail in the coffin. With how far ahead EDG are, it just doesn't really feel possible. Especially like your front line just can't match up to EDG's.
That massive front line that you're talking about is the one-man army that is Xiaoshang. He is so invincible at this point in the game. JJ will be looking for a kick. Here we go, Forge God once again. It's a knock-up onto Cream and a hook to follow. See you later. That's 1 and 4 now. The Xiaoshang just dips out again. 20 seconds until the Drake. And EDG are happy to play this one slow. They're happy to just slowly but surely find each advantage that they need. Drake could be an option. But so could a mid inhibitor, so could a Baron. There's plenty of options on the table for EDG.
Why not both? Why not a Baron? Why not whatever the hell they want, you know? For EDG, the sky is the limit right now. You got the full push mid. They will, some move over towards the Dragon. Some will start to position a Baron. And I think a lot of the posture of the Baron is just more so to keep OMG entertained, as they will be able to steal this one away. Cream has the teleport to come back out of the map. So I think when Xiaoshang has his ult up again, honestly, I think EDG should just start baiting Baron. You try and move through your jungle as OMG to secure that. You've got so much follow-up that can come through on EDG side from Call of the Forge God through those narrow corridors. You can't really position as Cream and Abel in those tight corridors, especially without flash for Cream. So I feel like for EDG, your best bet is just to start playing that Baron dance.
And you thought that Scout was scary before. Thinking emoji coming out from Aki. He doesn't really know what to do at this point. You thought Scout was scary before. He's finished his death cap. We've got a 3-item Aphelios as well. This isn't getting any easier for OMG, because once again, let's go back to a conversation we had what feels like an hour ago at this point, Agda. We've got an Ornn here, and he's starting to get to the point where he's going to be able to give out some big old scary items. And that's a lot of gold value, and when you give it over to the Aphelios to start us off, well, that's when things get really, really difficult for the side of OMG in these fights. Viper's going to be an absolute monster. Scout as well. It's not getting any easier. Abel's been found by a Sonic Wave. JJ kind of messes his ward up. Oh, the kick into the knockup. They've kind of messed the combo. JJ's too deep at this point. Cream has gone down on the other side. No, he actually survives. What is happening to EDG in this fight? Aki gets one, goes down for his trouble, but it's 2 for 1 in favor of OMG. Cream off to the side, looking for poke damage. Viper goes forward. Can they finish the kills? Scout turns golden after blasting his ult off, but he doesn't have the damage to finish it. And EDG, the biggest botch I've seen this entire split.
Yeah, slightly messy play coming through from Xiaoshang and JJ. The L slide and bop straight into the ram horn didn't quite work out. Now, although Viper still fully healed, still could try to do work.
No way, right? Yes, screw it, why not? Let's just 2v1
They got TP for
Baron.
Xiaoshang. So they have no idea. They have the TP for Xiaoshang still. Aki only just spawned alongside JJ, so Xiaoshang can just TP onto that ward, keep himself safe, and they can try and solo this. Of course, this is, you know, perfect guns for Viper, so he doesn't take damage.
Yeah, TP came in, and that means pings galore coming out from OMG. Can they finish it off, though? Because damage reduced by Baron hitting you, remember. They don't have Smite. Cold over the wall. Can the miracle happen? No, it can't. JJ arrived. I was wrong. They did have Smite. JJ turns up to the scene. Beautifully done by EDG. I wasn't sure if they'd be able to do it, but I've been proven wrong by EDG once again.
I really like this call from EDG, though, to actually start the fight. It's just unfortunate timing, right? Because as you can see, the kick from JJ means that Abel's able to stay alive. And Abel being alive is the entire focus of this fight now for OMG. He's able to tear through Xiaoshang. Aki doing a wonderful job of getting onto EDG in the backline and making it really difficult for Viper and Scout to play forward here. Abel is able to heal up, but forces Scout to flash forward to finish him off, which then allows Cream to come back into the fight, play at range against Viper, and actually go 3 for 2 in that fight for OMG. Baron, though, changes this. Oh, look, as now EDG get full control of top side. Aki is down on the bottom side of EDG's jungle, so he's got to reset as his top tower falls.
And the crazy thing is, on the back of that replay, even though OMG actually won the fight, it's EDG to get the Baron, but also, you actually have to praise Scout. The flash forward at the end to kill Abel is the only reason that OMG don't have a resounding win in that fight, and maybe even get a Baron themselves, right? So Scout, once again, clutch plays. There's another stun coming out from Scout, and a Call of the Forge God to try and snipe Cold. Will not hit the mark. Cold survives for the time being. EDG have to be cautious, going for an in-hit here. Moonlight Vigil dodged by Cream. Shanchi playing frontline, trying to survive as long as he can. He's doing a good job of EDG. Having to back away a little bit on this one, but Viper's not afraid of anything. Again, waiting on the lantern there. Happy to just hold on for the time being. It's an inhib in the top lane, and EDG, it looked a little dicey for a time, but not dicey enough.
I mean, it's a great reset time, right? Spend all your gold, you come back out with 40 seconds on till Dragon. OMG TPing into the area to see if they can keep it, but you've got no Chaos Storm for Cream. Should be up just in time. Same with, I'm thinking Shanji's ult, although Shanji might be a little bit late to the party, as EDG now rock forward into OMG.
And you know, you see Shanji trying to find a position to go for a flank with Aki, but these Scryer's orbs coming out from EDG keep the team safe, or the Farsight orbs, sorry. As OMG now just going to be forced out of the area. They know that they can't muscle a 5v5. But it's going to be Ocean Soul here. So OMG have to go for the fight. Shanji stepping forward. Cole has to find the perfect hook. Some kind of miracle has to happen here for OMG to take this fight. They're almost 10,000 gold down. Keep your eyes on Abel and Cream. They've got to stay safe. They've got to get the damage out. Shaoshang, Call of the Forge God, is available whenever he wants to pull the trigger. JJ just sitting on the dragon is here we go. Abel knocked up by the Call of the Forge God. The combo, but Shaoshang misses the knockup. It doesn't matter. He just 1v1'd Abel in the back of the fight. Beautifully done by Shaoshang. And that is probably going to be game. Double kill for the Horn. Blow your horn. Because Cream goes down as well for one for Viper. The Ocean Soul is taken, and Aki just drops a confused frog in the brush. He's an alcove gamer, and he knows that this one's done and dusted. EDG are going to push this one home for a 2-0 win in dominant fashion over OMG.
I mean, EDG, their team fighting still looking good. One or two missteps with the coordination, but overall, it's a clean 2-0 for EDG, and they'll be real happy with how this.
Beautiful stuff from EDG, and you know, a little disappointing from the side of OMG, but in that second game, we got to see more. Right? We got to see like glimmers of greatness. We saw some picks coming out. We saw even the play down in that bottom lane that started it all off for EDG. It was really good until it wasn't. You know, like we got to see OMG making the positive play and just stepping a bit too far forwards. You know, kind of throwing it away a little bit. But there is positives there, right? There are good things to take away from this.
Yeah, I think game one really unfortunate. Game two, I think pieces started to come together a little bit better, but unfortunately we're still seeing like fortunately for Cold, we're seeing him being able to kind of redeem himself a little bit on the Nautilus pick, getting some of those kills back, but it just wasn't enough. Scout completely dominating the mid lane on the counter pick Syndra, setting up beautifully for being able to turn around a lot of these bot lane skirmishes, because you've always got the pressure coming through from the Syndra. And EDG right the wrongs that they had earlier in the bot lane, which means that their team fight is just stronger. Like, the Ornn later on is going to do so much more than a Renekton front line. Also just putting pressure onto the two low ball carries in the back line that don't really have any sort of protection. Without like a fresh beside them.
You know, a few mistakes, as you say, not the perfect win, but still, like, let's be honest, EDG are in a position where they don't have to try and get the perfect win every game. They can relax a little bit because they're so far ahead of the crowd right now that they don't need to play perfectly to still get dominant wins. That's their 4th win on the board as well, which means that they will be tying LNG up at the top of the scoreboard with the same game difference as well. So we have a tie for first place between LNG and EDG. And that's an exciting concept, right? Because LNG, I think, a team that people have been a little more critical of than EDG. I think everyone's just singing EDG's praises. Whereas LNG, you know, especially Lumao getting the brunt of it from the community right now. I feel like it's exciting that we have two very different teams tied for first right now.
Yeah, but I still do believe it's EDG looking a lot more dominant than LNG. Right, we're seeing LNG putting the pieces together. EDG, they're looking like a cohesive unit. And look, yes, we saw some missteps, but some of that like miscommunication was, you know, Shaoshang stepping in over Flandre, not having the same kind of synergy that you usually expect from Flandre and JJ. Scout, I think, monstrous in the mid. Viper and Mako, mistakes happen, right? Like, we've seen it a couple of times where they're able to still bring it back though, and especially after the game one that they had. That was insane. It was so dominant. So I still think for EDG, the fact that we get so many different styles coming out of them over the course of the series, with a bit of a split push 1-3-1 in game one, a bit at a more of a pick focused composition, straight into a team fighting composition, they're able to perform just or almost just as well. Like, it just feels like EDG are pretty unstoppable.
It really does. Unstoppable definitely the word for what we've been witnessing from EDG so far. And I will say, there's one huge caveat, and this applies to EDG. It also applies to LNG that I was talking about before. When you look at the opponents they've been up against, it's not the top tier teams yet. So I am really curious. I am really excited to see what happens when teams like EDG and LNG go up against, you know, your RNGs, your BLGs, top esports, these teams, or even V5, these teams that have exceptional laners, because it feels like a lot of the advantages we see teams like EDG get are just dominating the laning phase, right? Just being better than their opponents, which is all well and good, but I want to see them against some of the other top players. I want to see them butting heads against these other dominant teams and see how that all pans out. Enough about that, though. Gonna pass it back over to Sam. We've got JJ standing by for an interview.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and we invite the jungler JJ from Edward Gaming. First, congratulations on your victory today. And my first question is about your roster, because Xiaoxiang frequently joined your roster recently. And how do you command this top laner as his jungler partner? 那么首先恭喜杰杰以及恭喜 EDG 今天顺利的拿下了比赛的胜利。第一个问题问到小翔选手最近频繁的就是加入你们的轮换名单当中，作为他的打野好搭档，你是怎么样评价这位上单选手的呢？
小翔是一个进攻性比较强的上单吧，就评价的话就是未来可期。
Yeah. I think Xiaoxiang is a quite aggressive top laner, and I think he can have a bright future. And the second question is about Jarvan this champion, because your Jarvan was so impressive since this Worlds. So how do you command this champion in the current patch, in the current meta? 那么第二个问题问到的是你第一局使用的皇子，想要问一下，因为杰杰也是皇子的非常优秀的使用者，想要问一下，你觉得皇子在当前版本的一个表现是什么样的呢？
就感觉现在春季赛皇子就 T1 级别的吧，就对没有位移的 ADC 来说是一个噩梦。
I think it is still a tier 1 champion in the jungler, and it can quite good targeted on some certain AD carries in the late game in the team fights. And the third question is about an in-game question. In game 2, you've got a quite big team fight, and after the team fight, you play around the Baron pit, and Mako and Viper just try to rush the Baron. So what's your team communication at that time? 问到的下一个问题是关于第二局当中打了一波很惨烈的团战之后，你们让 Mako 和 Viper 去 rush 了这个大龙，当时这一波决策的原因是什么呢？
当时就感觉对面应该想不到我们会打大龙，并且觉得我们的速度应该足以 rush 掉那条大龙。
At that time, we think that the enemy team cannot expect our Baron rush, and we can have a quite fast speed in the Baron rush. So we make that decision. And thank you for joining us in the interview. 再一次感谢杰杰选手来接受我们的采访。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
拜拜。
Cheers, Sam. Appreciate it. Shish. I saw the Chinese. I remember. I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit. I just rely on Rob over there. He remembered more Chinese than I did. Oh, what was your? You had a Chinese name. I can't remember what it was. It was like
Jian something.
Yeah, I almost remembered it. I thought you were gonna give the context of what it meant and stuff there. I thought you were gonna like.
Yeah. So Price is my second name. So Jian is like money, and then Lubo is the closest that they can get to Rob. So, well, Robert. So yeah, that's it.
Robert Money.
So basically, I don't know if it is just like Rob Money.
It means he's rich.
There's a part of me that hopes
rich. So for what we've heard, it means he's loaded in Chinese, basically. Viper was the MVP coming out of that one. Another person that is most certainly loaded, or at least his guns were in this game. 8-1-3. Beautiful stuff, and again, just dominating in the laning phase. Obviously, the 2v1 underneath the tower. Beautiful to see, with a little help from JJ saving him in the end.
Yeah, the most valuable player twice in a row. Viper popping off in this, and it's really nice to see that once more, like, Viper kind of stepping up, because I think it was the start of summer 2021 where he was getting absolutely nothing when it came towards him, and you could see him like in the team comms kind of going, man, come on, when's my turn to get MVP? You guys are stealing all the MVPs, but Viper stacking and racking them here for EDG in the 2022 split.
Yeah, Really, really beautiful stuff once again. And I mean, this, again, like, I want to take the positive side of this. OMG, the first part of the play, really, really great. Just a little too far. But that's easy to coach, right? That's easy to fix. So still positive there. The fact that Viper gets away with it, a little bit lucky on EDG's side. But the rest of it, just gorgeous, gorgeous play for EDG from start to finish.
And you can't even say they got away with it because of those pesky kids, because it was the two veterans, the two guys that have been around for a while for Abel and Cole, that actually gave across that. But either way, EDG, this was really nice. Once they got that lead, though, I love the way they kind of played as a unit, making sure that it was really difficult for OMG to operate around team fights. And we saw that the Dragons didn't really end up getting towards the soul, but still were valuable in enforcing OMG into fights they didn't want to take, and allowing EDG to continuously just keep that pressure up on OMG.
Yeah, I mean, pressure is... I don't even feel like pressure is a strong enough word for what EDG was doing to OMG in that one. A little bit brutal, but still very, very fun to watch. And it's always great to see EDG playing on form, right? Like, I don't think that gets particularly old. I feel like I could just watch Viper, but like that, the Ezreal game from Viper, man, just inject that into my eyeballs. Like, I could watch that stuff all day long because it's just so... him and Jackie, though, and Juanfang, actually, when they play Ezreal, I don't know what it is. I've seen so many Ezreals over the years, and there are very few players that can squeeze the amount of damage out of that champion that these guys does.
I don't know how they manage it so consistently as well. Like, I've been in a lane with a good Ezreal who pokes me down, but the damage that these guys manage to churn out, it might as well be like a mid-game to late-game jinx. Just like, this is so much. And I don't understand why I'm suddenly nuked to half a health bar and they're gone. It's insane. But it's such a joy to watch, right? It's why, again, we love watching EDG. Insane players across the board. We had Viper with the MVP. I think Scout deserved a little bit of a shout out there as well for his very much control of that mid lane and allowing that kind of take place elsewhere on the map, as well as he just took over team fights and was a big star performer for the team as well. So EDG, congrats on the 2-0. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what else.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Scout Syndra was terrifying to witness. Cream, I feel bad for him because he's a really good mid laner, but not comparatively to Scout Syndra. That was brutal. Let's take a look at our results as we round things out for today, because it was a 3-series day. If you missed anything that happened, let me recap you real quick. LNG started off with a relatively quick 2-0 over WE. WE showing some signs of life there, but again, I feel like WE consistently showing signs of life, but then not quite hitting the mark. And now 0-4 on the scoreboard. Then we saw JDG actually finding a win over FPX. I don't think many people expected it, but a 2-1 in the end over Fun Plus Phoenix. And then finally we saw EDG, let's be honest, completely dismantled.
Yeah, it didn't even look like OMG got a look in. But yeah, I mean, that's another one of our super days down with 3 series that we'll be doing every single weekend. And honestly, I'm just delighted that the game's delivered. Even if OMG couldn't quite live up to EDG standards, the fact that they were as fun to cast and as fun to watch was just awesome.
Pretty impressive, actually, that EDG, now tying LNG on the top spot, have managed to go 4-0 with only a 3-win streak. Riddle me that.
Don't call him out. Don't call him out like that. That's not how this works.
The magic.
Hey,
of EDG
the 3-win streak
I'm
is
sorry.
their match, like the actual game score. We just counted LNGs as, because they lost one game against Ultra Prime, and then they won the 3rd game against Ultra Prime, and then they won 2 today. So technically, still correct, just using different metrics.
I'll let you off this one, Stack. I'll let you off. Not that it's anything to do with you anyway, but, you know, why not? Let's look at tomorrow's matches. It's going to be anyone's legend starting us off against Weibo as a bit of an underdog there. We'll go into IG versus RNG. Certainly a matchup of the old organizations, but RNG, I would say, a pretty heavy favorite going into that one. And then finally, an absolute banger to round out the weekend. V5 against Top Esports. Casa versus his own squad, but also Rookie versus Knight. It's my favorite mid lane matchup in the entire league. Honestly, my favorite mid lane matchup in the entire world. I cannot wait to watch that game.
I mean, it's going to be an absolute banger. Like, I love that the fact that we actually have so many good teams in the LPL, that we can have the day that we had today and still have so much to look forward to tomorrow. Like, this league is just bonkers, and I love it to bits.
Yeah, I cannot wait to witness that matchup. Top Esports versus V5. The bottom lane as well is just cracked. I digress. It's time to end this show. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. We will see you tomorrow. Top Esports versus V5. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you there.